Midsommar is a folk horror film that follows Dani, a young woman grappling with a recent family tragedy, and her boyfriend Christian, who is contemplating breaking up with her. Along with Christian's friends, they travel to a remote Swedish commune for a once-in-a-lifetime midsummer festival. Initially idyllic, the festivals take a sinister turn as the group becomes immersed in the community's bizarre and increasingly violent rituals. As days pass, the lines between reality and delusion blur. Fueled by psychedelic drugs and the cult's manipulation, Dani's grief and emotional vulnerability make her a target for the cult's attention, while Christian and his friends face their own horrifying fates. Hi everyone, Hugh here. In this video, I'll be breaking down the 2019 horror film Midsommar, written and directed by Ari Aster, who also wrote and directed the 2018 horror film Hereditary. In many ways, Midsommar and Hereditary share a lot of overlapping themes and symbolism. I very much got the sense that the two movies are companion pieces, so I highly recommend watching them together. Shameless plug, but I did do an analysis of Hereditary, so if you're interested, you should check that video out too. In this video, I'll be diving into Midsommar, so consider this your spoiler warning. A few things before we start, I want to acknowledge that I am not Swedish, so there will be likely a ton of mispronunciations and things that I miss just due to my lack of cultural knowledge. But I'll try my best, so please, if I miss things, leave them in the comment. Also, there are a lot of runes in the movie, and since I'm not an expert on the subject, I'm probably going to make some mistakes. So again, please correct me in the comments if you catch anything. Many of the Harga characters are also never introduced by name, but for the sake of this video, I pulled their names directly from IMDb or by using the subtitles. Finally, please excuse me if I use some flowery language. I'm trying not to anger the algorithm god. So like Dani dancing around the maypole, I too have to dance around certain topics. So please keep those points in mind as I dive in deep. The film starts with what appears to be a mural. This mural serves as a pivotal narrative foreshadowing the unfolding story, primarily Dani's transformative journey. Initially, the audience may find the mural's symbolism perplexing, so a re-examination at the film's end would clarify its intricate hidden details. So let's put a pin in this for now. What I do want to point out is that the mural's central focus is on Dani's narrative, immediately establishing her as the protagonist, and emphasizes that the film is essentially her story. The mural then dramatically slides open, signaling the commencement of the film. This captivating and unusual transition into the movie evokes a sensation of a theatrical performance, reminiscent of curtains being raised to reveal a play, or even the opening of a puppet theater. The harmonious vocals of a choir and the gentle sounds of a harp and other string instruments create an enchanting and magical ambiance, suggesting the beginning of a fantastical tale. This introduction subtly alludes to the artifice and performance that permeates the film's narrative. It's a stark reminder that appearances can be deceiving, and what we see is not always what we get. The mural opens into a shot of a forest in winter. Evergreen trees covered in snow stretch across the landscape. This is followed by different shots of the snow-covered forest. The overall impression is one of isolation, stillness, and the stark beauty of the winter season. A lone woman's singing voice accompanies the winter scenes, creating a feeling of peacefulness and melancholy. The ringing of a loud phone abruptly shatters the tranquil atmosphere, and the scene shifts from the forest to a suburban landscape. This hints at discord and hints at the end of tranquility. The shot then centers onto a single house, then onto the answering machine inside the house. The camera pans over family photos of a seemingly normal and happy family. Annie's voice is heard, and she is called to check up on her parents. She has received a disturbing message from her sister and wanted to check to make sure that everything is okay. Dani's parents are seen in bed, seemingly asleep. Although everything appears typical in the shadows, the absolute lack of movement suggests an underlying wrongness with the scene. A photo of Dani sits on the nightstand, backed by what looks like a large floral crown or floral arrangement, foreshadowing her eventual destiny. The floral patterns on the bedsheet and wallpaper reinforce the story's recurring floral motifs. In her apartment, Dani ends a voicemail, revealing the message from her sister that sparked her worry. The message from her sister Terri reads, quote, "Dear Dani, I can't anymore. Everything's black. Mom and Dad are coming too. Goodbye." Dani sends messages back to her sister, but receives no response. Unnerved by the situation, Dani's anxiety is understandable and justified. Looking a bit closer at Dani's email, We do see that Terri has been sending YouTube links to Dani. I will include the links down in the description. First, one seems to go to the National Geographic channel, and the video is titled, "First Ever 3D VR Filmed in Space, One Strange Rock." And the second video is titled, "Relaxing Yellowstone River Live, Yellowstone Live," also from the National Geographic channel. The videos effectively communicate the inherent grandeur of nature and possesses a soothing and calming quality. This small detail hints at Terri's longing for peace and tranquility. It also suggests Terri's unease and her desire to escape, reinforcing Terri's mental and emotional turmoil. Dani, anxious at the message, looks through her phone, and we see that she has tried to call her family on their cell phones, but no one has answered. We also see that she tried calling someone named Christian, but he too did not answer. A nice detail is Christian's name also appears in the email chain in Dani's inbox. So Christian is obviously somebody very important to Dani. Scared, anxious, and all alone, Dani decides to try to call Christian again. This time he picks up, and it's revealed that Christian is Dani's boyfriend and that he is currently relaxing with his friends at a pizza place. Dani asks if he still wanted to hang out later that night, and Christian seems a bit confused. He asks if they needed to talk about something in particular, but Dani says she didn't have anything particular, she just wanted to see him. The interaction feels somewhat strange, and both Dani and Christian sound uncomfortable. Their lack of shared understanding and underlying tension within their relationship are pretty evident. While this is such a short interaction, it subtly hints that the two are not on the same page. Christian then asks about what he calls the, quote, sister situation. Dani explains that she's getting nervous because she has tried calling but has received no responses. Christian attempts to calm Dani, dismissing her distress by suggesting that Terri's behavior is not unusual. He implies a recurring pattern where Terri engages in disturbing actions, triggering a predictable crisis response from Dani. This interaction reveals a history between the sisters characterized by Terri's instability and Dani's subsequent emotional turmoil. Dani's disclosure that Terri has bipolar disorder provides a crucial context for understanding Terri's actions and Dani's heightened reaction, suggesting a long-standing struggle with her sister's mental health. Dani perceives this particular message from her sister as distinct from prior occurrences. Despite this, Christian attempts to reassure her and calm her. He suggests she limit her responses, reasoning that increased reaction from Dani only encourages Terri to seek more attention. Christian's reassurance soothes Dani, and she expresses her gratitude from his reminder to remain calm. She tells him that she's grateful for him and that she loves him. In response, Christian exhales loudly before saying, "I love you" back. Their exchange of "I love yous" perfectly capture their relationship dynamic. Christian's audible sigh before reciprocating Dani's declaration reveals his exhaustion and lack of genuine affection, while Dani desperately seeks reassurance and clings to him. Dani recognizes the unhealthy pattern in her relationship, the way she leans heavily on Christian for emotional support, while simultaneously sensing his growing resentment. Despite this awareness, a deep-seated need for reassurance and validation compels her to continue the cycle. Hoping to find comfort beyond her troubled relationship, Dani contacts a female friend. The friend suggests Dani communicate openly with Christian and address the relationship issues. However, Dani fears losing Christian and admits she relies heavily on him due to her family difficulties. A stressed out Dani goes to the medicine cabinet and begins to take some pills. The label on the bottle says Ativan, a medication for anxiety disorders and anxiety associated with depression, indicating that she's managing her own mental health issues. Her sister's actions are likely increasing her distress. Dani tells her friend about her concern that she is burdening Christian with her emotional issues. Her friend astutely points out that the supportive partner should be someone Dani can depend on during difficult periods, implying that if Christian isn't that person, he may not be the right match for her. Dani still insists that she's the one who is troubling Christian and seems to blame herself for burdening him. As she remains on the call, Dani sends another desperate message to Terri, imploring for her to respond. Just then, another call rings through from an unidentified number. The scene cuts to Christian and his friends at the pizza place. Christian's friend, Mark, advises Christian to finally make a decision to break up with Dani, but Christian is afraid he's making a mistake and worries he might regret the decision later. Mark reminds Christian that he has been wanting to break up for Dani for a year now and needs to move on, but Christian remains hesitant. Mark suggests to Christian that he find a partner who genuinely enjoys intercourse, implying underlying physical intimacy problems with Christian and Dani's relationship. Josh offers an alternative perspective, suggesting that Christian might be prolonging the drama to procrastinate on his PhD perspective. Christian does not take this kindly, and slight tension begins to brew. But this is cut short when the waitress brings back change for the meal. And Christian tells her that the change is for her to keep as a tip. She gives him a smile and walks away. Christian smiles back, and there seems to be some attraction between the two. Mark jokingly says that Christian can be getting the waitress pregnant right now, instead of Dani. This little exchange highlights Christian's wandering eye. Another friend, Pelle, adds that Christian could be getting a Swedish girl pregnant this coming June. This is, of course, a major foreshadow to events that happen much later in the film, so let's put a pin in this for now. Another bit of foreshadowing is also Josh's jab at Christian about the PhD prospectus, as this topic will become a much bigger issue between the pair later in the film. This comment also hints of a trip to Sweden that the friends have planned for the summer. Christian receives another call from Dani, which irritates Mark, who expresses disbelief that Dani was calling Christian again. This confirmed Dani's earlier anxieties that she was overwhelming Christian with her needs and possibly asking too much of him. Christian looks at the phone for a moment, considering if he wants to answer it. Mark comments that Dani needs to be talking to a therapist instead of Christian, to which Christian responds that she already has one. Christian decides to take the call, but as he tries to leave the table for privacy, Mark refuses to move to let him out. So Christian has to leave on the other side with Pelle and Josh moving out of his way. This reveals that Mark is a bit of an insensitive jerk. This is definitely not the last time we'll see this from Mark. Christian answers the phone, but instead of a coherent greeting, a raw primal scream tears through the speaker. Dani's voice, fractured with unimaginable anguish, repeats no again and again. The sound is so visceral it's almost physical, a crushing weight on the listener. Overwhelmed, all Dani can manage are broken sobs and the despairing repetition of "oh no." The scene cuts back to the house where Dani's family lives. Inside the garage, firefighters shut down the engines of 2 vehicles. The air is thick with exhaust fumes, and hoses are visibly connected to the exhaust pipe of both cars. 2 hoses snake through the house from the garage and up the stairs to the bedroom. One hose snakes under the door of Dani's parents' bedroom and is sealed off with duct tape. Firefighters breach the sealed door to discover Dani's parents in their beds, deceased. This explains the complete stillness in the previous scene when Dani calls to leave a voicemail. The other hose leads to Dani's sister's room, Terri. The hose has been crudely attached to Terri's mouth and held with duct tape. Terri lies deceased. The grim evidence of a violent and painful end manifests in the vomit coating her body. Nearby, an open laptop displays Terri's last message and Dani's subsequent unread frantic replies. Upon approaching Dani's apartment, Christian could hear her loud crying from outside. Inside, Christian attempts to console Dani, who is overcome with anguish, by embracing her on the small couch. All she can do is scream and cry out in pain. Now, I wanted to point out the shot of these 2 pieces of artwork on Dani's wall. The one on the left is a print called The First Step by František Kupka. Kupka, a celebrated Czech painter and graphic artist, is renowned as a pioneer and co-founder of early abstract art and Orbic Cubism. Kupka started out more as a representational painter, but moved towards pure abstraction as he got older. This is just my personal interpretation, but I think the inclusion of this piece is here to evoke a sense of rhythm, or the cyclical nature of something. To me, it seems like the cyclical nature of a lunar cycle. Again, this is pure speculation, but the lunar cycle might be symbolically linked to themes of fertility, death, and rebirth, which are themes that are explored later in the movie. The artwork on the right appears in a few more shots and is better seen in other scenes of the movie, so I will revisit this piece later. The scene pans closer to the window, zooming in on the snowfall outside as the credit begins to appear, followed by the movie's title. The screen then abruptly changes to a clear summer day, showing that a few months have passed. The camera pans around the apartment, showing Dani laying in bed. There is a large print hanging on the wall above her. It depicts a small girl wearing a crown, nuzzling up to a large brown bear. This piece is called Poor Little Bear and was done by John Bauer, a Swedish painter and illustrator. Bauer worked on it for the popular Swedish folklore and fairy tales anthology, Among Gnomes and Trolls. This detail subtly hints at the brown bear and Dani's eventual crowning, making it effective foreshadowing. It also cleverly nods to the movie's Swedish backdrop and influence. The wilting and desiccated plants around Dani serves as a subtle yet potent visual metaphor of her inner state. Their neglected condition reflects Dani's ongoing struggle to cope with the devastating events of the past winter. Close-up on Dani's face reveals her wide, unblinking eyes. Though still, her expression betrays a profound lack of rest. Sleep seems to have offered no relief for her anguish. Her existence is reduced to a passive state of being, a limbo state of sorrow. Christian enters the bedroom to seemingly check in on her, but also to prepare to leave for a party. His tone suggested a casual check-in, but his movements hinted at an intention to slip away without her. He tells Dani to keep sleeping, but she insists on going to the party with him. The conversation between Dani and Christian reveals the widening chasm of their already strained relationship. He craves respite from the emotional intensity that now surrounds her, a space where he is not constantly reminded of her pain and his own inadequacy in providing comfort. Conversely, Dani's clinging to Christian intensifies in the wake of her devastating loss. He is the last vestige of her previous life, the only familiar anchor in a world that has suddenly become incomprehensibly cruel. Her need for his physical and emotional presence escalates, a natural response to trauma, but one that inevitably puts immense pressure on the both of them. This dynamic highlights a fundamental incompatibility in their emotional coping mechanisms. Dani seeks solace in closeness, while Christian instinctively retreats, overwhelmed by her emotional vulnerability. At the party, Dani stares off blankly and feigns interest in conversation around her. But she does perk up at the mention of the trip to Sweden. Christian's friends are discussing their upcoming trip to Pelle's home in Helsingland. Josh mentions he's going for his thesis on European midsummer traditions, with Mark and Christian tagging along. Dani expresses surprise upon learning about the trip, highlighting Christian's lack of prior communication regarding this plan. Christian tries to play it off casually, saying that he was just entertaining the idea, but it's pretty clear that that's not true. Dani awkwardly looks around the group and asks when they're going, to which Josh responds mid-June to mid-July, which is only 2 weeks away. Christian's lack of communication with Dani about his month-long trip with his friends highlighted their differing priorities, foreshadowing conflict, and further reveals Christian's duplicitous nature. Christian tries to cover himself again by saying he isn't sure if they're actually going, that the group was just discussing it. But again, this is not true. They've been talking about it since winter months ago, and Josh is obviously going to work on his thesis. Dani glances around, but everyone averts their gaze, standing in uncomfortable silence, unsure of what to do. The car ride back is just as equally awkward, with Dani and Christian remaining silent and averting eye contact. Back at Dani's apartment, the two finally talk about the situation. I love how this scene is shot, with Christian seen in the mirror as he talks to Dani. I think this hints at his deception. The mirrored reflection of Christian during this conversation is a striking visual choice that subtly underscores a presence of duplicity. This technique immediately creates a visual barrier and separation, even as they're engaged in dialogue, suggesting a lack of genuine connection or transparency. As Dani attempts to discuss the oddity of Christian's decision to withhold information about the impending trip, he responds with a disingenuous coyness, kind of feigning innocence and deflecting her concerns. Christian's manipulative and deceptive nature is on full display here. First, he says he was just thinking about the trip, and that he wasn't sure if he was even going on the trip. Then when Dani presses the issue, he changes his story and says that he already told her that he wanted to go in the past. He then tells her that he just decided today that he was going, and that he wasn't trying to keep it from her. But he already bought a ticket, which most likely means that he's had it for a while. He then apologizes, but it sounds insincere and hollow. Dani tries to talk out the situation, saying that she doesn't mind that he's going, she just wanted him to be upfront with her, to which he says he already apologized. This is again empty and hollow, as he just apologized 30 seconds ago. Dani rightfully calls him out on this and says that he didn't really even apologize, he just said he was sorry. Not only that, the sorry sounds more like a too bad instead of a genuine apology. Dani's initial astute observation of Christian's behavior demonstrates a keen awareness of the dynamic between them. Again, Dani is recognizing what's going on with their relationship. She even recognizes his manipulations and perhaps even anticipates them. This highlights her intelligence and her capacity for critical thought within the relationship, However, the insightful perceptions abruptly dissolves when Christian suggests leaving. His seemingly casual remark triggers an intense wave of insecurity and fear of abandonment from Dani. Her desire for the relationship, however flawed, overrides her earlier clarity. In a desperate attempt to prevent his departure, Dani abandons her own perspective and instead takes on the responsibility for the conflict. She apologizes, effectively shifting the blame onto herself and reinforcing a pattern of her prioritizing Christian's needs and desires above her own. This reaction reveals the depth of her emotional dependency and the extent to which her sense of security is tied to Christian. The very idea of him walking away throws Dani into a state of near panic, showcasing her vulnerability and the precarious emotional foundation of their connection. Her immediate efforts to de-escalate the situation and persuade him to stay underscore the power imbalance within their relationship and her profound fear of being alone. She shifts the topic to his thesis and suggests that maybe going to Sweden would be good for inspiration, making the trip all about Christian and how it might help him. Now, I want to take a pause to talk about the artwork on Dani's walls. I mentioned this artwork in a previous scene, but here we get a better view of it. This piece is called Yerin Leaping Forward and was done by artist Mu Pan. The artwork depicts a female ape-like figure leaping away as she is surrounded and attacked by a pack of small human-dog hybrid monsters. A Yerin, meaning wild man in Chinese, is a purported hominid cryptid said to dwell in the isolated, rugged mountain ranges of China. Accounts of the Yerin describes a large bipedal creature covered in reddish-brown or dark hair, often said to possess human-like faces, and stand between 6 to 10 feet tall. The Yerin occupies a prominent place in Chinese folklore and continues to intrigue cryptozoologists and enthusiasts fascinated by the possibility of undiscovered human-like primates. So the painting seems to depict a female Yerin with her baby running away from a violent attack. The small human-headed dogs are seen devouring other Yerin who are on the ground. The main female figure is also seen being bitten by these small creatures. So why is this piece included in the movie? My theory is that it serves as a foreshadow to the violence of the many onto an individual. In other words, how a collective can form a cohesive group and dismantle and ultimately consume an individual, metaphorically and perhaps a bit literally. There's also another print of the painting called Dino Asshole Chapter 8 from the same artist. It depicts large dinosaurs being consumed and overwhelmed by smaller creatures, so both paintings seem to have the same theme of smaller creatures gathering to consume a larger individual creature. This painting is also pretty violent, so again, another foreshadow to the violence that we're about to see. Back to the story, Christian and his friends are relaxing in what I'm guessing is the guy's apartment. Mark is talking through their plans to Sweden and hopes to visit Stockholm before going up to Helsingland. Terri casually tells him that they'll not be able to stop by Stockholm because it's in the opposite direction. Mark is a bit surprised and disappointed, but before more can be said about the matter, Christian receives a text and he tells the group that Dani is about to come up. Christian goes to let Dani in, and again we can see Christian being framed in the scene through a mirror. Once again, I think this is meant to capture when Christian is about to do something duplicitous or manipulative. Right before opening the door, Christian casually mentions that he had extended an invitation to Dani to accompany them on a trip to Sweden. However, he immediately followed up by stating with an air of finality that she would probably not be joining them. This contradictory statement prompts his friends to seek clarification. Christian offered a dismissive explanation, trying to minimize the significance of the matter, explaining that he invited her just to not make it weird. Christian's actions reveal a pattern of behavior characterized by avoidance and manipulation in his relationship with Dani and his friends. Josh asks if Dani does not want to go, which Christian says that he invited her and she accepts, but she's not actually going to Sweden. He then explains that Dani has been going through a lot, and for the most part, the guys don't really object. Josh is okay with it, but Mark does seem annoyed, but doesn't say any objections. Christian then adds that he told Dani that the guys were the ones that invited her, and that they knew she was coming the whole time. The guys are forced to go along with his lie before Christian lets Dani in. Dani enters and exchanges a few awkward pleasantries with the guys. Haley asks Dani if she's coming, and she says that she is if it won't ruin their plans. Agitated, Mark asks Christian to look over a paragraph on his computer in another room. This is obviously a lie, and Mark, who has voiced his disapproval for Dani and Christian's relationship before, is unsurprisingly annoyed at the whole situation. Josh returns to his reading, so Dani and Pele exchange greetings. Dani goes to sit down, and Pele closes the book he was drawing in as to give Dani his full attention. Pele's warm smile directed at Dani upon her arrival conveys a genuine happiness at seeing her, a subtle yet significant detail in their connection. While Josh remains engrossed in his reading, creating a momentary distance, Pele readily offers Dani his undivided attention. The act of closing his sketchbook, seemingly to dedicate himself fully to their interaction, underscores his consideration, but more importantly, his interest in Dani. Dani asks what he was drawing, and Pele's revelation that his subject was the seemingly mundane coffee table offers a crucial insight into his character. The brief glimpse the audience gets of his work confirms a remarkable level of detail and precision. This meticulousness suggests a deeper capacity for observation, hinting that Pele notices nuances and the subtleties that others might overlook. Pele and Dani exchange pleasantries, and we find out that Pele was studying anthropology while Dani psychology. My guess is that Pele, Mark, Josh, and Christian are all part of the anthropology group, which explains their friendship and living arrangements. This means that all the guys are part of a group because of shared academic interests that Dani is not a part of, so she is already othered within the group. Dani reveals that due to the horrific events that occurred during the winter, she is given an extra year off to finish her studies. Dani and Pele seem to have a connection and seem to be able to converse naturally. Josh, on the other hand, seems completely disinterested and silently leaves the area altogether to use the microwave to reheat his drink. Dani asks about their upcoming trip to Sweden and mentions that it will coincide with her birthday. Pele explains that they will be attending a 9-day festival with his family. He mentions that there'll be lots of pageantry, special ceremonies, and costumes, comparing it to theater. Dani asks about Pele's family, mentioning that Christian had told her that Pele was from a commune. Pele excitedly shows Dani's pictures of his family on his phone. The pictures show women in white folk dresses adorned with flower crowns. Pele mentions that these clothes are specially made for every winter and summer solstice, and that everyone does everything together. Dani notices an interesting symbol in one of the pictures, and Pele mentions that they are taught runic alphabets, a nice bit of foreshadowing, as these alphabets are seen everywhere in the commune. Pele scrolls to a picture of a woman wearing an especially large flower crown, and the image piques Dani's interest. She asks who she is, and Pele identifies the woman as the previous year's May Queen. He looks intently at Dani while he smiles, almost as if he could see Dani's potential as a candidate for this year's May Queen. Pele warmly expresses his happiness that Dani will be joining them on the trip. With gentle empathy, he offers his condolences to Dani regarding the recent tragic loss of her family. Attempting to connect with her through shared experience, Pele begins to mention the loss of his own parents. However, before he can elaborate further on his own experience with grief, the resurfacing pain of her profound loss overwhelms Dani. She visibly loses her composure, becoming deeply distraught and unable to continue. She goes to the bathroom to compose herself, and there's a really cool transition shot. She goes to enter the bathroom at the apartment, but when she enters it, it cuts to her in the lavatory on the plane. Not only is this a really cool transition, it serves as a pretty powerful visual metaphor of Dani's fractured psyche. The abrupt shift in location underscores the idea that Dani cannot escape her inner turmoil, regardless of where she is. Even the anticipation of the trip is tainted by the raw grief that resurfaces with the slightest trigger, in this case the thought of her family. The act of seeking refuge in the bathroom, a private space for personal reflection, highlights her need to conceal her pain from others. However, the jarring and immediate cut to the airplane signifies the futility of such an attempt. Her grief is not something that she can simply wash away or outrun. It accompanies her, an unwelcome passenger on the journey. After composing herself, Dani makes her way back to her seat on the plane. A little nice detail to notice is how Pele looks attentively at Dani. He's watching her very closely. Dani takes her seat by Christian, and he tries to comfort her. The shot zooms in on the window and shows a beautiful aerial view of Sweden. There are a ton of small islands, which, fun fact, Sweden has over 260,000 islands, the most of any country in the world. Abruptly, the camera begins to tremble, initially suggesting air turbulence. However, this apparent turbulence seamlessly transitions into the interior of a vehicle, driving down a road. This is another cool transition, but it also subtly signals a disruption of peace and foreshadows the unsettling journey ahead. The car passes a group of women in the street, and Mark comments on how beautiful the women are. He ponders why the women in Sweden are so attractive, and Josh comments about how the Vikings took some of the most attractive women from other countries and brought them back to Sweden. While the idea of Vikings specifically targeting and kidnapping only beautiful women is intriguing, it likely stems more from romanticized betrayals than historical accuracy. The Viking Age, spanning from the late 8th century to the mid-11th century, was characterized by complex social structures, motivations, and activities. While raiding and piracy were undeniably significant aspects of Viking culture, their objectives were likely far more multifaceted and pragmatic. Vikings engaged in raiding for a variety of reasons, including the acquisition of wealth in the form of silver, gold, and valuable goods. Land acquisition and the establishment of settlements were also key drivers, particularly as population grew in Scandinavia. Military dominance and the production of power were further incentives for their voyages. While captives were certainly taken during raids, their value likely lay in their potential for ransom, their labor, or their integration into Viking society as thralls or slaves, regardless of their physical appearance. Therefore, while the image of Vikings selectively kidnapping beautiful women is a captivating narrative, it is more likely a romanticized and simplified view of a far more complex historical reality. Now, I went on this little historical tangent because it reveals something about Josh's character flaw. He plays the role of the stereotypical academic who is passionate about his field of study, anthropology. Yet he offers up a largely debunked explanation about the people of Sweden. This is a small detail, yet it reveals a great deal about Mark and Josh. Mark's interest in traveling to Sweden appears to be driven primarily by shallow fascination, while Josh offers the guise of academic pursuit as his motivation, intending to study the region's unique cultural practices. His engagement with Swedish culture seems equally superficial. Despite his scholarly intentions, Josh demonstrates a comparably lack of genuine understanding regarding the nuances of Swedish society. Ultimately, both characters seem more concerned with the way they can extract from the Swedish experience rather than engaging with it on a deeper level. We will see this lead them both to disastrous consequences. Mark then offers the theory about the Viking abduction of beautiful women for Christian to explore for his dissertation, but Christian does not respond. The fact that Christian has not yet conceived of any dissertation ideas underscores his lack of direction and commitment to his academic pursuits, especially considering the advanced stage of his studies. This failure might stem from a general apathy, lack of focus, or perhaps an underlying insecurity about his intellectual capabilities. His procrastination on such a significant academic pursuit suggests a pattern of avoidance that is consistent with his behavior. Dani asks how long they are away from their final destination, and Pelle responds 4 hours. This little bit of detail helps underscore Helsingland's remoteness, geographically and psychologically isolating the group and setting a tone of unease as they detach from their former realities. As the car progresses down a long road, there are no other cars seen anywhere, again highlighting the remoteness of their destination. The camera pans stylistically over the car, and there's a disorienting scene of the car driving down the road, but from upside down. This upside-down shot creates an immediate feeling of disorientation and visually signals that the characters are entering a world where normal rules and perceptions are about to be inverted. The upside down switches to a forward view of the road again, and the road is still completely empty. Finally, a banner of Helsingland appears, and as the car goes under the banner, the camera then flips upright again in another disorienting transition. This makes it feel like the group has passed through a threshold, almost like going into another world. This road is a liminal space into a world that is more fantastical, disorienting, and dangerous. Alice's adventure in Wonderland comes to my mind immediately, which adds to the fairy tale motifs of the movie. The group, like Alice, is being led into an unfamiliar territory where the rules of logic and normalcy are gradually twisted and subverted, resulting in a sense of disorientation and unease. The car passes a Helsingland road sign and is seen driving down a dirt road through a field, another indication of just how remote they're traveling. Pelle indicates this as the first stop. In the field, there are other people and a few shelters. A woman sitting in the field stands and calls out to Pelle. Besides her, there is another man and woman who are dressed in blue. Their clothes have a casual bohemian laid-back feel, but aren't visually too noticeable or striking. However, the woman who calls out to Pele is dressed in a white linen dress, and she wears a flower crown on her head. Her dress is simple, but there are a few pops of blue and red in the detailing of the dress. She's the first Harga to be seen wearing their traditional clothes. This marks the group's first contact with the Harga community. Just a little note too, I think this is a good time for ease of communication. For myself, I will start to refer to the characters who are not from the Harga community as outsiders. Before there is any conversation, the group and Pele's attention is diverted to a loud male shout from a distance. It sounds aggressive at first, but when Pele goes to greet the man who was shouting, their greetings is all smiles, warm and tender. Pele and the man embrace for a few seconds before exchanging more pleasantries. Pele introduces the man to the group as Ingmar. He initially introduces him as a brother, but clarifies that they have been best friends since they were babies. This hints that the two may not actually be brothers, but within the Harga community, blood relations does not mean familial connection. Ingmar is able to recall the names of the entire group, showing that like Pele, he too is very observant and attentive. Ingmar introduces Pele's group to his own group of outsiders, a couple named Simon and Connie who are from London. Something clever I noticed in the costuming here is that Pele's outsider group consists of Josh, Christian, Dani, and Mark. They are dressed very similarly. They all are wearing oversized t-shirts and jean pants. Note that Pele is also dressed like them, making it seem like he belongs to the group as well. After all, he is the one that brought the group here. So costume-wise, it establishes the group as one with a shared identity through the use of similar clothing. With Ingmar's group, they're all dressed in a deep denim blue, again suggesting that they're part of another group. This subtle costuming detail helps sets the outsider apart from one another, but also from the Harga. This subtle detail in costume design helps visually communicate the film's themes of belonging, otherness, and the gradual assimilation of the outsiders into the Harga collective. As the narrative progresses, changes in costume or the adoption of Harga attire by the protagonists could further underscore their shifting relationships and the blurring of these initial boundaries. Immediately, Ingmar offers some psychedelics to the American outsiders. Ingmar says that his group had already taken some. Mark is especially excited, but Dani is hesitant and unsure. She tells Christian that she just wants to settle down for a bit before taking them. Christian tries to put Dani at ease and tells her that if she's feeling unsure, she doesn't need to take it at all. But Dani responds that she just wants to wind down a bit before she does. Christian decides that he will also wait for Dani so they can partake together. Mark is annoyed at this and insists that the group take them together so they can all go on the same trip. With his mind already made up, Christian instead offers Mark the choice to wait for Dani instead. Mark clearly doesn't want to wait, but Christian remains firm. This creates a palpable, unspoken tension between them, as neither are willing to concede. Dani, sensing the awkwardness, immediately relents and decides that she's ready to partake with the group. Despite Christian's concern that Dani shouldn't feel pressure if she's not ready, Dani insists that she is. Ingmar offers Dani mushroom tea instead, and she accepts. Christian remains hesitant, but Dani reassures him that she's ready. The group then all consume the psychedelics together. So let's break down this interaction a bit. First of all, let's examine Ingmar, who acts very much like Pele. The two are very similar aesthetically. This is a rather important detail, suggesting perhaps their shared roles as recruiters. But let's put a pin in that for now because I have a whole section on Pele. Additionally, Ingmar's act of offering psychedelics to the newly arrived outsiders, individuals who are essentially strangers to him, carries considerable weight and reveals a manipulative undercurrent within the seemingly welcoming commune. This action transcends mere hospitality, suggesting a deliberate attempt to influence and potentially control the newcomers' perceptions and behaviors. By introducing mind-altering substances right away, Ingmar establishes an immediate power dynamic, placing the visitors in a vulnerable state where their judgment might be impaired and their resistance lowered. This calculated offering can be interpreted as a strategic move to dissolve their inhibitions, making the outsiders more susceptible to the commune's customs and beliefs, ultimately paving the way for their assimilation or exploitation. The small bit of confrontation with Mark and Christian offers a glimpse into Dani's deeply ingrained people-pleasing tendencies and her propensity to prioritize the needs and comfort of others above her own. Instead of focusing on her own comfort and emotional state, her immediate instinct is to diffuse the awkwardness. Dani's actions prioritize harmony and external validation over her own needs, a pattern likely to influence her choices and further compromise her well-being to maintain group equilibrium. The visual of Dani as she drinks mushroom tea evokes imagery reminiscent of Alice's experiences in Wonderland, specifically when Alice ingests a mysterious potion in the story. Alice's consumption leads to physical alterations and access to new realms of experience within Wonderland, often serving as a catalyst for further surreal encounters and challenges. Similarly, in Midsommar, the consumption of various substances by Dani and the other characters, whether knowingly or unknowingly, plays a crucial role in their integration within the community and their participation in the rituals. These substances alter their perceptions, lower their inhibitions, and ultimately facilitate their involvement in the increasingly disturbing events. However, the intent and consequences of consumption diverge sharply between the two narratives. In Alice in Wonderland, the substances are often ambiguous, leading to whimsical and sometimes unsettling transformations, but ultimately contribute to Alice's exploration of a nonsensical world. In contrast, the substances in Midsommar serve a more sinister purpose, acting as tools for manipulation and indoctrination. They blur the lines of consent and control, drawing the outsiders deeper into the cult's practices and leading to irreversible and tragic outcomes. In a bit of a more humorous scene, the group sits on a hillside, and they each go through their own hallucinogenic trips. Josh and Pelle seem very at ease and relaxed. Christian appears restless and somewhat uneasy. His reaction is important to note, as this agitated response to the hallucinogenic drug will become relevant later in the narrative, and we'll see this reaction again. Mark is at first at ease, but when he asks Christian for the time, and Christian tells him that it's 9 p.m., Mark becomes panicked that it's still bright out and that the sky is still blue. Christian tries to reassure him, telling him that it's because they're in Sweden, but Mark continues to freak out. Pelle tells Mark that everything is okay and that it is called the Midnight Sun. A stranger begins to walk down the hill. He is dressed in white linens and is wearing a flower crown. Christian is distressed at seeing someone new, while Mark begins to panic, not wanting new people around him while he's on his trip. Pelle reassures Mark again, saying that, quote, "No, new people are good, Mark." This is a very subtle line, but this statement reveals a bit about Pelle's motivation throughout the narrative, mainly the recruitment of new members for the isolated Harga. The stranger calls out a greeting to the group with a big smile on his face as he walks down the hill. Mark, still anxious, decides to lay down, and he tries to get everyone else to lay down as well, but everyone is too lost in their own experience to listen. The camera pans closer to Dani as she looks off into the distance. Something to note is that Dani is faced in a different direction from the group. While the guys are sitting in the same direction down the hill, Dani is faced diagonally. She's also the only one sitting in the shade under a tree. Again, this sets Dani apart from the group. As the group continues to experience the mushrooms, Pelle asks if they can feel the energy coming up from the earth. Dani looks to her hand and sees grass growing through her hand. Pelle then tells the group to look at the trees, saying that the trees are breathing. As Pelle speaks about the harmony of nature and how everything mechanically fulfills its role, Dani lifts up her gaze to study the tree overhead. Pelle's description of nature here, where every element mechanically fulfills its role, is crucial to understanding the Harga. Each Harga individual has purpose and perceives themselves as intrinsically linked to nature and their surroundings. The initial observation highlights a fascinating paradox, the juxtaposition of nature and the mechanical. This choice of words initially appears antithetical, suggesting tensions between organic spontaneity and precise, unfeeling automation. However, this seemingly contradictory pairing is crucial to understanding the Harga's behavior throughout the film. The Harga operates with unsettling, mechanical precision, not too dissimilar from an anthill or a beehive. This clockwork efficiency, devoid of individual dissent or visible emotion, transforms their natural existence into something disquietingly automated and terrifying. Pelle's words guide Dani into a peaceful and meditative state. Dani, for the first time, is seen relaxed, but this is very short-lived. Mark, in his altered state, says that the group is like his family. It snaps Dani out of her tranquility. The mention of family reminds Dani of her own, and their demise is once again fresh on her mind. She jolts up in a panic and begins to walk away. Christian offers to join her, but she declines. Instead, she walks down the hill and through the field. Dani walks past a group of people who are laughing and having a good time, singing and making music. Dani tries to reassure herself, telling herself that she is okay and that it's almost her birthday. Approaching the gathered group, Dani perceives their sudden shift in attention, culminating in laughter directed at her. However, this interpretation is most likely unreliable, stemming not from an objective reality, but rather from the confluence of Dani's deeply ingrained anxieties, exacerbated by the drugs. Dani's paranoia distorts the group's intentions and merry mood into personal mockery. She changes direction and begins to walk away. She tries to reassure herself again, but is stopped by Ingmar, who asks how she's doing. Dani tells him that the group of people were laughing at her, but Ingmar tries to reassure her that that's not the case. He tries to explain that the group has been laughing, and Dani just happened to walk by. He invites her to join his friends, but Dani, still distressed, thanks him but declines the invitation. She walks off again. She struggles to maintain composure and goes to hide in the outhouse. In the dark outhouse, Dani lights a match for some light. In the dim light, the face of Dani's sister Terri can be seen in the mirror's reflection. The grotesque image of Terri with the hose in her mouth, a haunting reminder of her death, vanishes as Dani turns towards it. Frightened, Dani turns to face the mirror, her own face distorted, showing the effects of the mushroom. Horrified, Dani flees the outhouse and sprints into the adjacent woods. Her frantic flight through the forest is cut short as the screen suddenly goes dark. Dani, seeing herself distorted like that in the mirror, reflects her deteriorating mental state, haunted by her sister's death and a profound lack of self-worth. Unconscious, Dani seems to dream of Terri and their parents. Terri is sitting in the dark with their parents next to her on the couch. The room is very dark, but is illuminated by flashes of red and blue lights, most likely coming from a television. Terri turns to look at the viewer, who was presumably Dani. Her gaze is stoic, but there's a haunting quality behind it. Dani is shaken out of the dream by Christian. My guess is that this is an old memory. Dani is reliving this moment in a dream. The stillness of Dani and Terry's parents in this memory mirrors the horrifying reality of their lifeless bodies in bed. The flickering red and blue lights emanating from the television seems to echo the emergency lights of the police cars and fire trucks that would flood their home on that fateful night. Even Terry's seemingly passive gaze in the memory takes on a sinister quality, mirroring the vacant stare of her corpse, suggesting that even in life, a certain stillness hinted at the impending darkness. This memory or dream transforms into a disturbing reminder of Dani's loss. Dani wakes up feeling disoriented and inquires about the duration of her sleep. Christian informs her that the group had discovered her 6 hours ago. She then asks if it got dark at all, to which Christian replied that it had been dark for a few hours, though not completely. Subsequently, she asks if it's the next day, and Christian confirms that she had indeed slept through the night. Christian offers Dani his hand and she gets up. She then asks Pele where they're going next, and Pele replies, quote, "What we came for." While a small interaction, this serves as a reminder of the disorienting feel that persists throughout the film. The unusually prolonged daylight of the Swedish summer solstice further distorts the character's perception of time. This initial confusion foreshadows the deeper psychological and emotional unraveling that the characters will experience as they become increasingly immersed in the strange and ritualistic practices of the Harga. It also makes Midsommar a very unique entry in the horror genre, deliberately subverting expectations by presenting its terrifying events under the unrelenting glare of the Nordic summer sun. This stark visual choice stands in direct opposition to the conventional reliance on darkness, shadows, and obscured figures to generate suspense and fear. Instead of jump scares lurking in dimly lit corners, the film unfolds in disturbing broad daylight, forcing the viewer to confront the unfolding horrors with unsettling clarity. This intentional rejection of typical horror tropes amplifies the psychological impact, as the bright and idyllic setting becomes increasingly twisted and sinister. The scene transitions into another aerial view, now focusing on the dirt road cutting through the thick forest. This visual choice emphasizes the group's journey towards an increasingly isolated setting, enhancing the feeling of remoteness. The group walks down the road before turning onto an even less traveled path through a clearing, further isolating them from civilization. No one on the outside would ever know where to look for the outsiders. This isolation is not unnoticed by the characters, as Mark and Josh comment on how remote they are. The winding dirt pathway under the group's feet gradually transitions into a cultivated lane of vibrant yellow blossoms. These flowers appear to be intentionally placed rather than a product of chance, a departure from the wilderness of the previous path to an ordered, almost ceremonial atmosphere heralded by the carefully placed flowers. The floral pathway visually signifies the outsider's arrival into Harga, where flowers hold considerable importance. The yellow flowers are also reminiscent of the yellow brick road from The Wizard of Oz. This deliberate color choice may serve to create a seemingly inviting and whimsical atmosphere, initially masking the unsettling and ultimately sinister events that is about to unfold. Just as Dorothy and her companions followed the yellow brick road with the hope of reaching the Emerald City and finding solutions to their problems, the visiting outsiders in Midsommar are drawn to the seemingly idyllic commune, anticipating a unique and perhaps even therapeutic experience. However, like the yellow brick road, the Harga's allure gradually reveals a darker reality. At the edge of the forest, there is a visually striking large wooden arch, which I will refer to as the Sun Gate. This Sun Gate is not merely an entrance, it is a formidable presence. Its sheer size and rustic construction hinting at the unique world that lies beyond. It serves as a definitive physical boundary, an undeniable point of transition that unequivocally signals one's arrival to the Harga. Its imposing nature suggests a clear demarcation, a statement that beyond this point, different rules and different customs prevail. The sun is also a very important and powerful symbol for the Harga people, especially during the midsummer celebration, the longest day symbolizing peak solar power and spiritual energy. As Dani approaches and passes through the Sun Gate, the scene unfolds with an almost dreamlike quality. The Harga commune appears as an oasis of tranquility and beauty, bathed in the soft golden light of the summer sun. The beautiful landscape that surrounds the traditional wooden buildings create a picturesque setting that seems untouched by the anxieties of the outside world. The Harga, dressed in flowing white garments, radiate warmth and serenity as they embrace returning members with heartfelt smiles and open arms. The air is filled with the sounds of soft laughter and melodic folk music, creating an atmosphere of idyllic harmony and communal bliss. Christian asks Pele if he knows all these people, and Pele excitedly exclaims that they are all his family. Dani is in awe of this sight. The arrival of the outsiders to the idyllic Harga calls to mind Dorothy's entrance into Oz. Just as Dorothy steps into the vibrant Technicolor world upon opening her door, so too does Dani step into the world of the Harga under the Sun Gate. This transition is not merely a change of scenery, it represents a profound shift in psychological and emotional terrain, and marks the beginning of transformative change. Teenagers and young adults from the commune then approach Dani and her group to help them with their belongings. They're also handed wild strawberries that have been strung on straw. In Swedish culture, wild strawberries, known as smultron, are a symbol of summer, fleeting happiness, and a connection to nature. Ingmar Bergman's film Wild Strawberries utilizes the image of smultron to symbolize cherished memories. This motif of wild strawberries also appears in his renowned work, The Seventh Seal. In a significant scene, the act of picking and consuming wild strawberries offers a touching contemplation on life's transience and the quest for significance amidst mortality. The protagonist, the knight, and his fellow travelers engage in this simple act, the strawberries embodying the uncomplicated pleasures and beauty present in the current instant. The scene stands in contrast to the knight's ongoing chess match with death, where he desperately attempts to delay the inevitable. The strawberries serve as a reminder that even when confronted with death, beauty and meaning can be discovered in the minor everyday occurrences. Ari Aster has cited Ingmar Bergman as a significant influence, so I'm not surprised that he put a lot of Ingmar Bergman references in the movie. The strawberries are one of them, and the film being set in Sweden is another nod to the iconic Swedish director. Of course, the most obvious one is the character Ingmar, who was clearly named after the legendary director. Midsommar's profound connections to Bergman's filmography are also evident through Aster's intentional allusions and the exploration of shared motifs, such as psychological distress, fractured relationships, and existential anxieties. Pele also introduces the group to another woman. He calls her his sister and notes that she was born the exact day as him. He doesn't call her his twin, so I'm assuming, like Ingmar, she is not biologically related to him. Her name is Dani, and she offers her warm greetings to the group in Swedish before walking away. As she does, Pele spots an older man in the distance. He approaches the man and they embrace, giving each other a big extended hug. They converse in whispers before Pele introduces the man to the group as Father Odd. Now before I proceed, I also wanted to point out that very unique looking structure in the scene. The angular design of the building brought to my mind Roy Lichtenstein's House series. These works portrayed simplified cartoonish house exteriors while simultaneously creating an optical illusion. Perhaps it subtly suggests the potential or the deceptive nature of the Harga. Their seemingly idyllic commune is like the house, an optical illusion. Even if this is not the reference, I think the house is meant to give the sense of wrongness. The crooked house, again amplifying the idea that something strange is happening. It also, again, reminded me of Wizard of Oz. Maybe it's just me again, but it reminded me of Dorothy's house that fell on the Wicked Witch of the East. Now back to Father Odd. He greets the group, giving the guys handshakes and quick hellos. But when he gets to Dani, he says something interesting. He says, quote, "Welcome home." Then he gives her a big hug. He then says while looking directly at Dani, quote, "We are so very happy to have you." Father Odd then says to the group, quote, "Pele has an immaculate sense for people." So here Dani is already being singled out. She's treated differently from the other outsiders. The welcome home line in particular hints that the Harga sees her as one of their own. The line about Pele also suggests that Pele had selected Dani carefully. This welcoming gesture hints at a deeper connection, or perhaps a preordained role for Dani within the community. Also, I want to note here that more and more of the characters seen on screen are wearing traditional white Harga clothes. The visual dichotomy of the characters' attire becomes increasingly pronounced as the narrative unfolds. Initially, the contrast between the Harga traditional white garments and the outsiders' contemporary casual wear serves as a subtle marker of cultural difference and belonging. Father Odd's embroidered frock features the Algis rune, a symbol often associated with protection, implying he may hold a protective role within the Harga community. Despite his friendly and affable demeanor, his role as a protector implies a potentially different, more vigilant and violent role. This position likely requires him to constantly and subtly assess newcomers and potential threats, making his affability a subtle but strategic tool. Dani even tells Father Odd that she loves what he's wearing. He responds, quote, "My frock? Yeah, quite girly, no? We do these as a tribute in respect of Ymir, and because of nature's hermaphrodite, I think, qualities. Yeah." In response, Josh offers his observation about how, quote, "Saki's saints do the same thing in Brashbumi." Father Odd gives him a blank stare of incomprehension before he finishes up with his welcome, telling the group that the day is for festivities and that the next day is when the official ceremony begins. He then walks away. Mark comments on Father Odd, saying, quote, "That guy has a very red face." Then he asks if they can eat the wild strawberries. In Norse mythology, Ymir is a primordial hermaphroditic being, considered the ancestor of all giants. Born from the interplay of ice and fire, Ymir is not a god, but the source from which the universe, including the gods, is created. Capable of asexual reproduction, Ymir's body gives rise to new beings, including the giants and the ancestors of the gods. The gods Odin, Vili, and Ve ultimately slay Ymir, fashioning the world from Ymir's body. Blood becomes the sea, flesh the earth, bones the mountain, hair the trees, skull the sky, and brains the clouds. I think this is a good time to mention Mark and Josh for a bit. Initial interactions involving the two establish their inconsiderate behavior early in the movie. Seemingly, these small actions escalate into significant breaches of protocol and etiquette. Mark is generally a pretty rude guy, and he's pretty dismissive. He also lacks empathy towards others, and always focuses on his own desires. He shows very little empathy for Dani, evident in pressuring her to take the magic mushrooms, and now he's flippantly dismissing Father Odd. I also note his general discomfort with nature. Mark's aversion to ticks and his clumsy attempts to navigate tall grass reveal a deep-seated discomfort with the natural world, a stark contrast to the Harga's profound connection to it. While a fear of ticks is not uncommon in many individuals, myself included, in the context of the movie, it serves as an early indicator of Mark's fundamental incompatibility with Harga life. Furthermore, his act of vaping during Father Odd's welcome to the group can be interpreted on multiple levels. While seemingly a minor detail, it highlights a clash between modern sensibilities and the ancient traditions being observed. Vaping, a distinctively contemporary method of nicotine consumption, stands in stark contrast to the traditional Harga, which likely involves more rustic and time-honored ways of partaking in substances. Mark's nonchalant vaping could also be seen as a sign of disrespect, or a lack of awareness regarding the solemnity of the occasion, all of which to say is that Mark is just kind of a rude jerk. Similarly, Josh's inconsiderate behavior could manifest as intellectual arrogance, a sense of entitlement, and a tendency to disregard the feelings and perspectives of those around him. When Josh immediately compares the Harga's culture to another culture, it felt like an unnecessary and somewhat jarring interjection. Instead of fostering further dialogue or offering a relevant point of comparison, it effectively halted the conversation. The comment seemed less about genuine insight and more about drawing attention to Josh's supposed intellectual depth, all of which to say Josh is an arrogant intellectual snob. Loud music draws the group's attention. The camera slowly pivots, offering a wider view of the Harga's secluded community. Along with some of the other wooden structures, we see this unique-looking building. It looks askew. The roof is angled down in a unique and really interesting way. This building is rather important, so I just wanted to point it out. In the distance, a procession of children clutching floral crowns run across the field. Drawn by the music, the adult members of the commune and the outsiders begin to converge around a large stage. Behind the stage, there's a large maypole. A maypole is a central element in numerous European folk festivals, and is characterized by its considerable height and wooden construction. This prominent pole serves as the focal point for communal celebrations, most notably the maypole dance. During these lively events, participants typically encircle the maypole, often weaving colorful ribbons around it in intricate patterns. The raising and decorating of the maypole are often accompanied by traditional music, singing, and other festive activities. The specific customs and traditions surrounding the maypole can vary significantly from region to region, reflecting the diverse cultural heritage of Europe. The Swedish maypole, more accurately termed a midsummer pole, is the central visual element of the vibrant midsummer celebrations held annually in Sweden. Midsummer poles vary in appearance, but typically feature a tall pole adorned with leaves and a shorter crossbar attached to it, with 2 floral wreaths bound at the end of each crossbar. Erected as a focal point for festivities, this tall, often elaborately decorated wooden pole symbolizes fertility, a connection between underworld, earth, and the heavens, and the flourishing of nature during the midsummer solstice. The Harga's distinct midsummer poles features the iconic Swedish rings, but here they contain 2 runes. Before I jump into the runes, I want to reiterate that I'm no expert, but here's my mini history breakdown based on my current understanding. There is the Elder Futhark and the Younger Futhark runes. Like the name suggests, the Elder Futhark predates the Younger Futhark runes. The primary distinction between them lies in the size of their respective character sets. The Elder Futhark, which again is the older of the 2, comprises a more extensive set of approximately 24 runes. In contrast, the Younger Futhark underwent a simplification, resulting in a reduced set of only 16 runes. This reduction in the number of runes in the Younger Futhark meant that individual runes often had to represent a broader range of sounds compared to the Elder Futhark. Swedish evolved from Old Norse, which was written using Younger Futhark runes during the Viking Age. However, Swedish does not predominantly use runes today. This is because the Latin alphabet was introduced to the Nordic region with the spread of Christianity. Although runes were used for centuries in Scandinavia, the Latin alphabet progressively replaced them, starting around the 9th and 10th centuries, and ultimately became the standard writing system by the 15th century. Now, I kind of want to give the information because the runes that appear in the movie seem to be a combination of both Elder and Younger Futhark. For the purposes of this video, I'll try to analyze the runes present in the movie and pronounce them using Dr. Jackson Crawford's video for reference. I'll include the link to his videos in my description. But even with the doctor's video, I'm most likely gonna butcher the pronunciations anyways, so I apologize in advance. Now let's examine the Harga's midsummer pole. The rune on the left seems to be the Fehu rune. Fehu signifies cattle, transportable wealth, abundance, riches, and tangible prosperity. It further embodies motion and vitality. Credo, the rune on the right, symbolizes journey, travel, movement, and advancement, representing the life path in both its physical and spiritual dimensions. It advocates for welcoming transitions and exploring fresh opportunities. The 2 runes together strongly implies the Harga's community's deep-seated yearning for growth and prosperity. The children rush onto the stage, presenting floral crowns to the elders gathered there. A woman at the center of the stage stands and begins a speech in Swedish. Josh asks Pele if he can take pictures, to which Pele tells him that he can if he does so discreetly. A young woman approaches and serves the American outsiders drinks. The woman on stage switches to English to include the outsiders saying, quote, "Welcome to Harga, and happy midsummer. It has been 90 years since our last great feast, and it will be 90 more before our next. And what poetry that it's now the hottest and brightest summer on record. We already have so much to give back, and so Without any further blathering, let's raise our glasses. Let our 9-day feast commence. Skål. Everyone toasts and drinks. The seemingly simple wooden stage is revealed as a meticulously crafted circular platform. Its construction features numerous individual pieces of timber, each painted a warm yellow hue. These wooden components are not arranged haphazardly, but are deliberately placed to form a striking visual pattern. The design evokes the image of radiant energy with lines extending outward from the center, much like the rays of the sun bursting forth. This sun stage, and the sun gate in the distance, aligns with the symbolic representation of the summer solstice. The elder members of the Harga community are positioned in a deliberate circular arrangement, each seated upon a simple wooden stool. Their placement forms a concentric pattern around the central sun symbol formed by the yellow wood. This circularity, with its echoes of rings within rings, may serve as a visual representation of the fundamental belief in the cyclical progression of existence, where life inevitably transitions into death and is subsequently reborn. The deliberate seating arrangement emphasizes the collective nature of their tradition and the interconnectedness of the generations within the community. Siv, the woman delivering the speech, holds a position of significant authority within the Harga. Her prominent role in all observed ceremonies and rituals suggests she's not merely an elder, but more like a matriarch. The American outsiders join the Harga in drinking. Their facial expressions betray the potency of the beverages. This little detail hints that the Harga are not messing around when they come to their alcohol. The scene cuts to someone finger painting wildly on paper. The artist's appearance includes a noticeable facial abnormality characterized by disproportionately large features such as the lips and nose. The physical abnormality also has resulted in the permanent closure of the right eye. This is Ruben. For a brief second, Ruben looks directly into the camera, almost as if he can see the audience, breaking the fourth wall. I will examine this a bit later in the video when I dig deeper into his character. Siv now holds 2 flaming torches. She hands one of the torches to another female elder who stands to accept the torch. Holding the torch high, Siv says in Swedish, quote, "This high, my fire. No higher, no hotter." Siv then walks across the stage to another male elder and repeats the process. She then claps her hands and yells in a loud anguish cry, quote, "Spirits, back to the dead." The phrase, "This high, my fire. No higher, no hotter," seems to be about the Harga's way of life and their views of death. The fire in this interpretation is not merely a physical element, but a potent representation of life itself, mirroring the sun's life-giving energy and the vibrant flourishing of summer during the Midsummer festival. The height and heat of the fire becomes metaphors of the individual's life force, its intensity, and its finite duration. The assertion that the fire should be no higher, no hotter, suggests a philosophy of balance and acceptance regarding the individual's lifespan. It implies that each member of the Harga community is meant to live their life to its fullest, symbolized by the fire's maximum height and heat, but not exceeding it. This could be interpreted as a rejection of clinging to life beyond its natural course, or striving for an unnatural extension to one's existence. Instead, there is an acceptance of the natural progression of life towards its eventual end, much like the fire that eventually will burn out. Furthermore, the phrase could underscore the egalitarian nature of the Harga community, suggesting that no single life is inherently more or less valuable than the other. Siv's command of "spirits back to the dead" is a ritualistic plea evoking themes of the supernatural, mortality, and the boundary between the living and the dead, setting an ominous tone. The scene then jumps to a young woman styling her long reddish hair in the mirror. This is Maya. She has a rune embroidered on her dress. This is the Otela rune, which symbolizes heritage, ancestral land, home, possessions, and kinship. This rune has an especially strong emphasis on family and heritage. Maya takes a long look at herself in the mirror before letting out a loud, quick exhale and stepping out the door. The door is marked by a cluster of runes. The Lagus rune, or the Lorgu rune, both appears in the Younger and Futhark runes. The pronunciation is slightly different, but they both have associations to water, mostly lakes to be specific. There are a lot of repeating versions of this rune flipped vertically and horizontally, but here it might just be a stylistic choice, since it's presented mirrored but also upside down, suggesting a more aesthetic purpose. In the center, in the cross composition, there are a lot of repeating year runes, which has associations to the yew tree, endurance, and transformation. So combined, I interpret this as water and tree, so perhaps a water closet. So in my headcanon, I'd like to think of this as the Harga bathroom sign, which is pretty funny. What is not so funny is the reinterpretation of runes for nefarious use. In Germany during World War II, the life rune and the death rune began appearing in obituaries and on tombstones to denote birth and death dates. The Algis rune represented life. Therefore, its opposite or inversion, the Year rune, became known as the Todes rune, or the rune of death. These runes replaced the traditional asterisk and cross symbol. I spoke about this in my payment video as well, so shameless plug to go watch that video after this one. Since we're on the topic of Nazis, I want to circle back to the Othila rune. The rune was heavily used during the Nazi era as a symbol of racial purity due to its symbolism of family and heritage. The Nazi used it in various forms, claiming it symbolized the heritage or land of white people. This adds an extra layer of sinister to the Harga, as there seems to be a racial component to how they select suitable breeding candidates, but I'll get into that in a bit more detail later. While there is no outright connection to the Harga to the Nazis, there are clues hidden in the movie that seems to suggest a link. In an earlier scene at the guy's apartment, there is a large book with a yellow spine that reads, "The Secret Nazi Language of the Futhark" on the coffee table. The lighting of this scene, and the book spine being bright yellow, suggests that this book is indeed noteworthy, so while there may not be an overt connection, there may be subtexts or hints to a shared ideology. I'm also unable to find this book in real life, which suggests that Ari Aster intentionally created and placed this prop in the shot, further emphasizing its significance. Maya walks out of the water closet and out of the building. Outside, members of the Harga jog in a connected line, forming a human chain. They create rhythmic sounds with synchronized whoops, grunts, and cheers. The music creates a hypnotic atmosphere. Maya gazes across the field, ultimately focusing intently on the American outsiders, specifically Christian. Back with the outsiders, Pele encourages the group to join in the festivities, but Dani responds that she's too scared. Ingmar's group of British outsiders has come to join Pele's group of American outsiders for a hangout session. Notice here that Pele and Ingmar have switched out of their outsider clothes to those of the traditional Harga. Simon is seen walking towards the group with beers in hand. A group of kids run past and around him. Once he joins the group, he hands a beer to Connie and settles down on the ground with the others. He asks what the kids are playing, and Ingmar responds, "Skin the Fool." This is a major foreshadow and red flag, but no one really takes notice, taking it as an innocent children's game. The human chain gets closer and closer to the group, and once close enough, Maya gently kicks Christian on his side. Looking up, Christian sees her smiling at him, and he is intrigued. Dani watches with a look of bewilderment and disbelief, as Christian asks Pele if anyone can join the human chain. Pele says, quote, "You're American, just jam yourself in there." Christian gets up to join in the festivities, followed by Josh. Dani is left hurt, but before she can dwell on this for too long, Pele tells her happy birthday and hands her a drawing of herself. The drawing is highly detailed and depicts Dani in a flower crown. He has also included 2 runes, but the runes are flipped or sideways. The Raido rune is mirrored, and there seems to be a Dagas rune that is flipped vertically. The rune Dagas symbolizes daybreak, clarity, and the arrival of a new dawn. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, the runes being mirrored or inverted suggests that their meaning may be reversed, representing opposing concepts or states. In this context, the rune Raido typically signifies travel, movement, or a journey, both literally and metaphorically. Therefore, a mirrored Raido might imply stagnation, being trapped, or an inability to progress. Similarly, dagas representing daylight, illumination, and awakening when inverted could symbolize night, darkness, obscurity, or a state of unawareness. The combination of a mirrored Raido and an upright dagas, suggesting stuck in night, can be interpreted as a potent symbolic representation of a character's internal emotional landscape. Specifically in the context of Dani's lingering grief, this runic pairing could vividly depict her psychological state. The feeling of being stuck suggests an inability to move forward from her trauma, while the encompassing night could symbolize the suffocating darkness of her sorrow and the potential for emotional blindness. This also shows that the ever-observant Pele has been keeping a close eye on her. Pele mentions doing this for birthdays. then hesitates, questioning if the intimate nature of the present is appropriate. Dani reassures him, expressing her love for the beautiful gift. Pele suggests that it might remain a private secret between the two of them, and Dani concurs. With a pang of disappointment, Dani tells Pele that Christian forgot about her birthday anyways, making the gift even more special. Upon hearing that Christian forgot Dani's birthday, Pele audibly expresses his surprise and concern with an empathetic "oh." This simple exclamation visibly affects Dani, prompting her to immediately defend Christian. She quickly takes responsibility for his oversight, stating that it was her fault for not reminding him. We saw this earlier with her argument with Christian about the trip. Dani has a tendency to prioritize Christian's feelings and reputation, even at the expense of acknowledging her own hurt or disappointment. This also adds a layer of now hidden intimacy between Pele and Dani. Later, the group walks the grounds, and Josh begins to ask questions about how the Harga support themselves. Pele begins to list out, quote, lumbering, linen, homeopathics, water power plant. The mention of the water power plant is pretty intriguing, as we never see the Harga use any electronic devices, though there is a brief mention of some later in the movie. This energy source also likely serves a purpose beyond their immediate needs. It's plausible that the Harga utilize this sustainable power generation to produce surplus energy, which they can then trade or sell to external entities. This exchange could provide them with the financial means to acquire goods and materials not readily available within their self-sufficient community, mirroring their apparent trade of other handcrafted items and agricultural produce. The revenue generated from selling power would allow them to maintain their unique way of life while selectively engaging with the modern world on their own terms. This explains how some of the members, like Pele, are able to afford things in the outside world. This detail hints at a more complex economic system than initially perceived, suggesting a calculated balance between traditional and strategic interaction with the outside world. Pele points out a school in session across the field, where a group of children and an adult man sit on the ground. Pele says they're carving runes. He continues saying that the children would then take the carvings and put them under their pillow and dream about its power. To the Harga, the runes are not just alphabetical letters. They are sources of mythical power. Hearing this, Mark makes a sarcastic joke saying, quote, "Oh yeah, I do that too," again hinting at his disregard for other people and his lack of respect. A large stone with rune carvings catches the group's attention. Josh guesses that the runes are Younger Futhark or medieval, but Ingmar clarifies that the runes are the Elder Futhark. It's hard to make out these runes, but I was able to identify a few of them. Heads up, I'm going to try to break down the runes here, so it might be a bit tedious, so skip ahead if you're not interested in what each rune means. The center rune is Ansus, which is known as a god rune, specifically with the Aesir, the principal gods of Norse mythology. Odin, the all-father and supreme deity of the Aesir, holds central position in the pantheon. Revered for his wisdom and knowledge, he is also associated with death and war. Notably, Odin sacrificed an eye to gain deeper understanding. The Ansus, while symbolizing the Aesir, does have special associations to Odin specifically. This is the central rune of the rock, so it seems the most important. This rock might be a dedication to the gods, or Odin specifically. In the first inner ring, there are multiple runes that we've already seen before. The Ansus, or god rune, and Raido, which is the travel rune, but there are also several new runes here. There is a Gibo rune, shaped like an X, the symbol signifying not merely material gifts, but the very principle of giving and receiving, emphasizing the reciprocal nature inherent in balanced exchange, highlighting the importance of generosity and the expectation of a balanced return. The Sowilo rune is a powerful symbol associated with the sun. It signifies honor, success, and the achievement of goals, embodying the radiant power of the sun's life-giving energy. In Norse mythology, Sol is the goddess personifying the sun. She is described as riding a horse-drawn chariot across the sky each day, bringing daylight to the world. Next, we see the Algis rune, which we've talked about very briefly. This rune means elk. It primarily embodies the concepts of life, representing not merely existence, but vitality and the ongoing flow of being. This connection of life naturally extends to the meaning of protection, acting as a shield against harm, both physical and spiritual. The very shape of the rune, often seen as resembling the antlers of an elk or raised hands in supplication or defense, visually reinforces these meanings. I also see the Tiwaz rune, which is closely associated with the one-handed god Tyr, a deity associated with justice, law, heroic glory, and sacrifice. Tyr's most famous myth involves the binding of the monstrous wolf Fenrir, during which he sacrificed his right hand to ensure that the other gods could restrain the beast. This act of self-sacrifice and commitment to the greater good imbues the Tiwa's rune with connotations of courage, discipline, self-sacrifice, and unwavering dedication to a just cause. Now for the second ring. We see the runes that we've already seen before, like the Tiwas, Gebo, Ansus, and Raido. There's also potentially a Dagas rune, which is the day or dawn rune. Another rune we've already seen is the Othila, which is the heritage rune that we've already seen on Maya. A new rune I spot is the Naudis. This rune is associated with concepts of emergency, need, hardship, and constraints. It represents the forces of necessity that can drive individuals to resilience and resourcefulness. I also see the Isaz rune, which means ice and stillness, signifying endurance and a necessary pause. This rune presents a period of waiting that holds the promise of renewal following inactivity or difficulty. I see another new rune, the Turisas, also known as the Giant rune. This rune symbolizes conflict, protection, and opposition. Turisas is also associated with strength, power, determination, and danger. There are two I can't really make out too well. One might be the Kauna rune, which is linked to a torch and signifies knowledge, enlightenment, and the journey of learning and discovery. The other looks like it might be the Sowilo, but isn't quite right. After digging on Wikipedia, it might be an older iteration of the Sowilo, so I'm just going to assume it is. So it's interesting that both the older version of the rune and the later version of the rune are represented on the same rock. The last ring also has a few mystery runes that I can't decipher, but almost all of them are runes we've already discussed. You have the old Sowilo, Tiwas, Anzus, Isas, Gebo, Purisas, Naudis, Algis, and Fehu. There's also what could be the Dagas rune, but it looks more like the Manas rune, which is a new rune. This means humanity or man. The last one that I can't really identify is this one, or maybe it's two runes. Maybe it's the Urus rune, which is used to represent the Aurochs, a wild bovine ancestor symbolizing strength, vitality, and willpower. The second one here I can't really identify. In short, the rune suggests that the Harga community prioritizes wisdom, growth, power, resilience, and protection. Power from their land and collective will denotes their ability to thrive and maintain order. Resilience reflects their capacity to endure adversity through strong communal bonds. Protection signifies their vigilance against threats and safeguarding their way of life. Centered to this is the God rune, indicating these qualities stem from a divine connection, anchoring their daily lives and societal structure in spiritual beliefs. As Josh and Pele examine the runes, Ingmar walks back to listen in and join the other outsiders. A small detail I noticed here is that Ingmar is not wearing his shoes. He has taken them off and is holding them in his hands. I think this shows his connectedness to nature. The bigger thing I notice here is how quickly Ingmar leaves Josh and Pele as they talk about runes, and quickly rejoins the other outsiders. I think his swift return to the group is not out of camaraderie, but a strategic move to continue his surveillance, ensuring that the outsiders are always being watched. Breaking the ice, Connie asks Christian and Dani how long they've been together. Christian responds after a pause that he and Dani have been together for over 3.5 years. Dani then corrects him by saying it's actually been 4 years and 2 weeks, making it clear that Christian has forgotten not just her birthday, but also their anniversary. Trying to change the subject, Christian asks Ingmar, Connie, and Simon how they all met. There is a bit of an awkward response here. Ingmar says that they were all working on a farm together, and that he and Connie were dating at the time before Simon and he became friends. But Connie interjects that they've only gone on one date, and that she didn't even know it was a date. Ingmar apologizes and clarifies that he and Connie became friends before she started dating Simon, and that now Connie and Simon are engaged. Dani excitedly congratulates the couple, but Christian is visibly uncomfortable at the mention of their engagement. His relationship with Dani is a complex and increasingly strained one, fraught with unspoken resentments and a growing emotional distance that neither seem willing or able to bridge. If it wasn't for the tragic deaths of Dani's family, Christian would have most likely have already broken up with Dani months ago. To distract the group and move the conversation away from the topic of marriage, Christian points out a unique structure across the field. The building facade is made of 2 triangles, one smaller triangle and one large one. Piercing this arrangement is a single square window, its sharp angles contrasting with the diagonal lines of the triangle. These fundamental geometric forms creates a very graphic and bold juxtaposition with the natural landscape surrounding the building. It makes for a very beautiful yet eerie visual. There also appears to be a blue sheer fabric that is covering the area surrounding the building. The presence of the blue sheer fabric around the building contributes significantly to the film's surreal atmosphere. This unexpected element introduces a dreamlike quality to the setting, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. The translucence of the fabric hints at hidden spaces, or perhaps symbolizes a veil between worlds. We don't really get any more information about the blue fabric because none of the characters actually mentions anything about it, so it remains quite a bit of a mystery. To me, it creates the illusion of clouds, along with the geometric structure pointing skyward, hints towards a conduit or a connection to the earth and the heavens, or the spiritual world. I think this is also a great time to point out the use of yellow and blue in the movie. The association is established early in the film. The tragic scene showing the deaths of Dani's family is dominated by grayish-blue tones, creating a sense of coldness and despair. The bright yellow hose used in this horrific event and the yellow accents on the firefighters' gear stands out against the bluish environment, forging an initial connection between yellow, blue, and death. This color pairing is further emphasized in Dani's parents' bedroom, where a yellow duvet and throw are present against the bluish tint of the room's lighting. Terri is also wearing a bright yellow shirt, solidifying the symbolic link between this color and death. The path to the Hargas is made up of bright yellow flowers, guiding the outsiders under a notably yellow sungate. The first glimpse of the yellow triangle building evokes a sense of awe, but also unease. Its surreal dreamlike aesthetic hinting at underlying danger, much like a warning. It is literally shaped and colored like a giant caution sign. My theory is that yellow is used in the movie to symbolize death, while blue is used to symbolize a connection to the afterlife, the heavens, or the spiritual realm. So in my mind, yellow is the act of death and dying, while blue is the connection to the heavens and the spiritual realm. Christian asks what the yellow triangle building is, and Pele tells him that it's a sacred temple, but no one is allowed inside. Pele then offers to show his group of American outsiders to their sleeping accommodations, without elaborating further on the yellow building. As the American group walks away, Ingmar offers to show the British couple to the Rötvalta. Rötvalta is a Swedish term, meaning wind-thrown or uprooted tree. It describes a tree that has been displaced from the ground due to the forces such as wind, soil erosion, or flooding. The Rötvalta isn't seen here yet, but it will later appear in the movie. Ingmar leads them forward. The camera pans left and reveals a large cage with a brown bear inside. Simon is the only one to call attention to it, saying, quote, "So we're just gonna ignore the bear then?" Ingmar casually responds, quote, "It's a bear." This is a bit humorous, but it's also very interesting and insightful. The caged brown bear is an alarming sight, but no one, not even the outsiders, are reacting to it, even though they can clearly see it. Simon mentions it, but he does it casually. Ingmar responds in kind, as if it's normal and not even worth mentioning. The nonchalant reaction serves as a chilling, effective form of psychological manipulation. For an outsider like Simon, the presence of a confined, dangerous wild animal should be deeply unsettling, triggering alarm and concern. However, Ingmar's casual dismissal, treating the extraordinary as ordinary, immediately normalizes the bizarre for the newcomers. This subtle yet powerful tactic subtly reshapes the outsider's perception of reality, conditioning them to accept increasingly disturbing elements as commonplace. By refusing to acknowledge the inherent strangeness of the situation, the Harga erode the visitor's ability to trust their own instincts and judgments. Walking past the caged bear, Connie spots a tapestry hanging on the clothesline. She inquires about it, and Ingmar guides the group to check it out. The illustration on the tapestry is presented as sequential scenes, almost like a comic panel. The first panel depicts a blonde woman who spots a man sitting on a bench. She becomes smitten with him. In the next panel, she seems to go into a field to collect wild flowers. There are also depictions of specific flowers in circles, almost like recipe of flowers that she needs for the ritual. Two prominent arrows point right, signifying that the flowers are meant to be gathered as the woman moves backward. This will be demonstrated in a later scene. Next, she takes the flowers and tucks them under her pillow. She then dreams of kissing the man. There are a lot of runes in this panel, so let's break them down quickly. I'm just gonna go top down for this, and left to right. The first rune is the vertically flipped dagas, like the one we saw on Pele's drawing for Dani. Like in Pele's drawing, since Dagas represents day, it is depicted flipped vertically, which I believe represents night. Which makes sense since the woman is sleeping. The second rune is the Ottila, the heritage rune. Here it seems to make sense as she dreams of being with a man that she has become enamored with. In essence, she wants this man to be her mate so that she can add to her heritage. The third rune is a mystery rune. These will start appearing more and more as I go through the movie, but I'll just call these the mysterious occult runes. They're not part of the Elder Futhark or the Younger Futhark. We'll revisit the occult runes later in the video. The next one is the Kauna, which is a fire or torch rune. I wonder here if it's meant to symbolize passion or the fire of love. Next is a new rune we haven't seen, Hethro. I found several interpretations of this rune. Some sources say that the rune represents the elder tree, sexuality, dance, and femininity. Others say it represents mystery, secrets, chance, and potential. Then there is Raido again, which represents travel and movement, the Fehu, symbolizing cattle and wealth, the Ansis, which is the wisdom and god rune. Then in the subsequent panel, it seems to illustrate the following morning, indicated by the sun and rooster heralding a new day. The Othila rune and the mysterious rune appear again. In the next panel, it depicts a sequence of actions within one panel, so a panel within a panel, so to speak. She appears to be lifting her dress and cutting bits of her own pubic hair. She then mixes the hair into a bowl, mixing it with something else. She then appears to urinate or discharge into a cup. The liquid is brownish red, suggesting that this might not be urine but menstrual blood. The Ottila rune and the occult mystery rune again appear here, but in corresponding actions. The Ottila appears when she clips her pubic hair, and the occult rune when she's adding hair to her cooking. In the next panel, she serves the drink that has her urine or menstrual blood in it, and the meal she has prepared that has her pubic hair in it. After consuming it, the man seems to become hypnotized or entranced. And in the last panel, the two are embracing. She is wearing a white dress, and he is wearing what looks like a black suit, which might suggest marriage. The woman is also pregnant. There are hearts on their eyes and hearts above their heads. The central large heart design incorporates the Fehu rune, symbolizing the prosperity of the marriage at its core. The tapestry is rendered in a style evocative of classic fairy tales, further emphasizing the movie's overarching storybook aesthetic. This deliberate artistic choice contributes to a sense of fable and enhances the narrative's mythical undertones. Pele leads the American outsiders to their sleeping hall. The group is impressed by the large hall, which features a complete mural in the same style as the tapestry. The mural is made up of interconnected visuals, featuring a multitude of scenes that appear to narrate a story or convey a series of related events. Human figures are prominent, engaging in activities or posing in ways that could offer clues to the mural's overall message. Adding another layer of complexity is the inclusion of the runes, most of which we've already seen, but there are a lot more of the occult runes here that I can't identify. Complementing these figurative and symbolic components are intricate floral designs that are not merely decorative, but seem deliberately woven through the entire composition. The beams and support structure is painted a light blue, which again, as I mentioned, blue seems to be a color that is associated with the afterlife or the heavens, adding to a very spiritual or dreamlike quality to the sleeping hall. Let's take a moment to examine the first shot of the mural on the ceiling to see if we can make out anything. In the center, there's a cluster of symbols enclosed in yellow circle. Perhaps this seems to be the symbol of the sun. There are two crowns on the left and right. The crowns look identical, but the runes on each crown are different. The one on the left has Heros and Fehu, so feminine energy and wealth. The crown on the right is the Anses, and the vertically flipped Dagas, indicating wisdom and night, which makes sense since the building was designed for sleeping. There are several saint-like figures and some depictions of large buildings. Interestingly, these buildings don't look like any of the buildings that we've seen yet, so I wonder if this might be a clue that the commune might have other connections to the outside world, or may have originated elsewhere. The saint-like figures might represent venerated members of the Harga community, hinting at a hierarchical social structure, where certain individuals are held in high esteem, possibly due to age, wisdom, or perceived spiritual connection. There are also interesting ritualistic scenes. One has a figure standing close to a large fire. There may be figures burning in the fire, but it's hard to make out. The other has three figures standing together. The center one seems to be holding a dagger. So, scenes that suggest ritualistic sacrifices and violence. There are also the aforementioned two large runes that seem to be a combination of different runes. These runes seems to have the Otila at the center. There might also be the Kauna rune to the sides. So Otila, heritage, the Kauna, fire and knowledge, two smaller Fehu, the wealth rune, and turned up Dagas, night. Collectively, the symbols might represent ancestral traditions, accumulated wisdom, material prosperity, and the enigmatic nature of darkness. This combination could allude to hidden history or a powerful undercurrent operating beneath the surface, suggesting a society deeply rooted in its past and possessing both tangible and intangible riches. The intricate flower designs woven throughout the mural profoundly signify the paramount importance of nature. We will see this with how flowers will come to play an important role in major scenes. Handing down, we see more small runes. The runes we have seen before, so I wouldn't really dwell on them here, but there is a new rune, which seems to be a combination rune. The Ingwaz rune represents completion, new beginnings, and potential. It promotes transformation, fertility, growth, and the culmination of cycles for new opportunities. Ingwaz was also the previous name of Freyr, the god of agriculture, evoking natural cycles and the land. The Ingwaz is combined here with the Gebo, which is the gift rune. Together, the runes could symbolize a ritualistic exchange, where sacrifices or gifts are presented with the anticipation of rebirth, regeneration, or a new cycle. This act of offering could be interpreted within the framework of appeasement, seeking favor from higher powers or the natural world to ensure continued prosperity and vitality. This cluster rune, or combination rune, is rather significant and will reappear in a big way later in the movie. Heading to the ground floor, the floral motifs here are much more structured and not as organic. The structured repetition of floral patterns serve to visually divide the frame into separate areas. Each of these segmented spaces contain its own small narrative or visual detail, contributing to a larger cohesive scene while simultaneously highlighting individual moments. The scenes are a lot more disturbing and serve as great foreshadow to the plot. They are harder to make out, but I just love that we can get a sneak peek of what is to come in the story. Jumping a little bit ahead, we see the infamous cliff scene being foreshadowed here. We even get to see the rune stone that sits on top of the cliff. We also see several figures on the cliff. Each figure has a rune above their heads. A lot of the runes are really hard to make out because they're so small, but I'll list out the ones that I can make out and I'll put them on the screen now. There's also a disturbing scene in which two figures are being bound and held, then maybe set ablaze. Again, it's really blurry, but it looks like a ritualistic sacrifice, which would be setting alarm bells in my head if I was one of the outsiders. There's also the maypole dance scene depicted on the left, which is especially relevant for Dani. There's also a scene that looks like a person being tied up and flayed open, which we'll see with Simon. I also really enjoyed this little scene up top, where a figure is being impaled with a giant arrow or spear. There's also a lot more of the occult runes here, but they're really small, so I can't really make them out. Again, much like the bear outside, the violent scenes are not hidden to the outsiders. It's proudly shown as beautiful works of art. Instead of concentrating on the horrific carnage that's being depicted on the walls, the outsiders instead are lulled by its aesthetic. It's perceived as beautiful and whimsy, rather than foreboding. Josh and Christian ask Pele about the sleeping hall, and he tells them that all the younger people sleep here together. Younger people are considered anyone under 36. After 36, people will then transition to the laborer's house. Josh asks about the specifics of the 36 age cutoff, to which Pele explains that the Harga think of life as seasons. Individuals under the age of 18 are considered children. After 18, all individuals undertake a pilgrimage between the ages of 18 to 36. This period is considered the summer. The age range for 36 to 54 is considered working age and is characterized as fall. People ages 54 to 72 are considered a mentor. Dani inquires about the fate of individuals who surpass the age of 72. Pele offers a quick, lighthearted gesture. He makes a swift cutting motion across his neck with his hands, pantomiming decapitation before sticking out his tongue, further emphasizing death. Both Dani and Pele chuckle at this because of the perceived humor. Unbeknownst to Dani, Pele is making light of a horrific truth. Again, we see here the expert manipulation of acting casual and pleasant. Pele isn't lying, but he is obfuscating the truth with light humor that beguiles the severity and seriousness of the subject. This calculated approach highlights Pele's adeptness at social maneuvering and his willingness to subtly distort the truth to achieve his objectives. Mark, consistent with his character, responds to the lack of privacy with a crude joke about masturbation, further noting the numerous depictions of male genitalia. His juvenile humor and disinterest in genuinely connecting with the Harga are evident. Christian and Josh, however, do seem interested, and Josh in particular begins to take notes about the Harga. Driven by his academic pursuits and self-interest, his primary focus is on exploiting the commune for his own gain. Emotionally and culturally detached, he observes them primarily to complete his research. I want to back up a little to show this shot of Dani with another wall. We can see large identified runes we've seen before, so I won't repeat their meaning here, for it seems to be similar themes that we've already mentioned. I just want to point out a nice bit of foreshadowing here, where there's a prominent female figure right behind Dani. One in particular seems like she's very saint-like. She has what seems like rays emanating from her. It seems to depict another ritualistic scene with other figures standing by large bonfires. It's a great foreshadow of Dani's fate. Furthermore, as if drawn, Dani makes her way to a wall of photographs. The rows and rows of photographs are of young women with large floral crowns. Dani appears to be naturally drawn to the wall, and by extension, into the Harga community organically. In contrast to Josh, her curiosity drives her to connect with the people and their traditions. While Dani examines the wall, Pele privately reminds Christian that it's her birthday. To his credit, Christian appears genuinely surprised and upset that he forgot. I know it's a low bar, but, Dani calls Pele to ask him about the pictures of the women on the wall. As Pele walks to Dani, I want to point out more portions of the mural. There's one in particular that I think foreshadows Josh's fate. In this scene, there's what appears to be a human body that has been cut in half. The top half is missing, but the bottom half is standing on a mound or rock, and flower seems to be growing from the mound. The Raido rune, symbolizing travel, is positioned over the body. I wonder if the rune is there to literally mean travel, as in legs used for traveling, or is it more metaphorical or symbolic, as in travel into death, as this person has been cut in half. Either way, there seems to be a connection to Josh, as his fate isn't exactly depicted this way, but there is an inversion that happens with his legs sticking out from the mound instead of standing on it. As Pele begins to explain that the young women in the photographs were all May Queens, Josh forces himself into the conversation, asking Pele who the May Queens are. Pele explains that every midsummer there's a dance competition, and the winner is crowned the May Queen. Some more details of the mural that I noticed on the wall. There is another scene of a figure with fire burning at the groin area, and another version of the figure with the spear in the chest. There's also a lot of phallic and vaginal symbols hidden in the floral motifs. Again, I think this highlights the Harga's obsession with fertility and procreation. A young woman, Inga, enters the hall and invites Pele and his group to come join the children who are about to watch Austin Powers. Before she leaves, she gives Mark some extended eye contact, signaling her interest in him. After she leaves, Mark voices his excitement at this attention. His singular focus on pleasure and desire for sex is evident when he expresses a wish to bathe her. The inclusion of Austin Powers in this scene is quite funny to me. The image of the isolated Harga engaging in such a silly and lighthearted film is quite absurd, but this detail suggests a deliberate effort from the community to expose themselves to external media and the world beyond their secluded existence. This practice may aim to improve the children's adaptability and social integration with the world outside, making them perfect agents for recruitment. Also, as I mentioned before, this does show that the Harga does have access to electricity and use electronics. It's just off-screen and never shown. So while the Harga are depicted as very rustic, they are not foreign or alien to technology. They are indeed very sophisticated and highly educated, as we see with Pele. Christian, feeling guilty about forgetting Dani's birthday, walks towards her and invites her to join him outside in private. As he does, we see more portions of the mural. Behind him, there's another scene that foreshadows a future scene with Christian. The scene depicts a man and woman copulating on the ground as other figures watch. The symbol that was shown on the ceiling earlier is also shown here, so maybe this symbol is meant to represent procreation. As Christian and Dani step outside, there's a group of women in the background holding a baby. They sway side to side in perfect unison, distracting Dani. As she looks away towards the women, Christian pulls out a piece of cake. He then begins to sing happy birthday to Dani as he struggles to light the candle. Dani smiles but tells him to stop and that everything is fine. She clearly knows this is his sad attempt at pretending that he did not forget her birthday. He apologizes to Dani, explaining that the unusually extended daylight hours had confused his perception of time, leading him to believe that it was the previous day. Christian's apparent forgetfulness regarding Dani's impending birthday again raises questions about his attentiveness and investment in their relationship. While a simple oversight is possible, the surrounding context suggests a potential pattern of neglect. Earlier in their conversations, Dani explicitly mentioned the timing of their trip coinciding with her birthday, a detail that Pele seemingly registered. Christian's failure to procure even a token gift before their departure further underscores his lack of consideration and care. This omission, particularly when contrasted with Pele's awareness of the occasion, paints a picture of a relationship where Dani's needs and significant life events may not hold the same priority for Christian. Christian apologizes again, and once again, Dani tells him it's okay. He then blows out the candle. This is another example of how Dani prioritizes other people's comfort before her own. She once again sweeps it under the rug to avoid conflict and emotional pain. The women in the background are noteworthy. Their unison swaying is a bit eerie, and it shows that the Harga are in complete unison with each other. They act as a collective whole. Their actions are not those of individuals, but rather of a single unified entity, highlighting the community's emphasis on the group over the individual. Both Dani and Christian are distracted at different times during their conversation, drawing more attention to the women. We then get an aerial shot of the Harga commune, along with sounds of a baby crying. The sun seems to finally be setting. This shot gives us a nice sense of the size and location of the commune. We see the sun gate, the circular stage, and the yellow triangle temple. Then a few buildings, the sleeping hall, and garden beds. Inside the sleeping hall, curtains are being drawn to prepare for sleep. The baby is tended to by two young women. One of them places a pair of scissors under the baby's pillow in the crib. Dani looks on curiously. This will be explained by one of the Harga later in the movie, so we'll circle back to this later in the video. As everyone is getting ready for bed, Pele tells the American outsiders that tomorrow will be a big day. This interests Josh, and he asks Pele what is the significance for tomorrow. Pele tells him that it's the first of the big ceremonies. Josh is not satisfied with the answer, so Pele tells him Ate stupa. Josh has a look of recognition, but Christian and Dani are left bewildered. Christian asks for more information, but Pele refuses to elaborate. Christian tries to search for an answer on the phone, but he has no service. This is a nice detail that adds to the feel of remoteness. Josh cryptically asks if it's a, quote, actual one, to which Pele says, quote, I mean, it's pretty actual. Unable to find answers, Christian asks Josh if he knows what it is. Josh only responds with a condescending smirk. Dani asks if it's scary, to which Josh responds with a big smile, annoying both Christian and Dani. Josh derives pleasure from possessing exclusive information, suggesting a sense of superiority over the other outsiders due to his knowledge. Yet he fails to understand the Harga in any meaningful way. Mark, on the other hand, remains completely unbothered and uninterested in the ceremonies. He's more preoccupied with getting somebody to check him for ticks. Atistupa, translating from Swedish as family or dynasty, and the word precipice, designates a number of cliffs situated across Sweden. Though beyond its geographical definition, the term is primarily linked to a debated ancient Nordic pagan custom of ritualistic genocide. This alleged practice, deeply rooted in folklore and some interpretations of historical accounts, suggests that elderly individuals, upon reaching an age where they can no longer contribute meaningfully to the community's survival, would voluntarily or involuntarily be led to these precipices and cast off to their deaths. While numerous cliffs throughout Sweden bear this name or are associated with similar legends, concrete archaeological evidence directly sustaining systematic ritualistic killings of the elderly is largely lacking. During the night, Dani, unable to sleep, looks at the murals on the wall. She focuses on a scene of a ritual. This ritual scene was seen earlier, but it is depicted here again. Like the scene with the figure with the spear, it appears that many scenes are repeated in the mural. This scene depicts three figures standing with two large floral arrangements. The central figure has a dagger and is seen cutting their arm. The two figures on the side look on. Above is what appears to be the sun, uniquely represented by a yellow smiling face. This seemingly cheerful and bright imagery of the scene serves as a disturbing contrast to the brutal act of cutting and the copious amounts of blood. The smile worn by all present, coupled with the personified smiling sun, amplify the unsettling nature of the scene. This is another foreshadow of Dani's fate, but it also highlights violence within the idyllic setting. The next morning, the Harga are busy with their chores. Some of the adults are drying laundry by holding sheets in pairs. The moisture is removed through a spinning motion, resembling a dance with each Harga working together. children run and play freely in the fields, contributing to the overall idyllic and charming atmosphere of the scene. In another part of the field, a gathering of adult Harga is underway, their attention focused on a figure taking prominent position before them. This individual, seemingly a leader within the community, initiates a sequence of pronounced and theatrical movements. As the leader executes these gestures, the remaining adults in the group respond in unison. Their synchronized mimicry suggests a ritualistic practice, a form of collective training, or perhaps a daily exercise. Present with the group is Maya. She's seemingly singing for the group as they pantomime. From afar, Dani observes with curiosity. Sometime later, in front of the yellow triangle temple, a large dining table has been assembled. The table is set up in a unique position. It seems to form the Ottila rune, the heritage rune. Its presence is fitting as the entire Harga community and their guests have convened for what seems to be a celebratory meal. Mark makes another flippant joke, pointing out that the girls in the field are walking stupid. In the field close by, some young women are walking backwards as they pick flowers. The Harga that have gathered around the table remain eerily silent and still. Perturbed, Christian asks Pele how long they need to remain standing. Pele responds, quote, "We're going to stand until it's right to sit." I find this response interesting, as it hints at an inherent knowledge that the Harga have that the outsiders lack. The Harga community exhibits a profound interconnectedness, transcending conventional verbal communication. Their interactions suggest a shared understanding and anticipation of one's needs and intentions. This intuitive connection manifests in their collective behavior, where a seemingly unspoken consensus guides their actions. As we will see, the Harga members demonstrate a remarkable ability to navigate social situations and adhere to community norms with minimal explicit direction. We actually don't get to see the Harga talking amongst themselves all that much. Even when they're together and gathered, there's not a lot of talking involved. Dani joins the table bringing Christian flowers. It appears she had joined the girls in the field. Christian even asked if she picked the flowers backwards, and she confirmed that she did. This shows that Dani's starting to participate in Harga activities. It serves as an early and subtle marker of Dani's evolving role within the commune. After the group has assembled at the table, one of the male elders subtly signals to a young boy. The elder slowly closes his eyes, prompting the boy to approach a bell located at the table's end and begin ringing it. The bell is not a signal for everyone to sit. Instead, those around the table look towards the temple. Two elders in blue tunics, with large rune patterns sewn on them, walk slowly across the field, appearing to have come from the yellow temple. These are the same elders who were given the torches during the commencement ceremony on the sun stage. The male elder on the left is Dan. He wears the tunic with the mystery occult rune that I can't identify. The female elder on the right, named Ilva, wears what looks like the Tiwaz rune. Tiwaz, being associated with sacrifice and glory, is very appropriate here as the pair of them are preparing for their upcoming ritual. Dan and Ilva take their place in front of blue wooden chairs at the head of the large table. The remaining Harga remain motionless. They stand silently facing ahead. Suddenly, the two elders in blue sit, and in unison, the rest of the other Harga also follow suit. Bewildered, the outsiders are seated together. Mark grabs the drink in front of him. He's the only one to do so, once again signaling that he's out of step with the Harga and lacks the care or tact for others. The other outsiders have more sense and remain still and seated, waiting for a cue. All the while, the yellow foreboding temple looms in the background, an ominous warning sign of things to come. Josh asks Pele of the elders in blue, quote, "Are those the ones?" To which Pele responds, "Yeah." This to me confirms that Josh does indeed understand what Atestupa means, but I suspect he may not fully yet grasp the extent to which the Harga will go. Again, after a pause, Dan and Ilva pick up the utensils in front of them. Like a cascading wave, the Harga follow their lead, each picking up their utensils only after the previous person does so. The clinking of cutlery would then commence, not as a sudden cacophony, but as a gradual unfolding. The deliberate pacing transformed the act of eating from a mundane necessity into a shared ceremony, imbued with quiet solemnity. The aerial view offers a clear perspective of the meticulously arranged table, prominently featuring the Ottila rune. The heritage rune evokes a sense of belonging and the collective spirit of the community assembled for this occasion. Positioned at the far end of the table, directly across from the ceremonial bell, sits Siv. Her placement here confirms my guess that she is a person of high regard within the Harga community. It indicates her role in leading and guiding the present rituals and festivities. Again, here we see the blue and yellow color palette. Notably, of course, is Dan and Ylva in their blue outfits, blue chairs, and blue plates. Everyone else is eating from yellow plates. The table's floral arrangements also feature blue and yellow flowers. Mark then expresses his hunger and dissatisfaction with the food, but the others present disregard his comments. Yet another instance of Mark being openly rude and dismissive towards the hosts. He then noticed Inga, the woman earlier. She's once again watching him from across the table, indicating her interest. Maya, who showed interest in Christian, is seen carving runes into something in her hand. Meanwhile, Dani speaks with a Harga woman about the baby. The woman explains that the baby's mother is away on pilgrimage. This practice appears to be a deliberate form of social conditioning, aimed at preventing excessively strong individual attachments that could potentially disrupt the collective harmony valued by the Harga. By diffusing paternal bonds across the community, the Harga seems to prioritize the well-being and integration of all members, ensuring that no single individual becomes overly reliant on another, thereby strengthening the communal fabric and potentially mitigating the impact of individual loss or departure. This emphasis on collective care and the intentional dilution of intense personal attachments stand in stark contrast to many societal norms that heavily emphasizes the nuclear family and the unique bond between parent and child. The pilgrimage serves as a symbolic and practical mechanism to initiate this detachment, preparing both mother and community for the shared responsibility of raising the child. This explains why the young Harga woman from earlier placed the scissor under the baby's pillow. The scissors is supposed to help sever parental bonds. The Harga believe in the power of dreams and sleep. As Pele mentioned earlier, children sleep with runes under their pillows and dream about their power. So placing things under their pillow is believed to imbue the dream or the dreamer with desired effects, such as sleeping with flowers, or as we will see, totems carved with love runes under the bed for a love spell. After the meal, the Harga fall into a profound stillness. Dan and Ylva then commence a ritual. This performance begins with soft chants and whispers that progressively intensifies in volume, evolving into something musical. The two vocalize, they slowly get to their feet. The chanting is punctuated by sharp, loud exclamations and claps, creating an unsettling and dreamlike ambience. The pair finish with deep breaths and lingering looks into each other's eyes. I want to take a moment to discuss the Harga's use of loud exhales that we see here. Initially, this practice or habit is observed as a simple, almost perfunctory gesture, preceding various tasks undertaken by the Harga members. It's a quick, sharp expulsion of air, seemingly a way to center themselves or perhaps signify readiness. However, in this ritual, we are seeing a far more elaborate application of exhaling. It evolves from a mere perfunctory gesture into an extended, intricate ritual. This ritual involves not only the loud exhale, but also rhythmic chanting and claps. Breathing, while fundamental and vital to, being alive, carries immense symbolic and practical weight across a multitude of global religions and spiritual traditions. Far from being just a biological necessity, many faiths perceive breathing as a powerful conduit, connecting the corporeal with the ethereal. It is often seen as a direct link to the divine, a tangible representation of the life force, or even a sophisticated tool for transcending ordinary consciousness and attaining elevated states of spiritual awareness. The rhythmic exhales observed within the Harga appear to be more than just physiological response. They function as deliberate communal gestures designed to foster and reinforce uniformity and camaraderie among its members. A subtle yet powerful act of belonging that transcends individual expression. A compelling parallel can be drawn to Dani's own vocalized exhales throughout the film. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but initially, her loud exhales are visceral manifestations of panic, anxiety, and profound grief. They're uncontrolled, deeply personal expressions of her inner turmoil, setting her apart from the serene, synchronized Harga. However, as Dani increasingly becomes more integrated within the Harga, a noticeable shift occurs in her breathing patterns. Or more accurately, their breathing patterns change to reflect hers. We'll see this in a later scene that I'll talk about more, but I just wanted to point it out here that that's something that I've noticed, and I don't think it's coincidental. It's subtle, but I think it can be interpreted as a powerful symbol of her assimilation. Sif slowly stands and raises a toast. The others follow suit, including Dan and Ylva. Before anyone drinks, there is a prolonged moment of silence. Here I just want to point out Siv's outfit. She's in her traditional Harga clothes, but in this shot we can see the Anses rune on her bodice. The presence of the Anses rune, traditionally associated with gods and wisdom, aligns with her character's elevated status within the community. She is their matriarch, or at least a figure of wisdom. The silence and stillness continues until Dan and Ylva drink from their cups. They stare deeply at one another as they do so. After they drink, the rest follow suit. Dan brings his cup to Ylva's shoulder, and she mirrors his action. Dan and Ylva then both sit down in their blue chairs. Other Harga, all dressed in blue robes, appear and lift Dan and Ylva away, forming a small procession. The other Harga quietly and slowly leave the table and follow the procession. The Harga have congregated in a naturally formed amphitheater of jagged rocks. Their attention is fixed skyward, their faces upturned in a silent collective observation of something unseen by the viewer. The atmosphere is thick with anticipation. Notice here that the clothes of the Harga blends in with the rocky terrain. This seamless integration of their attire with the environment contributes to an impression of the Harga as an organic extension of the land itself. Notice the trees here. They are muted, causing them to almost disappear into the rocky terrain. It evokes a sense of decay or lifelessness, or a state of in-between life and death. This visual element could be interpreted as a subtle foreshadowing of the theme of death that permeates the upcoming ceremony. A male elder holds a giant wooden mallet. Younger Harga with dark sashes stand nearby. The rest of the Harga stand in anticipation, their face serene. In this scene, the outsiders stand out in their darker clothing and bewildered looks. The scene shifts perspective to reveal a sheer cliff face. This is what everyone is facing towards. The cliff's muted blue and beige reiterates the film's recurring yellow and blue palette, a visual motif that foreshadows death once again. There's a small instance of fourth wall breaking. For a split second, a young Harga looks directly into the camera, and then back to the cliff. This subtle fourth wall break serves as a powerful purpose beyond a mere stylistic flourish. By having a character directly address the camera, the director blurs the lines between observer and participant. It creates an unsettling feeling that the audience is not simply witnessing a ritual, but is in some way complicit in it. This brief acknowledgement can be interpreted as an invitation, or perhaps even a subtle demand, for the audience to confront the disturbing events unfolding on screen and their own reactions to them. On top of the cliff, the procession carrying Dan and Ylva arrive. The camera slowly pans out, revealing more of the cliffside. The cliffside is bordered by numerous large boulders, at least 34 in total. Everyone on the cliff is dressed in blue. Again, the costuming here causes the Harga to blend into the terrain, deepening their association to nature and the land. Also, as I mentioned earlier, I believe that blue symbolizes a connection to the heavens and the divine. So on top of the mountain, they are closer to heaven, and the cliff that would facilitate a spiritual journey. Below, Dani, Christian, and Josh observe the ritual's commencement, signaled by a resounding horn. Sif begins reading a large book. Josh, curious about this, approaches Pele to ask about the book. Pele identifies it as the Ruby Radar, the Harga's scripture. Josh asks if he would be able to read it, to which Pele responds, quote, "You would not be able." The choice of words here is intentional. He's not saying that Josh wouldn't be allowed to see it or have access to it. He's saying that Josh would literally be unable to read it. We will see why later. Having completed her reading, Siv turns to face the cliff. Above, Dan and Ylva extend their hands as Harga, clad in darker blue robes, make an incision with a knife. Ylva rubs her hands together, coating them in blood, as she makes her way to another boulder. She presses her palm on the boulder and drags it down, leaving 2 bloody palm trails on the face of the boulder. This boulder is similar to the boulder seen earlier. It also has runes carved into it. I see Gebo, which signifies gift, the Yer rune, which signifies protection and endurance, the Raido rune, which signifies travel, Tiwaz, which signifies sacrifice and duty, Pethro, which symbolizes feminine energy, mysteries, and potential. These runes collectively appear to represent a bountiful offering and an enigmatic voyage intended to safeguard the community. If we back up a little bit, we can see Dan has his own boulder with different runes. He has the Othila, which is the heritage rune, the Ansas rune, the God rune, the Fehu, the prosperity rune, the Tiwaz, the sacrifice rune, and the mysterious occult rune again. There may also be the Lagus rune, which is the water rune, but it is used similarly to surround or box in the runes, similar to how it was used in the water closet rune. So altogether, Dan's boulder suggests, again, sacrifice for the gods in exchange for prosperity and the continuation of their heritage. So very similar to Ylva's rune. Back down below, Dani seems to sense that something is about to happen, almost like she can sense death. She begins to become anxious and looks up at the cliff with trepidation. Ylva appears standing on the edge of the cliff. She assumes an odd posture, with one arm bent at the elbow and held in front of her, while the other stretches upwards towards the sky. Her head is tilted back as if she's about to scream, but no sound escapes. Dani watches on, her anxiety spiking. Her breathing quickens, a visceral response to overwhelming sense of dread. Slowly, Ylva lowers her arms and looks down on those below. Her gaze seems to fix on Dani, and the two share prolonged eye contact. With a horrified understanding, Dani reflexively reaches out to grab Christian's arm, right before Ylva leaps off the cliff. Dani and Josh scream out in shock as Ylva lands directly on a rock below. She is killed on impact as she lands directly on her face. The outsiders are shocked and horrified at what they just witnessed. Dani is transfixed, unable to look away. There is a camera blur, and other people's voices are muffled as Dani seems to enter a trance-like state. Simon and Connie are heard. They're panicked and outraged by what they just witnessed. Ingmar appears and tries to calm them down, and begins to explain that it's part of the ceremonies, and that it's normal. But Simon and Connie are rightly alarmed and horrified. There is a shot of Ylva's body, and her face has completely been caved in by the impact. Witnessing Connie and Simon's argument with Ingmar, Dani stands in stunned silence, still in shock. Christian and Josh are also horrified, but raises no objections or panic. Simon then notices movement on the cliff. Dan makes his way to the edge and assumes another pose. He raises his elbows to his side. Simon begins to scream for him not to jump and asks the others to stop him, but the Harga stand and watch on in silence. Dan then leaps off the cliff, but unlike Ylva, he leaps feet first. Connie and Simon can only scream in terror as Dan falls through the air and lands on the earth below, still alive. His legs shattered, with one snapping completely off. He chokes and groans in pain. As he does, the other Harga also begin to groan and moan in pain, as if in great agony, mimicking Dan. Dani watches on in silence, still in a trance-like state. She observes the male elder holding a large mallet. He moves to hand the mallet to another elder, who is wearing a dark sash. They are accompanied by two other young Harga who are also wearing dark sashes. They walk towards Dan, and the elder with the dark sash, who now has the mallet, smashes Dan's head in with the mallet. He then hands the mallet to the young female Harga, who proceeds to do the same. The young female Harga then hands the mallet to the young male Harga, and he takes a final big swing on Dan's head. Christian and Josh are shocked by the sight, but Josh gives Christian a look of excitement. He is now more intrigued than ever with the Harga. Connie and Simon, however, are horrified and agitated, with Simon becoming extremely angry at the Harga. He yells obscenities at them as he and Connie move to walk away. Witnessing the commotion, Siv follows Simon and Connie and tries to get them to relax. In Swedish, Siv asks Ingmar if he did not fully explain the ritual to them. In response, he apologizes and says that he tried. Siv then tries to explain to Simon and Connie that this is part of a long custom. Dan and Ylva have reached the end of the Harga life cycle, which, as Pelle mentioned before, was 72 years old. Siv tries to explain that this is a joyous occasion, and that when she reaches her time, she too will joyously leap to her death. She explains, quote, "We view life as a circle, a recycle. The lady who jumped, her name was Ylva, yes? And that baby over there, who is not yet born, will inherit the name. Instead of getting old and dying in pain and fear and shame, we give our life as a gesture." She motions her hand in a circle as to indicate the circle of life. Quote, "Before it can spoil, it does no good dying. Lashing back at the inevitable, it corrupts the spirit." Dani continues to stare quietly. Ingmar apologizes to Simon and Connie that he did not do a better job explaining beforehand. The ritual reveals a few major things about the Harga community and how they view and handle death. Instead of viewing death as a somber and definitive end, they embrace it as an integral part of a continuous cycle, a transition to another stage. This cyclical understanding allows them to approach death with celebration and joy. The joyous acceptance of death is a fundamental aspect of their spiritual beliefs, underscoring a connection to nature's rhythms of birth, life, death, and rebirth. However, this unique perspective on death does not equate to a pacifist nature or an aversion to violence. The brutal killing of Dan with the mallet serves as a stark illustration of their capacity for extreme violence when deemed necessary. This hints that while they celebrate death as part of nature's cycle, they do not shy away from inflicting it, revealing a complex and unsettling aspect of their culture where violence can be ritualized and accepted. The joyful acceptance of death and the capacity for brutal violence is central to understanding the disturbing nature of the Harga. Dani's reserved and seemingly disconnected, almost hypnotic state of being serves as a powerful indicator of the severe emotional trauma she has suffered. This outward calmness, however, could be interpreted as the initial stages of a significant psychological transformation taking place beneath the surface. Her reluctance to discuss her family and their tragic deaths actively prevents her from processing her grief. The Attestupa forces Dani again to confront death. This sets her on a path of her own psychological transformation. After the Attestupa, the outsiders are shaken and traumatized. Everyone processes what they've just witnessed differently. Connie and Simon are upset and angry, while Christian and Josh are shocked, but excited and invigorated, finding it academically stimulating. Christian leaves Dani on her own to go talk to Josh about what they just witnessed, showing again that Dani is not really a priority to him. It was obvious that Dani was not okay, but he chooses to leave her to talk to Josh. Dani walks off on her own and begins to break down into tears, finally snapping out of her trance. Dani finds herself overwhelmed by a wave of intense sadness and sorrow. Having rigidly suppressed her emotions after her family's death, the carefully erected walls around her are finally crumbling, leaving her exposed and vulnerable in the wake of the horrifying events she had just witnessed. Back in the sleeping hall, Josh begins to immediately take notes on his laptop. Christian, however, struggles with how to tell Josh that he now intends to also write his thesis on the Harga. Josh at first is unsure if Christian is being serious. After realizing that Christian isn't joking around, Josh becomes upset at Christian's blatant attempt to steal his research topic. Josh's primary reason for attending the Midsummer festival was for his thesis, while Christian lacked any real direction or purpose for being there. Now, suddenly after witnessing the Attestupa, Christian, who showed no real drive or interest in the Harga, now wants to also research them for his own thesis. Christian then tries to excuse himself by saying he's doing his thesis on the Harga rather than the Midsummer celebrations, which is what Josh wanted to do. But Josh calls him out on his blatant attempt to worm his way out through semantics. Christian's method of informing Josh mirrored how he had earlier announced Dani's inclusion in the trip, a calculated display of nonchalance designed to manipulate the situation. Christian consistently obscures the truth to appear virtuous, and when challenged, he feigns ignorance or rationalizes his actions as justifiable. Yet he only does this when he's about to do or has done something wrong, meaning he already knows that it wasn't the right thing to do in the first place. What makes him even more infuriating is that he can adeptly maintain composure and control those around him. Even when confronted about his deceptive tactics, Christian's approach is to appear composed and rational, thereby making Josh seem agitated and irrational. As Josh's frustration with Christian escalates, Christian calmly suggests that they can either do a joint project or do their own independent research separately. In an earlier scene with Dani, Christian attempted a very similar maneuver when he suggested to Dani that he should just leave when the two were fighting about the Swedish trip. In that instance, Dani quickly yielded to Christian's pressure as a result of her codependent nature. Josh, however, is not codependent, and this begins the rift between the two, starting an academic rivalry. Leaving the sleeping hall, Christian runs into Mark, Connie, and Simon. Mark is annoyed at missing the Attestupa, complaining that Christian let him sleep through the ritual. Again, Mark's lack of empathy or care for others is rather astounding. Even his reaction perplexes Christian. Simon and Connie are deeply shaken by what they just witnessed, and both have decided to leave the next day. Christian notices Maya nearby with the other Harga. They seem to be picking pine needles off an uprooted pine tree. This is a very strange scene. I'm not sure what to make of it. My reading of this scene is rather comical, as it seems like the Harga are almost pretending to work so they can spy on the outsiders. The equivalent of going out to pretend to tend to the garden or take out trash right when the neighbors are having an argument. Why would this be the best way to pick pine needles? So to me, it just seems like the Harga are needlessly coming up with this convoluted way to spy on the outsiders. However, the outsiders are so desensitized by the strangeness of the commune that they don't really question anything anymore. After the Attestupa, this must seem so trivial. The only person who kind of notices is Christian. He only notices due to Maya's presence, as he is attracted to her. Also, I did notice Ingmar backing out of the scene, a rather ominous detail, as he was the one who brought Connie and Simon to the commune. And now, almost like upon hearing the plot to leave, he backs away slowly. So I interpret this as Ingmar leaving to inform the others that Simon and Connie are trying to escape. Josh approaches Hele, frustrated that Christian is also pursuing a thesis on the Harga. Pelle feigns surprise at learning that both of them intend to do their research on the commune. He informs Josh that the elders would most likely prohibit any written records. Josh insists that he will use aliases to protect and maintain the secrecy of the Harga, but Pelle points out that if he did that, it would be pointless, as the thesis would not pass peer review. Pelle also adds that Christian previously asked about the same matter, and Pelle provided the same explanation to him as he is now giving to Josh. Pelle's statement is clearly false. Josh immediately recognizes some deception and asks Pelle, quote, "I thought you said you hadn't talked to him." Caught a bit off guard, Pelle responds to Josh that he'll inquire with the elders about granting permission for Josh to document their practices. This is a rare moment where we see a slight misstep in manipulation by a Harga, but Pelle expertly diffuses the tension and quickly puts Josh at ease by placating his concern. Offering Josh something Josh desperately wants is enough to keep Josh compliant. Josh is too preoccupied with the research and doesn't seem to notice the mountain of red flags. For one, Pelle seems to have been lying to him even before the trip. If secrecy was paramount, why extend the invitation, given Josh's explicit focus on the very subject they intended to be obscured? Josh was always open about his plan to write about the Harga and their midsummer festival. He even asked Pelle earlier if photography was allowed. However, he's now being informed that the elders would forbid him to write any documents about his visit. This seems illogical, unless the true purpose was simply to lure Josh and his companions to the location. Back in the sleeping hall, a visibly distressed and shaken Dani begins to pack. Pelle, walking by, sees Dani packing and steps in to check in on her. He begins to thank him for his invitation, but insists that she must leave. Pelle tries to apologize for the horrific experience, tries to convince her to stay. Dani suddenly yells out in confusion and frustration, demanding to know why he asked the group to come here in the first place. She breaks down into tears and sobs. Pelle tries to calm her down, but she's inconsolable. Pelle manages to get her to sit down, and he responds that he wanted to share this unique once-in-a-lifetime experience with his closest friends. Pelle expresses his pride in the Harga. Dani, in turn, points out that she lacks the anthropological background of the others and feels lost in the unfolding events. Very notably, he responds that he was most excited for Dani to come. He offers Dani something to smell. It appears to be a pouch of dried herbs. Dani does not accept it, as she is too distressed. Pelle then tells Dani that he understands what she is going through. He at first is confused by the statement, but he tells her that he too lost his parents. Distressed at the mention of her family, Dani insists that her current feelings have nothing to do with the loss of her parents. Pelle, however, counters that he empathizes, revealing he lost his parents when he was a little boy in a fire, saying that he understands her pain. Now, Pelle says something interesting here. His words are, quote, "My parents, they burned up in a fire." This is specifically vague, and yet very specific. I'll come back to this, but he never says that it was a house fire or an accident, just that they burned in a fire. Let's put a pin in this for now, as this will become relevant much later in the movie. He then tells Dani, quote, "Yet my difference is I never got the chance to feel lost, because I had a family here, where everyone embraced me and swept me up. And I was raised by a community that doesn't bicker over what's theirs and what's not theirs. That's what you were given. But I've always felt held by a family, a real family, which everyone deserves, and you deserve." Dani seems to find solace in Pelle's words, a soothing balm to her deeply wounded soul. For her entire relationship with Christian, a void persisted, a longing for genuine affection that remained unfulfilled. Even before her family's death, Dani longed for Christian's distant affection. Their loss deepened her existing emotional isolation and sent her into a spiral of depression. Pelle's offer of community thus powerfully appealed to Dani's desire for belonging. It is not merely companionship he offers, but an understanding, a kinship, a place where her pain is acknowledged and shared. This is precisely what she's been yearning for, an escape from her crippling isolation and pain, a haven where she can finally feel seen and cherished. The prospect of finding such solace or experiencing love that fills her rather than leaving her wanting evokes a sense of newfound hope. Pelle holds her hands tenderly, and Dani lets him, but she is worried about Christian walking in to see them. Pelle tells Dani that Christian is what he is also talking about, asking if Dani feels at home with Christian. I believe this is the first time that Dani acknowledges to herself that Christian may not be her ideal partner. Outside, Dan and Ilva's bodies are placed over a bonfire, as the Harga gather around in silence. In the ritualistic gathering, each member assumes a distinct physical posture. But yet there is variety. Peculiar uniformity prevails. No one strikes a pose that is entirely unique. Every gesture, every stance, mirrors one adopted by another member. There exists a communal choreography where originality is surrendered to the collective expression, and identity is not found in deviation, but in replication and shared embodiment. As the sun begins to set, Christian finds Dani in a field. Attempting to console her, he places a hand on her shoulder and asks about how she's doing. Dani is taken aback by his composure, questioning if he truly is unmoved by the recent events. He admits that he is disturbed, but explains that he's striving for acceptance, citing it as a matter of cultural divergence. He points out that the Harga would likely find the American practice of placing the elderly in care facilities equally disturbing. She's asked to keep an open mind, but her expression reveals a blend of skepticism and worry as she glances away. Dani's experiences with Pelle and Christian during their interactions are strikingly divergent, despite the fact that the core subject of their conversation essentially revolves around the same fundamental themes. Pelle approaches Dani with a gentle empathy and understanding, sensing her vulnerability and loneliness. He offers her a sense of belonging. His words are carefully chosen, imbued with warmth and sincerity, creating a sense of comfort and trust. He presents their traditions as lifestyle, as a healing balm, a place where she can find peace and acceptance. Christian, on the other hand, seems oblivious to Dani's emotional state. He is too self-absorbed and preoccupied with his own academic interests. His conversation with Dani lacks the emotional depth and genuine concern that Pelle displayed. While he acknowledges her presence, his response feels distant and perfunctory, often betraying a lack of empathy. His engagement with her feels more like a social obligation than any heartfelt conversation. This disparity serves to further isolate Dani and deepen her sense of loneliness. Later in the sleeping hall, as everyone is preparing for bed, Dani asks Josh for some sleeping pills. Haunted by her family's death and the isolating fear of being alone, Dani endures a harrowing nightmare. Its intensity amplified by sleep medication and the traumatic experiencing of witnessing the Atistupa. In the nightmare, she wakes in the sleeping hall to find that the other beds are empty. She hears Christian shushing the others, so as to not wake Dani, as he and the other companions sneak away out of the building. Dani follows him out quickly, but it is too late. The guys are driving off in the car. Mark sneers mockingly at her through the window. Dani opens her mouth to call after them, but instead of the sound of her own voice, a black plume of smoke billows from Dani's mouth, obscuring her features as she tries to call out. This torrent of smoke, a physical manifestation of her internal chaos, mirroring her sister's death by exhaust fumes. For a brief instant, flashes of Dan's mangled face appears, followed by a glimpse of someone resembling Dani's mother. Then Dan's face once more as it is struck with the mallet. There's a brief rewinding effect, showing Dan's face reforming, before cutting to her mother sleeping that night she died from carbon monoxide poisoning. Then a scene of the Atistupa appears, except this time, Dan and Ilva's bodies are replaced by Dani's parents and Dani's sister Terri's body. A long hose is attached to Terri's mouth as her body rests against a large stone. Terri opens her eyes to look at Dani, once again a callback to Dani's previous dream of Terri and their parents on the couch. Throughout the nightmare, rapid red and blue strobes flash, echoing the emergency lights from the night Dani's family died. Still gripped by slumber, likely due to the sleeping medication, Dani persists in her nightmare. Whether the night is late or the next day is unclear, but she remains unable to awaken, held by the horrors of her dreams. Maya, however, is awake and watches Christian intently across the room. She holds the carving she has made earlier in her hand. The rune carved is the Wunyo, which symbolizes joy, comfort, and pleasure. Given this context, it's appropriate that Maya would choose this rune, as she seems to be interested in Christian sexually. Silently, as to not wake anyone, she gets out of bed and goes to place the carving under Christian's bed as he sleeps. However, Josh observes her actions. The scene then cuts to a lingering shot of a mural scene of a maypole dance. This is of course a foreshadow to a pivotal scene later in the movie, but I wanted to point out these 6 ovals on the side of the main scene of the dance. They depict little vignettes of copulation. These scenes are comprised of small detailed illustrations, each portraying a couple engaging in sexual activity. The subjects depicted showcase a variety of positions. These positions bear a striking resemblance to those traditionally documented and illustrated in the ancient Indian text, the Kama Sutra, suggesting a possible source of inspiration or reference for the depicted postures. These oval vignettes, being depicted in the same area as the maypole dance, connects the two different acts together. This foreshadows both Dani's and Christian's part in the upcoming ritual. A shot of Dani still sleeping right after the shot of the mural further links the two shots together, further foreshadowing Dani's pivotal role in the upcoming maypole dance. Additionally, this scene serves a dual purpose, hinting that Dani will outlast her companions. The vacant beds, in stark contrast to Dani's sleep, foreshadows her divergence from her companions. It suggests she will be the sole outsider as events escalate. After burning seemingly overnight, the bodies of Dan and Ylva have completely turned to ash. Their ash are collected and carried off by other Harga in a large metal tray. The Harga then take the tray to a fallen tree. They begin to shovel the ash onto the tree. This tree is the Rotvolta that Ingmar mentioned to Simon and Connie earlier in the movie. As a reminder, the Rotvolta is a Swedish term meaning wind-thrown or uprooted tree. The Harga appear to scatter the ashes of their deceased elders at this specific fallen tree, thereby designating it as highly significant and sacred to their community. Pelle is seen working in the garden near the Rotvolta, and singing is heard nearby as a small group of Harga gather together. They appear to be standing around a wood sculpture of what looks like a deer or horse. The singing ends when two male Harga swing down axes on the sculpture, breaking it to pieces. The women raise both their hands up to their sides and waves, almost like the Harga version of a silent applause. The men then carry off the wood pieces. I'm not sure what to make of this. Is the destruction of the wooden sculpture a symbolic sacrifice? Perhaps it's a replacement for a live animal sacrifice, a way for the Harga to perform their rituals without harming a creature. Or could this be practice exercise, a rehearsal for some other more significant ceremony? The true meaning behind this event remains ambiguous, shrouded in the mystery of the Harga and their customs. Mark and Josh make their way to Pelle, Josh excitedly filming the little ritual. Josh inquires if the elders have granted him permission to base his thesis on the community. Pelle confirms the elders' approval, stipulating that names cannot be used and that the location of the commune is not even hinted at. Josh must also sign an agreement to this arrangement. And finally, Pelle adds that Josh must share the thesis with Christian, as Christian had approached him first. I did have serious doubts about the timeline of all of this, although it is plausible that it occurred without being shown. It aligns with Christian's character to approach Pelle rather than Josh to secure the thesis first. Therefore, I cannot completely dismiss it, though it does reveal how slimy and underhanded Christian is. Even so, it doesn't negate that Pelle may have been attempting to mislead Josh about the situation earlier. Josh reluctantly agrees to the final term, as Mark declares that he has to go urinate. Josh then asks Pelle about Maya's carving. He shows Pelle the carving Maya has left under Christian's bed, and Pelle tells him that it is a love rune, used to cast love spells. Christian joins the conversation, and Pelle tells him that the elders have agreed to allow Christian and Josh to write their thesis on the Harga. Christian is ecstatic and hugs Pelle. Pelle adds that Christian must share with Josh, to which Christian just says that he is totally okay with it, and that he already told Josh he was willing to share. Again, this is just so sneaky and underhanded. Christian basically appropriates Josh's idea, then attempts to present himself as entirely amenable to collaboration. Pelle points out to Christian that Maya appears to be interested in him. Christian glances back at Maya, who is across the field gathering flowers. She's using the same backwards picking method observed earlier. Despite Christian's attempt to appear oblivious or nonchalant, he clearly acknowledges Maya and appears to share her interest. Pelle adds that she has her Bigsmindig last year, meaning now she's permitted to have sexual relations, essentially having obtained a, quote, pants license. Meanwhile, in the backdrop, the Harga are engaged in various tasks, each member working in harmony, creating an idyllic and tranquil atmosphere. A disturbance disrupts this tranquility when Ulf, a male Harga, erupts in anger towards Mark. This outburst stems from Mark's act of urinating on the Rotvolta, an offense Mark unknowingly commits, but which profusely distresses Ulf. Despite attempts by other Harga to pacify Ulf, his fury intensifies, prompting a lunge at Mark. Pelle intervenes to shield Mark and explains to Mark that the tree has deep significance as an ancestral tree, intertwined with the deceased. Mark, faced with the intensity of the situation, acknowledges that he was unaware of the tree's importance. However, his response is notably devoid of any apology. Ulf breaks down in tears and is comforted by the other Harga. Mark's behavior continues to be inconsiderate and callous. Despite accessible bathrooms, he openly relieves himself in proximity to others, neglecting even the privacy of the woods. His actions prove deeply offensive to the Harga, equating to defiling their deceased. Instead of apologizing or showing remorse, he simply justifies his actions with ignorance. This final egregious act from Mark solidifies his fate. Across the field, Connie goes to the sleeping hall to collect her and Simon's belongings. She tells Dani that she and Simon have decided to leave. Outside, Father Odd approaches the sleeping hall and calls out after Connie, stating that Simon went to the train station with John and a truck will return for her to join him there. Skeptical, Connie questions this logic. She asserts Simon would not leave her behind. Father Odd explains that space constraints and tight train schedule necessitated Simon leaving ahead to ensure the truck could come retrieve her faster. This explanation falls flat for Connie, who insists that Simon would have informed her and that she could have simply sat on his lap. Father Odd counters that such an arrangement would violate traffic laws, which the Harga strictly adhere to. Naturally, this claim seems questionable given the Harga's secluded existence, making the practical enforcement of such traffic laws unlikely and even impossible. Despite Father Odd's attempt to soothe her with a reassuring touch, she rejects his gesture, storming off. Dani looks unsure what to do. Father Odd simply tells her that it will be lunch soon and leaves. Upon gaining the elder's approval, Christian swiftly commences interviews with various Hargas, starting with a male Harga named Valentin. Christian inquires about the allocation of job roles, to which Valentin responds that it's based on childhood characteristics. Dani interrupts to inform Christian of Simon's departure without Connie. Christian feigns sympathy for Connie, but quickly reverts to his interview. Christian then tactlessly questions Valentin about the possibility of incest within the Harga community due to their limited population. Valentin clarifies that mating is subject to the elder's approval to maintain bloodlines. While cousin pairings are occasionally permitted, the community is highly conscious and meticulous about tracking relationships. Off in the distance, Josh is let into the large, strange building by a male elder. I'll call this building the Dark Temple, just so that we can differentiate between the Yellow Temple and this one. Josh being brought into the Dark Temple immediately captures Christian's attention, likely fueled by their growing academic competition. Throughout this interaction, Dani observes Christian closely with increasing disbelief, his insensitivity and self-absorption becoming more strikingly clear. His blatant disregard for Connie and Simon, coupled with his sole focus on extracting information about the Harga for his academic paper, is evident. A dawning realization emerges within Dani, questioning whether Christian truly aligns with her desires in a partner. Now, also in the background is Ulf. He's being soothed by another male elder, who is trying to get him to calm down, but Ulf seems inconsolable. Dani then drifts aimlessly and stumbles upon what appears to be a building where the Harga prepare food. Inside, a woman invites Dani to join them. This is Ulrika. Dani inquires about Simon, and Ulrika replies that he was taken to the train station, innocently asking if Dani missed her opportunity to say goodbye. Dani confirms that she did. I mean, obviously Ulrika is lying, and Simon is not at the train station. Yet she's so convincing and welcoming to Dani, it's no wonder that Dani would not question her further. This small exchange reveals the Harga's disturbing synchronized capacity for deception, emphasizing a shared understanding and complicity within their insular community. The Harga operate through a collective charade, each member acutely aware of the commune's intricate and manipulative schemes. While they rarely speak directly to one another, and most are observed engaging in different tasks or group activities, a seemingly unified consciousness allows them to execute complex plans and maintain an illusion of idyllic harmony and tradition. This facade hides their dark secrets and involvement in ritualistic violence, where individual identities are overshadowed by the collective will. This shared knowledge and the resulting group behavior are not mere coincidences, they are fundamental to their existence. They enable the commune to function with unsettling efficiency and carry out their disturbing practices with little friction or opposition. This undercurrent in their society permits horrific acts to occur openly, masked by a veneer of innocence and ancient custom. Ulrika invites Dani to join the other women inside as they're preparing food. Welcoming her, they offer her the chance to bake meat tarts with them. Ulrika helps Dani into an apron. A young female Harga compliments Dani in Swedish. Ulrika translates to Dani, quote, "She said you're so beautiful." Touched, Dani compliments the young woman back. Noticeably, Dani, a visitor among many outsiders, is being uniquely incorporated into the Harga community's daily life, specifically through domestic activities. Unlike the other outsiders who are kept at arm's length and observed from the periphery, Dani is invited to participate in Harga everyday routines. This is clearly illustrated when she joins them in cooking, an act that might seem mundane and insignificant at first glance. However, this invitation to partake in domestic tasks carries substantial weight. By including Dani in these intimate daily rituals, the Harga are signaling a level of acceptance and integration that is denied to the others. It suggests that Dani's journey is diverging from the other outsiders. Unseen by Dani, Maya stealthily moves behind her. Maya has prepared a unique meat tart and places it off to the side. This scene effectively illustrates Maya's quiet maneuvering to seduce Christian behind Dani's back. Dani is too preoccupied with the other Harga and remains unaware of Maya's presence. Meanwhile, inside the dark temple, a male elder shows Josh the ruby rather. The elder Arn is wearing a frock adorned with the year rune. As mentioned earlier, this rune is profoundly connected to the yew tree. The yew, in turn, carries a multifaceted significance, representing the duality of life and death, acting as a symbol of both potent protection and inherent danger. This detail in the elder's costume serves as a potent visual cue, suggesting his connection to these primal forces and the cyclical nature of existence as understood by the Harga. The yew rune, therefore, is not merely decorative. It is a vital piece of visual storytelling, hinting at the elder's role as a protector and gatekeeper of the Dark Temple, and by extension, the Harga's religion. Arn describes the ruby rather, their sacred scripture, as emotional sheet music. Each runic letter stands for one of the 16 affects. These are graded from most holy to most unholy, reflecting the commune's complex spiritual hierarchy. It appears that the community elders have meticulously organized these emotional expressions into a graded scale of significance, implying that certain emotional states are deemed more virtuous or dangerous than others. This hierarchical arrangement of emotions is integral to the commune's rituals and social dynamics, suggesting a deeply controlled and culturally nuanced approach to human feelings. This would explain the numerous pantomiming exercises seen earlier. Much like how a choir might read sheet music, the Harga enact and mimic emotions or gestures to corresponding runes. Their unnerving emotional control indicates a deliberate manipulation of feelings and expressions, far exceeding typical human capability. This strategic selection of displayed emotion, rather than reflecting their inner state, makes interactions performative. They can suppress or amplify emotions for tactical advantage, essentially weaponizing them to manipulate others. Their emotional mastery likely maintains social cohesion, strengthens collective identity, and aids in executing complex rituals, serving as a vital strategic tool in their societal dynamics and operational practices. Delving deeper into the runic element presented within the ruby rather, it becomes evident that the system in play transcends the more commonly recognized Elder and Younger Futhark runes. The appearance of these enigmatic, unidentified runes aligns perfectly with prior discussion of an obscure, potentially unique runic system exclusive to the Harga. Specifically, a rune of particular interest is the rune I referred to as the Mystery Rune, which is distinctly observed within the pages of the ruby rather. This shows a complex and layered approach to runic application by the Harga. They do not adhere to a singular, standardized set of runes, but rather incorporate multiple distinct runic systems, both independently and in conjunction, tailoring their usage to fulfill diverse purposes and intentions. As Arn flips through the pages of the ruby rather, some of the pages in the middle have been painted over with wild strokes of paint obscuring the runes. Arn does not talk about these painted pages, but shows Josh the blank pages at the end, saying the ruby rather is a work forever in progress. He says that it is forever evolving and that there are hundreds of books. Josh asks Arn who decides what gets added into the books, and Arn replies that this iteration is currently being written by Ruben. Ruben is seen outside. He's the one with the facial abnormality. Now, in an earlier scene, we saw Ruben painting on pieces of paper or linen, so the paint strokes seen in the ruby rather are most definitely his work. Arn explains that Ruben, being a person with a congenital anomaly, makes him special among the Harga, saying, quote, "Ruben is unclouded by normal cognition. It makes him open for the source." Josh asks what will happen if Ruben dies, to which Arn tells him that Ruben was a product of inbreeding, as are all the oracles that came before. This means that the Harga practice a continuous cycle of inbreeding to maintain the oracle's specific role for their perceived abilities. Arn's tone conveys a disturbing acceptance of this practice, portraying it as a normalized and essential component of their unique cultural framework. The type of excessive facial abnormality that Ruben has suggests excessive inbreeding that must have taken generations. One notable real-world illustration of this phenomenon can be found in the lineage of the Habsburg royal family. Throughout generations, the Habsburgs engaged in extensive intermarriage, primarily within their own close circle of relatives, in an effort to preserve their royal status and maintain political alliances. This consistent practice of consanguinity, while intended to consolidate power and ensure the purity of their bloodline, led to a significant narrowing of their gene pool. Over time, the effects of inbreeding became increasingly apparent, manifesting in a range of genetic disorders and physical abnormalities among members of the dynasty. These conditions, which included distinctive facial features such as the Habsburg jaw, as well as more serious health issues, were a compelling historical case study highlighting the potential detrimental consequences of limited genetic diversity within a population. This raises some questions about Reuben's lineage. Specifically, is it possible that a particular family within the group is intentionally kept inbred to produce oracles? This practice might explain why the majority of the Harga do not display any physical abnormalities, indicating that these traits are not randomly distributed, but rather concentrated within a specific lineage for this specific purpose. Previously, when Christian questioned Valentin mentioned that breeding is a very controlled practice that the Harga must first get approval for. Reproduction is not a matter of individual choice, but rather a careful, orchestrated process requiring official authorization. Just as they are able to maintain control, the Harga also meticulously manage their reproduction. Unlike the outside world's motivation for procreation, the Harga reproduce only to fulfill very specific communal requirements, driven not solely by affection or desire. Their reproductive behaviors are dictated by the community's collective imperative. Josh asks if he can photograph the ruby radar, which provokes a strong negative reaction from Arn, underscoring the Harga's desire for secrecy and their separation from the outside world. This sense of isolation and hidden knowledge is powerfully conveyed by the temple's design. The space is dim, receiving little light, only from a high window and an open doorway. Additionally, a curtain obscures something mounted on the wall, directly preventing Josh, and by extension the audience, from seeing behind it, further emphasizing the secretive nature of the Harga. Hundreds of other books line the temple on both sides, hinting at the Harga's long and mysterious history. As Dani continues to prepare food with the Harga in the kitchen, a loud, blood-curdling scream is heard in the distance. Dani looks around, but none of the Harga react to the scream. Simultaneously, in front of the Yellow Temple, Mark also hears the scream and looks around. Once again, none of the other Harga react. They continue about their task. It appears the female Harga are bringing in branches, flowers, and greenery into the Yellow Temple, while the men work in the field. There's also a camouflage rune on the building. This seems to be, again, one of the mysterious occult runes from the Ruby Radar. Inga, the woman who seemed interested in Mark, is seen working with the other women. She looks at him, and Mark becomes very nervous and timid. He walks away further from the temple, before looking back to see Inga watching him. With a nearly imperceptible movement of her right hand, she subtly motions to him. Her arms remain at her sides, making it appear almost like a clandestine signal. Mark waves back nervously to acknowledge her greeting. Inga then returns to her work inside the Yellow Temple. Mark becomes relieved, but also disappointed when she walks away. This reveals a hidden insecurity. Mark's previously bold interest in Inga's attention gives way to timidity and shyness in this instance, revealing a lack of confidence beneath his usual bravado. A young Harga child with long flowing blonde hair calls out to Mark, telling him in Swedish that it's time for supper. Before I move on, I want to point out the strangeness of what the men are working on in the field. It's very difficult to make out what they're doing. I watched it over and over again, and I still don't understand what's happening. They appear to be reaching under the blue tarps in the field and then picking up objects. One of the men tosses the object to another male, who then collects them in a basket or puts them in another spot under the blue tarp. It might be fruits or vegetables of some kind, but it's impossible to make out. The landscape under the tarps is also very bumpy, like there are mounds of dirt or hay underneath. One object that the men toss looks eerily like a skull. Are the men moving bones around from dug-up graves, or are they tossing melon-like crops around? My best theory is that this might be the skeletal remains of outsiders or non-Harga people. We have seen that the Harga cremate their dead, and then their remains are scattered on the Rug Volta. It would explain the bumpy terrain and the white pale objects being thrown around. The whole thing is very unusual, so leave your thoughts down below. I really want to know what you guys think. During supper, meat tarts are brought out. Ulrika presents Christian with a meat tart that Maya specifically made for him, accompanied by a knowing smile. Christian, however, remains completely oblivious to the special nature of the tart. Dani looks around and asks about the whereabouts of Connie. Mark says that he saw her running earlier, saying, quote, "I'm sure I saw her trying out for the sprinting Olympics earlier." This, coupled with the blood-curdling scream from earlier, paints a grim picture of Connie's fate. Yet no one is alarmed or seems to put two and two together yet. The Hargas are able to maintain a peaceful facade despite evidence that suggests otherwise. This illusion, supported by their surroundings and friendly demeanor, gives them a hypnotic control over the self-absorbed American outsiders. Only Dani shows concern for the missing Simon and Connie, highlighting the group's indifference. However, before Dani can ask follow-up questions, another male Harga interjects, asserting that Simon had contacted Connie via the landline and successfully soothed her anxieties. The man further adds that he personally drove Connie to the train station. However, this seemingly helpful explanation raises more questions than it answers, immediately casting suspicion. The interruption itself feels so calculated, preventing Dani from delving deeper and potentially uncovering inconsistencies. Christian and the other guys seem to buy the explanation, but Dani shakes her head in disbelief. She can't understand why Simon would leave without Connie in the first place. Christian says that it's most likely a miscommunication. Already a bit disillusioned with her relationship with Christian and feeling frustrated, Dani says, quote, "I could see you possibly doing that." Christian asks her what she means by that, but Dani just shakes her head and tells him never mind. However, beneath the dismissal, a torrent of anxieties and suppressed resentment churns within her. The fear of being left behind by Christian, a dread that has likely haunted her for some time, as seen with her nightmare, is all coming to the surface. Coupled with this is a growing frustration and anger at his consistently dismissive and inattentive treatment of her. The carefully constructed composure that Dani tries to maintain around him starts to crumble. The facade she puts on to project an image of calm and acceptance is becoming increasingly difficult to uphold. The raw, unfiltered emotions are on the verge of spilling over. Mark, noticing Ulf's intense stare from across the table, mentions, quote, "Somebody's still sore about their ancestral tree." Ulf remains motionless, his unwavering gaze locked on Mark, clearly still enraged about Mark's act of urinating on the ancestral tree. This intimidates Mark, who asks Josh, quote, "Dude, is he going to kill me?" While Mark finally shows some awareness of other people's feelings, it's too late, and his question foreshadows his later fate in the film. Josh does not answer Mark. He only turns to Christian to ask him if he has learned anything about the Ruby Radar. Christian feigns surprise, retorting sarcastically that Josh's newfound enthusiasm for teamwork contradicts his earlier dismissal. Josh abruptly withdraws the proposal and ends their engagement. The tension among the American outsiders is palpable, their relationship strained and marked by mutual hostility, leaving them isolated from one another. Christian eats his meat tart in silent frustration. As he chews, he notices something strange within the meat tart. He pulls out a small curly hair out of his mouth. When Mark and Dani notice the pubic hair, they're instantly repulsed. Christian attempts to downplay the incident, urging Mark to relax. Maya watches Christian intently from another table. Her intense observation of Christian is briefly reciprocated, but when Dani notices Christian's glance, she traces it to Maya. Before Dani's gaze can fully fix on her, Maya looks down and away. A palpable connection exists between Christian and Maya, which Dani clearly perceives. Christian takes a sip of his drink. It is more orange than the other drinks, and has a slightly cloudy mix that seems to sit at the bottom of the cup. This drink too was especially prepared for Christian. All the while, Pele has been silently observing the outsiders, especially Dani. So what's going on here? What is in Christian's meat tart, and why is his drink a different color? Well, it's most definitely Maya's pubic hair in his meat tart, and probably her urine or some menstrual blood in his drink. Maya seems to be casting a love spell on Christian. She began it with the carving, and now has progressed to this special meal. In the previous scene, we saw the tapestry hanging outside that depicts this process. So here, we are seeing Maya's full implementation of her spell on Christian. It does seem to prove highly effective, as Christian is very much interested in Maya sexually. Josh, noticing the exchange, seems to understand the significance of the hair in the meat tart. He immediately begins to take notes in his journal. We get a quick glimpse of one of Josh's notes. It's hard to read due to his handwriting, but appears to read runic combinations, emotional sheet music, affix in the Rotvolta. Here, Josh has drawn some of the runes he saw from the scripture. Language is subjective, translated from stone or stern or SVOM. I really can't make out this word. No empirical evidence of a shared language, even person to person. How does this work? Swedish is also used. Inbreeding as a mode of spiritual Again, this is too hard to make out. So it appears that these are Josh's notes on the Harga. We don't get too many answers from his notes, but he's definitely asking the same questions I have about the Harga. Mark is still concerned with Ulf, who is still glaring at him, but he's distracted when Inga approaches him from behind and asks him to join her. Mark is confused, but intrigued at the sudden invitation. Though a bit hesitant at first, he quickly follows Inga away. Josh is too lost in his thoughts to even notice. That evening, Josh grows increasingly withdrawn into his thoughts, appearing restless and consumed by his growing obsession with the Harga's hidden truths. Dani briefly breaks his concentration, asking him for another sleep aid. As they all get into bed, Josh is seen getting into his bed with his shoes on, hinting that he has other plans besides sleep. After some time, when it appears that everyone has fallen asleep, Josh sneaks out of the sleeping hall and runs to the temple. In the darkness, he steps towards the ruby rather, which is placed on the podium. A detail to note is that the curtain is drawn open, and there appears to be either a window or a glass surface on the wall. There are also floral arrangements on the floor near the podium. He begins to take pictures of the ruby rather, flipping quickly through the pages. As he does so, a figure can be seen in the reflection of the glass of the weird window. Josh is startled when he finally does notice, turning around to confront who he at first thinks is Mark. Upon closer inspection, it becomes clear this is not Mark at all. Instead, it appears to be someone wearing Mark's skin. This mystery person is also wearing Mark's shirt and hoodie, but no pants or underwear. As Josh is trying to process what he's seeing, another figure appears behind him and strikes him with a mallet. The mallet looks identical to the ones used at the Atistupa ritual. Josh suffers a deadly head injury and falls to the ground. As he lies dying, the figure wearing Mark's skin observes him closely. Josh emits loud moans and groans, a harrowing death rattle. His body is then suddenly dragged away, leaving a trail of blood. Now I want to talk about some details that I was able to catch and speculate on a few things. The person that strikes Josh with the mallet is actually seen standing in the corner as the camera pans when Josh turns around to look towards the figure in the Mark skin suit. Although specifics are scarce, the individual appears male. A particular interest is the concealed area where he is positioned. The narrow gap between the wall and bookshelf seems intentionally created for concealment. My theory is that the glass or window might be a two-way mirror, a way for the Harga to monitor the ruby rather. There is probably a hidden passage from behind the mirror and to the temple. This adds to the idea that the Harga are always watching and surveilling the outsiders at all times. This pervasive monitoring is not overt or easily discernible. Rather, it is skillfully integrated into the fabric of their daily rituals, societal interactions, and even the architecture. A good example of this is the sleeping arrangements in the hall, which eliminates privacy, featuring an open and communal design where all individuals and activities are constantly observable. The methods the Harga employ are subtle and meticulously concealed, making them appear as natural occurrences rather than deliberate acts of scrutiny. This calculated approach allows the Harga to observe the newcomer's behaviors, reactions, and vulnerabilities without arousing suspicion. Moving to the person in the Mark skin suit, my best guess is that this is Ulf, given how upset he was with Mark's desecration of the sacred tree. Mark was lured away by Inga and was most likely killed shortly after. The act of skinning was foreshadowed in a previous scene where the Harga children were playing a game called Skin the Fool. While it seemed innocent at the time, this hints that the Harga are indoctrinating their children to participate in violent rituals, normalizing it at a young age. Ulf in Mark's skin is also not wearing any pants or underwear. This might be a deliberate way to shame or make fun of Mark, since he urinated on the Rote Volta. It could serve as a grotesque symbolic punishment, highlighting the foolishness of Mark. If this is the case, it demonstrates the Harga's sense of justice and the horrifying consequences of violating their traditions. This visual could also allude to the Icelandic folktale, specifically the Nabrok, also known as necropants. These legendary corpse breeches are said to be fashioned from the skin of a deceased individual, and according to the folklore, they possess a supernatural property. Specifically, they are believed to hold the power to continuously produce an endless amount of money. This peculiar and grotesque artifact was supposedly created by obtaining permission from a living person to use their skin after death. Once the individual passed away, their skin from the waist down would be removed and transformed into these bizarre pants. By placing a stolen coin within the scrotum of the Nabrok, it was believed that the pants would consistently generate more money. It's important to emphasize that the existence of such pants beyond the realm of folklore and cautionary tales is exceedingly unlikely. No physical evidence of these necro pants has ever been found, and they're generally regarded as a myth intended to warn against greed and the desecration of the dead. The concept of wearing the skin of your enemy is a potent symbol across various cultures and historical periods, carrying profound implications of dominance, psychological subjugation, and the complete assimilation of an adversary, signifying the ultimate victory over an opponent. By donning Mark's skin, Ulf symbolically absorbs Mark's identity, stripping him of his individuality and reducing him to a trophy. In fact, Ulf was perceived as Mark for just a split second by Josh. This ritualistic act ensures that Mark's memory is not just extinguished, but transformed into a cautionary tale, a permanent testament to the consequences of disrespecting deeply held sacred beliefs, as he is now reduced to a fool. Another detail to note is the presence of another person in the temple. A sleeping Reuben is actually seen sleeping in the corner. I missed this upon initial viewings, and only caught it after the third time. However, I think Reuben being present yet unseen is a detail that holds significant implications for understanding Reuben's role and status within the Harga society. His existence seems to be one of isolation. He is relegated to the periphery, physically and socially distanced from the rest of the Harga. Unlike the other members of the community, he is conspicuously absent from interactions or communal activities. Reuben simply exists among them, a spectral figure whose presence is acknowledged, yet whose participation is not. The disparity between Reuben's perceived importance and his actual social standing raises intriguing questions about the true nature of the Harga's belief and practices. The nature of Reuben's contribution to the Ruby Radar is dubious at best. His actions, which appear as mere random smearings of paint on pages, starkly contrast with the brief but revealing glimpse of the sacred text. The Ruby Radar is shown to contain complex and finely detailed runes, suggesting a level of deliberate precision and knowledge, far beyond what we've seen Reuben demonstrate. Furthermore, these runes are identified as being outside the well-known Elder and Younger Futhark systems, hinting at a unique, perhaps even esoteric, system exclusive to the Hargas. This raises a critical question. If Reuben is not the sole author, then who inscribed these intricate runes? It begs the question of whether Reuben is merely a public face, a performer tasked with presenting a certain image to outsiders, and even other Harga, while the real intellectual and spiritual labor is conducted by a hidden elite. My hypothesis posits that a council of elders within the Harga holds the actual power and knowledge. These elders, I believe, manipulate the Ruby Radar, utilizing its complex runic script as a tool for control. By claiming the text to be divine scripture from a holy oracle, they exert authority over the community, dictating its beliefs and actions. Reuben, in this scenario, becomes a mouthpiece, a conduit for the elders' will, rather than the true author and interpreter of the sacred text. This structure ensures that the specialized knowledge and power remain concentrated in the hands of the select few, reinforcing their authority and maintaining the community's adherence to specific doctrines. The implications of this theory suggest a hierarchical and potentially manipulative system, not just to the outsiders, but also other Harga. In the morning, a loud trumpet sounds, signaling a new day. Josh and Mark's beds are empty. At breakfast, Dani wonders aloud if Mark is still with Inga from the night before. Pele quickly replies that he wouldn't be surprised if he was. Again, we're seeing the Harga jump right in to put Dani at ease. Dani then wonders aloud about Josh, but this time Christian replies that he's not that concerned. Throughout their stay, Dani exhibits a heightened sense of awareness and concern for the group's well-being. She consistently inquires about the location and activities of the other outsiders, revealing a deep-seated anxiety and responsibility. She doesn't even like Mark, yet she still asks after him. In stark contrast, Christian remains detached and indifferent to the fate of his companions. He displays a consistent apathy, showing little to no interest in tracking the whereabouts or ensuring the safety of his friends. This stark difference in their behavior further highlights the emotional divide and contrasting priorities between the pair. A male elder stands and makes an announcement. He reports that the 19th book of the Ruby Radar is missing from the temple, and he implores the person who took it to return it to the temple, which would be left unguarded and unwatched, adding that no one would need to know who the culprit is. The Harga expertly manipulate the situation, appearing serene and compassionate while fabricating lies effortlessly. Subsequently, two male elders inquire with Dani, Christian, and Pele about the whereabouts of Mark and Josh, expressing suspicion over their simultaneous disappearance on the night the Ruby Radar vanished. Christian wastes no time in distancing himself from his travel companions, Mark and Josh. He swiftly asserts that he and Dani have no idea where Mark and Josh went. Dani recalls Mark's last known whereabouts, mentioning that he was seen with Inga the previous night. While Christian initially expresses disbelief in Mark's involvement, he doesn't hesitate to shift suspicion towards Josh. He suggests with unsettling conviction that Josh may very well be culpable. Furthermore, Christian emphatically declares that should Josh be implicated, he wants it unequivocally known that he has no affiliation with him, neither as a friend nor as a collaborator. This stark eagerness to sever ties with Josh and essentially offer him up as a suspect catches Dani completely off guard, a mixture of shock and confusion clear on her face. Even Pele, normally composed, is visibly taken aback by Christian's hasty betrayal. His expression betrays a complex blend of surprise and what appears to be disgust, suggesting a deep disapproval of Christian. Father Odd joins the group, and Pele voices his regret that he's partially responsible since he brought the outsiders here. One of the elders dismisses Pele, telling him to join Father Odd in looking for the ruby radar. The Harga's deception is once more shown to be incredibly smooth and flawlessly executed. Now Dani and Christian think that Josh has run off with the sacred text, and Mark is off with Inga, explaining away both their absences. Dani is then told that she'll be joining the other Harga women for the day's activities, while Christian is asked to go see Siv in her house. A young female Harga with blonde hair approaches Dani and hands her some traditional Harga clothes. This young Harga is Corinne. Christian is visibly nervous about being called to meet with Siv. He slowly and reluctantly walks towards the house. Ominous music plays as he walks away. The scene then cuts to a close-up of a flower being ground down into a paste, using a mortar and pestle. The pulp is then dropped into a glass container and stirred with a ladle. A female Harga elder then ladles the concoction for young Harga women in floral crowns. These young women line up for the concoction, each taking a glass. Dani is also in line. She's now dressed completely in the traditional clothes of the Harga, and she's also wearing a flower crown like the other young women. Dani asks what's in the drink, and Corinne responds vaguely that it is a tea for the competition. Corinne tells Dani to look the elder serving the concoction directly in the eyes. Dani does what she is told and is given the concoction to drink. Corinne places Dani's hand and glass onto her shoulder and places her own hand and glass onto Dani's shoulder. This is a gesture that was seen before at the Atistupa feast, when Dan and Ilva performed this gesture. This is significant because it suggests that Corinne sees Dani as a member of the Harga, another example of how Dani is singled out from the other outsiders and treated as already part of the community. Dani and Corinne stare at one another, and Corinne instructs Dani to drink. After the two drinks, Corinne breathes in deeply and quickly lets out a sharp exhale. Dani then follows suit. Corinne is delighted and hugs Dani tightly. Again, like I mentioned before, the use of loud exhales seem to be a communal gesture. The Harga use it to connect spiritually and socially to one another. Additionally, Corinne also instructs Dani to maintain direct eye contact with the female elder, and then she and Dani make eye contact. So this is another nonverbal way that the Harga seem to connect to one another. 3 rings of young women, including Dani, join hands around the maypole. A line of Harga with instruments also line up close by. Dani begins to breathe in heavily as she begins to hallucinate. She begins to see her own feet as part of the grassy terrain, as if her feet has become the grass itself. This is a very similar scene to when Dani partakes in drinking the mushroom tea. Looking back at that scene, it is possible that Dani is drinking the same tea. Ingmar said that it was mushroom tea, but given their very similar effects, it just might be the same substances. Dani seeing her feet turning into grass also foreshadows the fate of the outsiders, but I'll elaborate more on this much later in the video. I also spot the runes that seem to be associated with Dani on the clothes Corinne gave her. These are the same runes that Pele drew on his portrait of Dani. Just as a refresher, these runes are the backwoods Rido and the upright Dagas. A little refresher, when the runes are depicted backwards or differently oriented, it hints at an inverse meaning. So Rido, the travel rune, being backwards, hints at stagnation, and the upright Dagas, which is the dawn, hints at night or darkness. So putting it together, stagnation, darkness, and grief are all appropriate runes for Dani, as she's still in mourning after the loss of her family. She also just seems stuck in her relationship with Christian, as neither seem especially suited for one another, but both refuse to separate or move on. Dani notices with surprise that her feet appear to be grass, but unlike before, she manages to remain still, controlling her urge to flee despite her heavy breathing. A female elder named Irma then proceeds to tell the story about the Black One, who supposedly enticed young Harga to dance in the grass, a dance they could not halt until death. Each year, to defy the Black One, the Harga engage in a dance around the maypole, a tradition culminating in the crowning of the last woman standing as the annual May Queen. At Irma's resounding clap, musicians commence their playing. As the women encircling the maypole deeply bow, Dani remains standing, uncertain. Then, in unison, they initiate the dance, linked hand in hand, forming 3 chains. Initially hesitant, Dani glanced at Corinne, and then started to smile as she is swept away in the dance. There's a great aerial shot of the maypole where we can see the outer ring of women is moving clockwise, the second ring is moving counterclockwise, and the innermost ring is moving clockwise. The movement is mesmerizing, and along with the music, creates a hypnotic feel to the dance. I just want to back up a little and point out a nice detail. The men play handmade instruments. Some appear to be crafted from antlers or bones, with runes inscribed upon them. Let's delve deeper into the significance of the Black One. This entity seems to symbolize death, as explicitly stated when the elder proclaims, quote, "Now in life-holding defiance of the Black One, we dance until we fall." This statement positions life as a direct opposition to the Black One, reinforcing the notion that it embodies the cessation of life. The phrase, life-holding defiance, suggests a vigorous and intentional resistance against death's inevitable pull. This resistance is manifested through their ritualistic dance, a frenzied and passionate activity that embodies the vibrance of life itself. The act of dancing until we fall emphasizes the ephemeral nature of the defiance, acknowledging that ultimately death will prevail. However, within the Harga's worldview, the cyclical surrender to death is not necessarily an end, but rather a transition. Connecting to Dani's personal journey, this adds another layer of depth. Terri's haunting final message, quote, "Dear Dani, I can't anymore, everything's black, and mom and dad are coming too, goodbye," strongly resonates within the concept of the Black One. The phrase "everything's black" can be interpreted metaphorically as Terri succumbing to despair and death. This aligned with the Harga's symbolism, suggesting a personal experience with the darkness of the Black One for Dani. The ritualistic dance around the maypole therefore becomes a transformative experience for Dani. By engaging in the life-holding defiance against the Black One, Dani processes her grief and finds a form of catharsis. This act of collective resistance, coupled with the community's acceptance and embrace, allows Dani to reconcile with her trauma, and perhaps find a new, albeit disturbing, sense of belonging with the Harga. The ritual is not just about celebrating life, but also about acknowledging and confronting death, making it a profound turning point in Dani's psychological and emotional journey. Adding to this is Dani's experience of vivid hallucination, where her feet transforms into blades of grass, seamlessly merging with the earth beneath her. This profound connection to the land mirrors the core philosophy of the Harga people, who perceive themselves as an integral part of nature. This hallucinatory experience for Dani is not merely a figment of her imagination, but a symbolic immersion into the Harga's deeply ingrained belief system, where the boundaries between human and nature are dissolved, and the existence is understood as a cyclical and interconnected process. The tradition of maypole dances and celebrations is not merely a cinematic invention, but rather finds its foundation in deeply embedded real-world customs, particularly those practiced across numerous European societies. These vibrant and joyous festivals are frequently timed to align with the summer solstice, an astronomical event that signifies the longest day of the year in the Northern Hemisphere. This celestial occasion is imbued with profound symbolic meaning, often serving to represent notions of fertility, the cyclical renewal of life, and the fostering of communal bonds and social cohesion. Central to these celebrations is, of course, the maypole, a prominent and visually striking element. This tall, upright wooden pole is elaborately decorated and adorned with colorful ribbons, garlands of flowers, and other festive embellishments. The act of dancing around the maypole, weaving patterns with the ribbons, is a symbolic ritual, representing the intertwining of community and the celebration of nature's bounty. The Harga's maypole dance visually resembles traditional European maypole dances, but differs in execution and meaning. While traditional dances celebrate life, the Harga's version has darker undertones. The film subverts familiar cultural symbols like the maypole to explore isolation, manipulation, and unsettling communal rituals. As we will see, the maypole dance is only part of the day's festivities. We have not yet seen the more horrific rituals yet to come. The scene cuts to Siv's house. Inside, the walls are also covered in murals, like the one seen in the sleeping hall. There is an extended shot of one of these scenes. The burning bear is probably the most notable one. This, of course, is a foreshadow to Christian's fate, but let's not dive into that yet. I want to look at the other details of other scenes. We see a lot of floral and mushroom illustrations, along with some runes. I see the Pethro and the Fehu, so feminine energy and prosperity. There are the Wango, Isaac, Tiwas, and Sowilo, so joy, challenge, sacrifice, and victory. There are also illustrations of women. One woman is adorned in a dress, her head framed by either the radiant glow of the sun or the soft luminescence of the moon, creating a powerful halo effect. In her hands, she delicately holds sprigs of greenery, suggesting themes of nature, fertility, and growth. Another illustration presents a starkly different image, a naked woman along with two runes. There's the Kauna rune, representing fire and passion, and the upright Dagas rune, again symbolizing potentially night and darkness. This pairing of fire and night implies a complex interplay of contrasting forces, perhaps hinting at the duality of existence or the cyclical nature of time and light, or night and passion. There's also an assortment of runes that resemble the one seen in the Ruby Radar, the occult runes. There's also phallic and vaginal-looking designs hidden in the artwork. Take a look at the border design here. The room's details become clearer as the scene shifts. In fact, the entire room is covered with paintings. Several runes noted before are seen again, dispersed throughout the space, along with more illustrations of plants, figures, and intricate patterns. Christian is seated near the center of the room. He stares directly at the scene of the burning bear, again foreshadowing his fate with the bear. The painted scenes within Siv's house seems to serve as a comprehensive guide to various rituals, strongly echoing the narrative tapestry displayed outside, which meticulously detailed the steps for a love ritual. However, the scope of these interior depictions is far grander, encompassing a multitude of practices. Each scene, I believe, functions as a practical instruction manual, illustrating how to execute distinct rituals by integrating specific plant life, symbolic runes, precise bodily poses, and most importantly, specific sacrifices. Siv enters the room and asks Christian to join her in an adjoining room. Christian very slowly gets to his feet and hesitantly enters the next room. Siv stands in front of a stool and waits silently for Christian to join her. He slowly complies and goes to stand in front of the empty chair facing Siv. They face one another before slowly lowering themselves onto their seats. Christian shifts uncomfortably on his seat, showing his discomfort at this meeting. Siv remains silent as she closely examines him. Here, Christian reminds me of a schoolboy about to be scolded by the principal. And I think this is all very intentional. Siv is of high authority, and she's using just her silence and body language to intimidate him. Christian begins to try to explain that he does not know the whereabouts of Josh or the Ruby Radar, but Siv cuts him off, instead asking him how he feels about Maya. This again catches him off guard, so Siv explains that Christian has been approved to mate with Maya, adding that he is an ideal astrological match for her, and that Maya has chosen him to mate with. Christian replies that he thinks he ate one of her pubic hairs, to which Siv tells him that he's probably right. Christian exits the house, his answer or subsequent conversation left to the viewer's imagination. A nice detail to note is that there is a cutout of the Ansas rune on the side of Siv's house. Again, this is the same rune as her tunic, so this seems to delineate her as a figure of wisdom, and someone who is associated with the gods. As Christian makes his way to the dance, we get a glimpse of the maypole aligning with the yellow temple in the distance. The maypole and the temple form an interesting shape that I noticed appeared in the Ruby Radar. Back at the dance, Dani is doing quite well. She's able to keep up with the other women and seems to be enjoying herself. Irma calls for a sudden stop. Immediately the music halts. Most of the women also stop, but some stagger and fall. The women who do fall leave the dance. Irma then calls out again, and the women quickly shuffle into a new arrangement. Karin quickly instructs Dani on what to do next. The women begin to weave in and out, hand in hand, quickly changing from one partner to the next. Dani accidentally bumps into another Harga and knocks her out of the dance. Dani's face is of concern for the woman, but the dance continues and she's once again swept away. Christian walks to join the spectators of the dance. He takes a seat next to Pele. For a brief second, Christian looks directly into the camera, once again breaking the fourth wall. This is the third time I have counted where a character breaks the fourth wall with a brief direct glance at the camera. When he does, Maya tumbles out of the dance and onto the ground. She gets to her feet and walks away after being eliminated. She gives Christian a long look as she does so. After some time, after a lot of women have been eliminated from the dance, Dani remains. After two more women fall, Irma calls for a stop and calls out loudly. Karin excitedly explains to Dani that she's doing great and that there are only 8 women left in the dance. Dani is excited and looks out towards the crowd. She sees the Harga waving silently with both hands in the air, as if giving a silent applause. But Christian sits looking around with his head down. More and more, Christian seems at odd amongst the Harga, his discomfort and anxiousness palpable. Dani's smile drops upon seeing his expression, disappointed at his disinterest in her. Irma swiftly directs the dance to continue with a sharp gesture. Dani is pulled back into the swirling motions of the women. While she dances, Ulla, a giggling blonde young woman, brings a glass to Christian. She is clearly under the influence of the same type of drink Dani had earlier. Christian asks her what it is, and Ulla tells him that it is spring water with special properties. Hesitant, Christian asks her what it does. Ulla explains, quote, "It breaks down your defenses and opens you up for the influence." Christian remains hesitant at first, refusing the drink, saying that he doesn't want to experience a bad trip. But Ulla gently insists and tells them that he won't. Upon her insistence, and after looking at Maya, Christian drinks the concoction. Pele watches silently as Christian downs his drink. The mysterious tea appears to be a hallucinogenic, functioning as Ulla described. It lowers inhibitions and psychological defenses. Seemingly, it makes individuals more open to suggestion. Also, a nice bit of detail is that Ulla might have been a previous year's May Queen. It's a bit hard to tell, but she looks a lot like the woman in the picture of Pele's phone and the picture in the sleeping hall. In fact, I think I see Karin and Hannah might have also been previous May Queens. Under the influence of drugs, Dani and 7 other women continue their dance. Dani appears entranced, her senses heightened. Irma halts the dance in Swedish. The dancers then reverse direction. Dani remains in a trance-like state. A smile spreads across her face as she is carried away by the dance. In a fleeting yet profoundly symbolic shot, Dani's face is illuminated, appearing to radiate light as she moves with the rhythm of the dance. This ethereal glow strikingly mirrors the image of the smiling sun, a motif introduced in the very opening shot of the film. The visual connection between Dani's illuminated face and the unsettling depiction of the sun suggests a deeper ominous link. It hints at the transformation within Dani, or perhaps a premonition of her impending immersion into the cult's ideologies, where the sun holds central significance. This repeated visual reinforces the pervasive influence of the Harga community's beliefs and their powerful, almost hypnotic effect on Dani, foreshadowing her eventual, disturbing embrace of their rituals. This further emphasizes Dani's future role as a prominent female figure within the Harga community, connecting to the recurring motif of female figures emanating light. As the dancing continues, Karin speaks to Dani in Swedish, but Dani, not understanding, states that she cannot speak the language. Karin responds loudly, "What?" before they begin to speak in gibberish. Despite this, the subtitles reveal their mutual understanding. Karin asks Dani if she wants to speak Swedish, to which Dani replies, "Do I?" Karin excitedly declares, "You are, we're talking." Both women are overjoyed at their newfound ability to communicate. Karin exclaims, "We understand each other." And Dani responds, "We don't need words to talk, it's dancing." Distracted and unsteady from the fatigue and drugs, Karin bumps into another dancer and falls, leaving Dani as the last dancer. So how is this communication possible? My best guess is that the hallucinogenic drug consumed by Dani and the other dancers acts as a powerful catalyst for empathy and intersubjectivity. It bypasses the limitations of conventional language, allowing them to connect on a deeper, perhaps even telepathic level. Dani and Karin's gibberish becomes a shared language of pure feeling and unfiltered emotion, fostering an intense, albeit drug-induced understanding between them. Dani is so attuned with the Harga that she begins to understand them, despite not being able to speak their language. This moment also subtly questions the nature of empathy itself, raising the possibility that such profound connection can be induced or manipulated through external means, blurring the lines between genuine feeling and chemically influenced perception. After Karin and the other dancer are eliminated, Irma declares Dani as the winner of the dance. While some of the Harga women cheer and laugh with excitement, many others remain silent, instead silently holding their hands up to express their joy. A young woman offers a large floral headpiece to Irma, who then crowns the bewildered Dani as the new May Queen. Other Harga women quickly drape a matching floral shawl around Dani as they lead her away, followed by the enthusiastic crowd. They gather around Dani and in perfect unison pose for a photograph. An elderly man swiftly takes a group picture and then a close-up of Dani in quick succession. Now Dani's picture can be added to the wall of May Queens that came before her. Dani's being added to the history of the Harga, further assimilating her into their legacy. Christian appears, but remains excluded and seems disoriented. Dani and Christian briefly share confused glances before Dani is once again swept away by the Harga's celebratory affection. This shows the metaphysical and physical distance of the two. She is being taken in a different direction, led towards the Harga, while Christian is left behind. Dani is embraced, kissed, and lavished with affection by the other Harga. Dani is led through the adoring crowd, when suddenly she sees her mother in the crowd, placing her hand on Dani's shoulders briefly before disappearing. Dani calls out to her, but again is quickly led away by the other Harga. The appearance of Dani's deceased mother among the Harga could hint at several things. Firstly, the appearance of her mother could be a manifestation of Dani's profound grief and trauma, following the recent tragic loss of her family. In moments of extreme emotional distress, the mind can conjure familiar figures as a form of psychological coping mechanism, or a desperate yearning for comfort and connection. The strange rituals and hallucinogenic tea could induce such a vision, obscuring the distinction between reality and Dani's inner distress. Another interpretation could be that this is Dani's gradual and perhaps subconscious acceptance of her mother's passing. Previously, in the unsettling nightmare sequence, Dani expressed only a brief, almost spectral glimpse of her mother. This, however, seems to be more substantial and emotionally charged. This more potent vision could signify a crucial step in Dani's processing of her trauma, albeit a drug-induced form of acceptance. It is noteworthy, too, that Dani sees this version of her mother among the Harga, even dressed in their traditional attire. This carries significant weight in understanding her evolving psychological state and her integration into their new social structure. This manifestation of her mother within the Harga fold suggests a profound shift in Dani's perception. Instead of viewing the Harga as alien or an external entity, her subconscious appears to be forging a connection, symbolized by her mother's assimilation into their visual representation. This could signify Dani beginning to find a sense of belonging and familial connection with the Harga, filling the void left by the tragic loss of her family. The act of seeing her own mother in Harga clothing underscores this potential acceptance, and perhaps an even subconscious desire to replace her lost family with this newly found community. The ambiguity surrounding this vision underscores the unsettling and surreal nature of Dani's experience, leaving the audience to question the boundaries of reality, grief, and the manipulative potential of a community. Pele appears and cups Dani's face tenderly, exclaiming, quote, "Oh my god, Dani, May Queen." This exclamation underscores the deep significance of this moment and Dani's ascendance to a revered position within the Harga community. Pele then kisses her deeply, a gesture that transcends mere celebration and suggests a romantic connection. This burgeoning attraction between Dani and Pele has been woven throughout their interactions. Here, Pele's role shifts as he deepens his connection with Dani, offering her not only empathy, but a potential romantic partner. Crucially, he solidifies his position as a Harga-based alternative to Christian, directly addressing Dani's emotional needs in a way that Christian consistently fails to do. This development serves to further sever Dani's emotional ties and dependency on Christian, pushing her towards the Harga community and Pele's growing influence within it. Pele breaks the kiss, and Dani is led to a wooden stage. She steps on the stage, and the entire stage is hoisted up by Harga attendants. These attendants were wearing identical hats to the one seen earlier at the Ate Stupa scene. They carry her away as the Harga follow her, forming a procession. The Harga begin to sing a haunting yet triumphant chorus, sweet and ethereal, resonating with an undercurrent of profound significance, a sense of a long-awaited culmination. As Dani is carried, an eerie image resembling her deceased sister's face suddenly appears in the foliage, creating a haunting visage. In this visual composition, Dani stands with her back resolutely turned towards Terri. The Harga people guide Dani away from Terri, a symbolic act that appears to encapsulate Dani's progression in her emotional journey. This departure signifies Dani's movement away from the profound grief and pain that Terri's action caused. The framing of the shot emphasizes Dani's forward trajectory, suggesting a release from the past and an embrace of a new path in the company of the Harga. The Harga welcome Dani to a meticulously prepared long dining table, already adorned with an elaborate arrangement of food and drink. The initial impression is one of idyllic beauty and communal harmony. However, this picturesque scene is immediately undercut by a disconcerting shot of a rack laden with unidentifiable meat. The presence of flies buzzing around this ominous display introduces a subtle yet pervasive sense of wrongness. It serves as visual foreshadowing, hinting that beneath the surface of beauty and hospitality, something sinister and impure festers within the community. The Harga gather around the long table and all look at Dani, who is positioned at the head of the table. The effects of the tea are still apparent in Dani's perception, with certain objects appearing to swirl and swell. Christian stumbles his way to the table, his steps slow and unsteady. A heavy silence hangs in the air as all eyes remain on Dani. She slowly sits down onto her chair, which has been elaborately decorated with flowers and greenery. Once Dani is seated, the other Harga members follow suit, appearing to show respect for their new May Queen. This gesture was also extended to Dan and Ylva previously. Under the influence of the drugs, the surrounding plants appear to react to Dani. The leaves and stems move and curl as if sensing her presence. This seems to highlight the Harga's connection to the natural world. Dani silently observes Christian, clumsily finding his seat. He appears conspicuously different, being the only one not dressed in traditional Harga attire. Christian now is the only outsider that is left, as Dani has joined the Harga. With a touch of uncertainty, Dani picks up her cutlery and starts to eat. Immediately, the other Harga follows suit in a ripple effect of synchronized action. This was seen earlier in the scene with Dan and Ylva, except this time, Dani is the head of the feast. Dan and Ylva's feast marked the end of their life. This feast seemed to mark Dani's beginning with the Harga. As Dani looks around the feast, she makes eye contact with Christian. He gives her a desperate, pleading look. Obviously, the tea is taking full effect, and Christian seems lost and scared. Before Dani can think about this any further, they're interrupted by a Harga woman, who offers Dani some herring. She tells Dani that it is tradition and considered good luck. A nearby male elder, Sten, advised Dani to eat the herring whole, starting with the tail. Hesitant, Dani tries to eat the herring whole, but spits it out. The other Harga express disappointment with a sigh, but then begins to laugh good-naturedly with her. Their reaction of Dani's inability to eat the fermented herring offers a glimpse into their social dynamics and acceptance rituals. While a collective sigh of disappointment initially rippled through the group, this quickly dissolved into good-natured laughter, suggesting a playful element to the situation. The Harga's amusement and apparent delight at Dani's comfort do not indicate malice or exclusion. Instead, the response carries the air of light-hearted, hazing, or perhaps the customary tradition meant for newcomers. The fact that they did not genuinely get upset, but rather entertained, strongly implies a welcoming gesture, as if Dani's reaction, though initially falling short of expectation, ultimately serves to further integrate her into the fold. However, this lightheartedness does not extend to those the Harga consider outsiders, as we see with Christian. Visibly desperate and frightened, Christian questions a nearby male elder about the unfolding events. The elder responds with a stern look before clapping his hands in front of Christian's face. The tea's effect amplifies this action, creating a deeply uncomfortable sound and sensation for Christian, who pleads for an explanation, asking, quote, "Why did you do that?" However, his question is only met with silence. The male elder offers no verbal response. Instead, the elder looks intently at Dani. His expression, though subtle, carries a distinct implication. Dani is the underlying cause of his growing displeasure with Christian. This moment underscores the significant shift in the Harga's attitude towards Christian. Their increasing inhospitableness is no longer solely predicated on his status as an outsider. Instead, it suggests a deeper motive, that Christian represents Dani's final tether to the world beyond their secluded community, connection they are intent on severing. The elder's silent accusation and pointed look serve as a stark warning, highlighting Christian's precarious position and the community's deliberate efforts to isolate Dani within their fold. The male elder Arn raises a toast to Dani, the new May Queen. The Hargas all stand and toast to her. To Dani's right, Dangi, who Pele introduced when they first arrived to the commune, enthusiastically tells Dani, quote, "You are the family now, yes?" The declaration, brimming with an almost aggressive enthusiasm, underscores the Harga's conviction that Dani has been fully integrated to their fold. Their emphatic language and fervent tone, while seemingly celebratory, carries an undercurrent of coercion. Dani nods her head, and Dangi exclaims, quote, "Like sisters." Christian watches in silence and confusion. Gazing ahead, Christian sees Maya's fix her eyes on him. She rises slowly and offers him a slight nod, indicating he should trail her. Christian is drawn to Maya, like moth to a flame. Across the table, Siv observes with quiet intensity. Maya walks away, but while interested, Christian does not immediately follow. Dani watches the exchange from her end of the table with concern. Pele begins a new sketch in his book. It appears to be Dani in her May Queen regalia. After they eat, Siv announces that the May Queen traditionally blesses the crops and animals. She playfully remarks on Dani's supposed good fortune from eating the salted herring, causing the other Harga to laugh. Sif gestures to Dani, prompting her to stand. The other Harga follows suit. A carriage awaits Dani, and several young Harga women will accompany her as attendants. When Dani asks if Christian can join them, Sif firmly replies, quote, "Nay, the queen must ride alone." Christian remains seated and silent, the only one not standing. He appears to be experiencing adverse effects from the tea. Visually, this further separates Christian from the Harga and Dani. As Dani moves towards the carriage, a young Harga child scatters flowers ahead of her. Once again, Dani is being led on a path of flowers by the Harga. Hannah, the Harga woman who offered Dani herring, joins her with a torch and foliage. Hannah gives Dani the torch and walks with her to the yellow carriage. Dani raises the torch as she walks. Upon reaching the carriage, Hannah instructs Dani to ignite the torches adorning it. Again, we see the bright use of yellow, which visually foreshadows death, but also ties the carriage to the Yellow Temple. Let's take a moment to analyze this scene, as it appears to offer further evidence of the Harga's possible Nazi origin. The prominent use of torches and a striking arm gesture bears an unsettling resemblance to Nazi iconography. The Nazi regime employed symbolism to project an image of formidable strength and to forge a contrived connection between contemporary Germany and the perceived grandeur of ancient Greece. A prime example of this manipulative tactic was the invented 1936 Olympic torch relay. The Nazis created a torch relay from Olympia, Greece to Berlin, Germany, to assert German dominance and fabricate a historical link to classic ideals. This culminated in a Nazi rally where the torch symbolized the Third Reich's light and Aryan supremacy. Hannah's arm gesture echoes the Nazi salute while gesturing Dani forward, deepening the unsettling parallels between the Nazis' communal practices and the insidious traditions of the Nazi regime. This hints at a darker, more authoritarian undercurrent within the Harga's seemingly idyllic society. The scene compels viewers to consider how easily historical symbols can be reappropriated for malevolent ends, and the potential for even seemingly benign practices to conceal or perpetuate sinister ideologies. Once Dani is inside the carriage, Hannah gives a loud whooping call, and the other female Harga attendants begin to pull the carriage away. The small envoy is led away, seemingly making a lap around the commune. As Dani is escorted away, Christian's attention shifts towards Maya's direction, but Maya is nowhere in sight. Instead, another young woman is scattering flower petals. Meanwhile, back in the carriage, Dani appears somewhat disoriented. Corinne and other women run beside the carriage, their right hands and arms raised in an upward gesture. Simultaneously, their left hands are close to their chests, both hands pointing forward as if to guide Dani's focus elsewhere. They seem to literally be directing Dani's attention away as another ritual is about to begin. Back with the other Harga, the young woman finishes the long trail of flower petals for Christian to follow. She directs him onto the path, while the other Harga watch on expectantly. Christian hesitantly follows the path, while Dani is led to a dirt field. A hole has been dug. The Harga women put in grains, a slab of meat, and a cracked egg into the hole before burying it, most likely an offering back to nature. Standing above the buried offerings, Hannah instructs Dani to hold a torch with her, and tells Dani to repeat after her. As Hannah begins to sing, Dani echoes the vocals, and they encircle each other. They hold the torch together in their right hands, while extending greenery in their left. As Dani and Hannah sing, the other women begin gesturing together. This seems to be a blessing ritual. Meanwhile, Christian is being directed into his own ritual. He has changed into traditional Harga clothing. There are two large clusters of runes on his robe. One cluster has a large Tiwas rune at its center, which again references the one-handed god Tyr, who is associated with duty and sacrifice. There are also multiple Algis runes encompassing the Tyr rune. The Algis is repeated upright and also upside down, forming a sequential pattern. Algis and its upside down version, the Year, both are associated with endurance and protection. The other large cluster is the opposite, with the Year rune at the center and the Tiwas repeating pattern around it. There also seems to be small symbols that might represent the sun and moon. The appearance of the Tiwas rune strongly implies that Christian has been selected for a sacrificial ritual, a mandatory undertaking dictated by the Harga, while the runes Algis and Ear could be interpreted as representing resilience or divine safeguarding for Christian during this ordeal. A more nuanced and unsettling interpretation arises when considering the subtle yet persisting hints of Nazi occultism woven into the movie. The Todesrune, the death rune. This interpretation suggests that Christian's selection as a sacrifice is not merely a random act, but a binding obligation, a duty from which he cannot escape. He has been marked by the Todes rune, signifying his impending death. However, the presence of algies, or as it was referenced by the Nazis, the Lebensrune, adds a layer of complexity, implying that even in his role as a sacrifice, Christian embodies a life-giving aspect, perhaps contributing to the community's renewal or sustenance through his death. So Christian is marked for death, but he's also a life-bringer, which makes sense with what he has been selected to do. Mats, another elder, turns and receives a small pot from a male elder who I believe is Arn. His elder's identity is uncertain due to the fringed headwear concealing his face. However, based on his hair length and hint of a beard and his tunic, Arn is the most likely candidate. Mats takes the black pot and holds it out towards Christian. He then removes the lid, and smoke begins to drift out. Mats directs Christian to breathe in the smoke, telling him it's for vitality. The smoke further affects Christian, who is already under the influence of the tea. Then, Arn stands before Christian, obstructing the doorway of what appears to be the Dark Temple. His distinctive red headwear features a central eye design, and his face is hidden by fringe, suggesting a concealed yet ever-watchful presence. This mirrors the earlier temple scene with Josh, where a window was similarly concealed by a curtain. Just like the window, Arn, despite being hidden, remains ever observant. He is the guardian of the Ruby Router and the protector of the temple. Arn then opens the door to the temple and allows Christian inside. Maya lays naked in a bed made of flowers. Behind her, other naked women of varying ages stand, their arms open, touching one another, creating a human chain. I want to point out a small detail here. The flower bed that Maya lays on was seen in the earlier scene when Josh sneaks into the temple. The women hum together in unison and sways in a gentle motion. We see this earlier with the scene where women are swaying while surrounding a baby. This alludes to procreation and the raising of children, suggesting a communal support system. Maya watches Christian and slowly opens her legs, enticing him. Simultaneously, another older woman approaches Christian and removes his robes, leaving him naked. Meanwhile, outside, Dani continues to engage with other rituals, this time among the livestock. Back inside the temple, Christian approaches Maya and positions himself between her legs. Locking eyes, Christian leans in to kiss her as they lie together on the bed of flowers. The other women continue to sway and hum in unison as Christian and Maya begin their procreation. Maya looks up towards Ulrika. Their eyes lock and Maya reaches out for her. Christian misinterprets this gesture and reaches out to grab Maya's hand. Ulrika reaches out to grasp Maya's hands and begins to vocalize to Maya, startling Christian. He is confused and alarmed, but Ulrika lifts his face towards hers and begins her vocalizations while staring at Christian. This prompts him to continue in his task. Maya begins to vocalize in pleasure. The other women begin to mimic her. Once again, we see Ruben lying in the corner in his bed, motionless, observing with quiet intensity. I wanted to point out a nice detail here. The oracle's robes that Ruben wears are decorated with multitude of runes, many resembling the cryptic runes from the Ruby Router, the occult runes. Unlike others who bear single or paired runes, Ruben is distinguished by numerous occult markings. As Christian continues his task, the women all motion and vocalize in pleasure. Outside, Dani returns from her carriage ride. Hannah urges Dani to visit Siv for a blessing, mentioning that this is a special meeting only reserved for the May Queens. But before Dani walks towards Siv's house, the female vocalizations emanating from the temple catches her attention. Dani, intrigued by the sounds, inquires about the activity inside. Hannah responds enigmatically, stating that whatever is occurring within the temple is not for them. Dani, sensing something is wrong, begins to walk towards the temple. Hannah gently tries to stop her by placing her hand on Dani's shoulder and cautions her against going into the temple. Dani's anxiety intensifies, fueled by her existing suspicion regarding Christian and Maya's involvement. Her face drops, and she removes her floral crown as she approaches the temple doors. She peeks through the keyhole and sees the procreation ritual involving Christian and Maya. This scene to me seems to be a nod to Alice in Wonderland. Through the keyhole, Alice sees a beautiful garden. It is described as the loveliest garden she has ever seen. However, she cannot reach it because the door is too small. She had previously shrunk herself with a drink, but now is unable to reach the key to open the door. Instead here, Dani is devastated by the sight of Christian's betrayal. In a stark and tragic contrast to Alice, Dani's experience transcends mere frustrated desire, but rather a brutal and visceral betrayal that shatters her already fragile emotional state, a profound violation of trust and commitment. Christian is the last connection she has to the outside world, their tenuous bond now severed. Dani stumbles away, choking as if she wants to throw up. She falls to the ground in front of the temple. Her attendants rush to her side and gather around her. They whisk her off to the sleeping hall, where they continue to touch and gather around her. The women try to comfort Dani in bed, but she grows more anxious and distraught. Dani crawls to the floor and begins to hyperventilate. The women follow Dani to the floor. Hannah holds Dani's face as the other women gather around. Dani's breathing turns to groans of anguish. The other women begin to mimic her, begin to groan together in rhythmic unison. Dani's moans turn to loud wails, and the other women mimic her again, together wailing along with Dani. The moans and wails become rhythmic and synchronized. This scene briefly transitions to a mural, likely depicting a ritual. A prominent female figure, distinguished by a halo and emanating rays, dominates the composition. 6 other female figures stand beside her, their heads bowed in what appears to be reverence. At the bottom center, a large flame burns, flanked by 2 naked male figures holding what appears to be hay or wheat. The shot of this scene hints at Dani's new role within the Harga community. This is a pivotal scene, and the mirror serves to underscore her ascendancy. She is the chosen one, the embodiment of their fertility rituals and season celebrations. However, the shot of this female figure could also be a nod to Maya's success, as she was seen with the mysterious light over her face. She has also ascended in a way, as she has now fulfilled her goal of mating with Christian. The scene zooms out to show the women in the large sleeping hall with Dani. Then the scene cuts to the mating ritual in the temple. The juxtaposition is striking in both scenes. The women are moving and vocalizing in unison, operating as a cohesive entity. Their synchronized movements transcend individual expression, merging into a powerful collective voice. This unified front suggests a deep communal bond, a shared purpose that overrides personal distinctions and ambitions. It speaks to the dissolution of individual identity into the greater whole, and vice versa. With Dani, the women are sharing in her grief and pain at being betrayed by Christian, while the women in the temple are sharing in Maya's pleasure of copulation. One act leads to the pain of another, but both pain and pleasure are shared. This state of shared heightened emotion was seen earlier at the Atistupa. This shared pain and pleasure is how the Harga forged their communal bonds. Their rituals are meticulously designed to dissolve individualistic desires and foster an unbreakable collective consciousness. Back in the temple, one of the older women moves behind Christian and places her hands on his buttocks. She proceeds to push and guide Christian as he copulates with Maya. This physical assistance is a symbolic and a literal act of propelling the ritual forward, ensuring that the intended copulation takes place, reinforcing the community's collective will for procreation and the continuation of their lineage. Christian turns his head to see who is behind him, but Maya stops him by pulling his face towards hers, distracting him. Ulrika remains by Maya's side, stroking and holding Maya's head up. Finally, Christian reaches its climax and pulls away. As he does, he seems to regain some of his senses. Maya, still on her back, begins to rock herself in an effort to promote conception. She excitedly tells Ulrika, quote, "I can feel it. I feel the baby." Christian begins to look around and begins to come to the realization and shock of what has just transpired. He rushes away in a frantic panic. With the mating complete, it becomes clear that the women no longer need him. Still naked, Christian runs outside. As he's about to cross a field, he stops when he sees 3 male Harga walking towards him. 2 are holding a large throne-like chair that has been covered in flowers. In a panic, he runs in the opposite direction. The loud wails from the sleeping hall dissuades him from entering, so he takes off towards the garden. He stumbles upon a haunting and bizarre sight, Josh's leg protruding straight out of the ground, as if it was a crop sprouting from the earth. Inscribed on the foot is the Manas rune. This symbol represents man, by extension humanity and community. When viewed from this perspective, the rune appears inverted, suggesting an inverse interpretation. This inversion hints at a meaning opposite to the rune's usual emphasis on community. This might be fitting for Josh, given his persistent disrespect of the Harga community and his selfishness. Despite explicit warnings against photographing the ruby radar, a practice deemed deeply sacrilegious by the community, Josh defiantly attempted to capture the ritual on his phone. The act underscored his inherent inability to comprehend, let alone respect, any culture that diverged from his own narrow view. He viewed the Harga community as a curiosity to be documented and dissected for his own gain. His ambition rendered him utterly incapable of perceiving the true nature of the Harga, ultimately leading to his own demise. Seeing the remains of Josh, Christian fully breaks into a panic. He runs to a nearby chicken coop shelter. A male Harga watches him ominously close by. Inside the coop, Christian then discovers an even more horrifying scene. Simon's body is suspended inside the chicken coop, held aloft by ropes and twine. The ropes encircling his wrists and feet are adorned with flowers. Simon's back has been flayed open, his ribs cracked. His lungs, suspended by twine, create the grotesque appearance of wings. Adding to the horror, Simon is still alive, his labored breathing audible, and the expansion and retraction of his lungs visible. The chilling scene appears to draw inspiration from the blood eagle, a method of ritual execution described in late skaldic poetry. This brutal practice, as detailed in Christian sagas, involved placing the victim in a prone position. Their ribs were then severed from the spine using a sharp tool, after which their lungs are pulled through the opening, creating a grotesque pair of wings splayed across their back. However, the historical authenticity of the blood eagle remains a subject of considerable academic debate. Scholars have continuously questioned whether the rite was a genuine historical practice, a literary invention crafted by the authors of the original text to heighten dramatic effect, or perhaps the result of a mistranslation of the ancient texts themselves. Simon's gruesome state immediately raises a chilling question: what was his transgression? Given the Harga demonstrated ruthlessness with Mark and Josh, where killings serve as a clear-cut form of punishment and retribution, Simon's fate suggests a familiar, yet perhaps even more severe underlying offense. Was his crime an act of sacrilege against the Harga's ancient traditions, a violation of their communal harmony, as seen when he and Connie caused a disruption at the Atistupa? Or is it punishment for Connie and Simon's desperate attempt to leave the commune? Connie and Simon are the only two who decide to leave after the Atistupa ritual, while Dani also wanted to leave but was convinced to stay by Pelle. Another possible offense might be against Ingmar and his perceived slight by Connie. This interpretation gains traction when considering the stark contrast in their recollections of the past. In a prior interaction, Ingmar painted a picture of a past relationship with Connie, a bond that, in his memory, preceded her moving on to Simon. However, Connie's recollection sharply contradicted his, asserting that they were never even dating. This fundamental disagreement about their shared history raises questions about Ingmar's motivations and his perception of reality. Did Ingmar intentionally bring Connie and Simon back to the commune for the purpose of vengeance? Whatever the case may be, the sight of Simon's mutilated body in the chicken coop is insightful, offering a chilling glimpse into the Harga's ritualistic brutality. This act of horrific violence, juxtaposed with the seemingly mundane setting of a chicken coop, is a disturbing hallmark of the Harga. Their ability to seamlessly combine such extreme acts with everyday life underscores a profound disconnect from conventional morality. Christian is horrified, yet compelled to examine Simon's face. Ducking underneath to reveal Simon's eyes has been removed. Again, we see yellow and its association with death. Before Christian can do anything else, he is ambushed by Father Odd, who blows mysterious powder into his face. Christian, breathing in the powder, begins to cough, his eyes wide in shock. Then he collapses to the ground, completely paralyzed. Other male elders enter the chicken coop, and Father Odd kneels down and shuts Christian's eyes one at a time. Sometime later, Ulla calls out to Christian, but he is unable to open his eyes due to the paralytic. Ulla opens them for him, again one at a time. She smiles and tells him that he can't speak and he can't move. She says this in a very jovial and nonchalant way. Ulla rejoins the Harga, who have adopted a meditative pose, eyes closed, arms at their sides with their palms forward. I wanted to call attention to Inga on Ulla's right. Her face seems a bit battered, and she's wearing a horn-like adornment on her groin. This makes me wonder if her injuries are a result of a possible altercation with Mark. She did lure him away. Perhaps he was able to put up some resistance before being killed and skinned. Alternatively, her injuries could have been sustained during the maypole dance, given that other participants were observed colliding or falling due to the combination of their dancing and the effects of the drugs. The symbolism of the horn accessory, conspicuously placed on her groin area, strongly implies a connection to themes of mating, fertility, or procreation. This placement is not accidental and draws immediate attention to its reproductive connotations. The cornucopia, or horn of plenty, was a symbol of abundance in classical antiquity. Its origin is often linked to Zeus's infancy. Hidden from its father Kronos, Zeus was nursed by the goat Amalthea. While playing, Zeus accidentally broke off one of her horns, which then gained the power to provide endless nourishment. Modern depictions of the cornucopia typically show it as a hollow, horn-shaped wicker basket overflowing with various festive fruits and vegetables. Furthermore, its striking red color carries significant implications, most notably suggesting blood, which could refer to menstrual blood, the blood of childbirth, or even sacrificial blood within a ritualistic context. It's noteworthy that Inga has been observed frequently adorning herself in red, a choice that she shares with Maya. This recurring motif of red attire among certain female characters is notable, as it could suggest a shared status or shared objectives. I speculate that the younger women who consistently wear red could be signaling their menstrual cycles and, by extension, their readiness for mating. This would align with a societal structure where fertility and lineage are paramount. The color red in this interpretation becomes a powerful nonverbal communicator of biological status and societal role within the community. However, the success of mating rituals diverged significantly between Maya and Inga. While Maya's efforts culminated in a successful pairing, Inga's efforts proved fruitless. This failure had grim consequences for Mark, as after his desecration of the sacred tree, he was most likely deemed unsuitable. The horn suggests a deeper implication for Inga. It could signify her inability to secure a mate this summer, and dooms her to another cycle of menstruation, a prolonged period of fertility without the fulfillment of procreation. This continuation of menstruation might imply a societal expectation or even a ritualistic requirement that she remain in a state of readiness for another season, prolonging her search for an appropriate partner. The horn, a potent symbol in many cultures, may serve as a multifaceted fertility charm. Its presence might be intended to aid Inga in attracting a more fruitful match, a partner not only capable of procreation, but one who embodies strength, prosperity, and suitability for the community's future. Building upon this observation, the strategic choices of Maya and Inga in selecting mates from outside of the Harga community introduces a fascinating layer to the recurring motif of the color red. Beyond its more overt associations, red in this context could subtly symbolize their specific mission: to facilitate genetic exchange and invigorate the isolated commune's gene pool. Red, the color of blood and life, signifies not just the act of procreation, but the broader biological vitality and long-term survival of the community. Their selections, therefore, are not merely personal romantic choices, but actions imbued with communal significance, serving to prevent genetic stagnation and ensure the continued robustness of the Harga lineage. The perspective shifts from Christian to a wide shot of the Hargas, all facing the stage. Dani, completely covered in flowers, is seated in the center of the stage on the floral throne, the same throne that was seen being hauled by the two male Harga in an earlier scene. The yellow wood pattern on the stage radiates outwards from her, another detail hinted at in the mural scene. Ruben continues painting, seating to the side of the stage. He appears to be on a cloud, an illusion created by the white fluffy wool or cotton covering the table behind which he sits. I think this is to illustrate that Ruben is unclouded, or above the clouds, a reference to the line that Arndt spoke to Josh in the temple. Quote, "Ruben is unclouded by normal cognition. It makes him open for the source." This cloud station appears to symbolize Ruben's role as the Harga oracle. Beyond simply serving as a convenient scapegoat, Ruben embodies a more sinister function within the cult's elaborate tapestry of control. His supposed prophetic visions aren't just convenient excuses for the elders' machinations, they're also the very fabric of the cult's manufactured reality. Each pronouncement, each supposed glimpse into the future, strengthens the members' dependence on the elders, solidifying their power. The theatricality of the cloud, then, isn't merely an embellishment. It's a crucial piece of grand illusion, designed to enforce belief in Ruben's divine connection, and by extension, the elders' authority. This manipulation isn't just about maintaining order, it's about stripping away individual thought and fostering a collective consciousness that is entirely subservient to the cult's will. There are also two unsettling figures at the back of the crowd. Siv and the other elders stand on stage with Dani. Siv proclaims, quote, "On this day of our deity of reciprocity, we gather to give special thanks to our treasured son. As an offering to our father, we will today surrender 9 human lives. As Harga takes, so Harga also gives. Thus, for every new blood sacrificed, we will dedicate one of our own. That is 4 new bloods, 4 from Harga, and 1 to be chosen by the queen. 9 in all to die, and to be reborn in the great cycle." As Siv speaks, the camera focuses on Dani, who is depicted in a state of profound misery, almost consumed by an exorbitant quantity of vibrant flowers. The visual is striking, bordering on the comical due to its sheer excess. Yet it simultaneously conveys a deeper, more unsettling message. Dani appears to not be merely adorned, but rather drowned in the floral abundance. a poignant and potent symbolic representation of the Harga community's overwhelming influence and insidious embrace. This deluge of blossoms, while outwardly beautiful, serves as a suffocating metaphor for the way the Harga have enveloped her, stripping away her individuality and autonomy, much like the flowers obscure her physical form. The image powerfully communicates her emotional state, highlighting the contrast between the outward appearance of celebration and her internal suffering. Ruben is shown painting on the cloud table, appearing oblivious to the ongoing events, and continuing his art undisturbed. Maya appears with red lipstick, her face serene and content as she has accomplished her goal. After Civ, Sten begins to speak, quote, 4 new bloods have already been supplied. As for our end, we have 2 already dedicated. He gestures to the unsettling figures in the back, sculptures of elders. Their bodies and limbs appear to be crafted from wood stumps and branches, yet their heads are disturbingly lifelike. The one on the left has a cutout in the tunic that reveals the torso is made of fruits. There are also branches placed as if sprouting out from the mouth. The figure on the right is wearing a headpiece made up of fruits. I believe these 2 sculptures are meant to represent Dan and Ylva, though their construction raises questions. How did the Harga sculpt their lifelike faces? It would be impossible for the Harga to have made these out of actual remains of Dan and Ylva, since their faces were completely destroyed by the fall and the mallet, and their bodies burnt in the pyre. My strongest hypothesis points to these being meticulously crafted sculptures, designed to serve as symbolic effigies of Dan and Ylva. The artistic medium and precise methodology employed in their construction, however, continues to elude definitive explanation. Sten then gestures into the crowd and says, quote, and 2 have volunteered, Ingmar and Ulf. The pair step forward, both wearing shiny robes that resemble the tunics being worn by the 2 figures. This designates the wearer as sacrifices for the Midsummer festival. Addressing Ingmar and Ulf, Sten continues, quote, you have brought outside offerings, plus volunteering your own bodies. You will today be joined in harmony with everything. So it appears that Ingmar and Ulf have both volunteered to be sacrificed to balance out the 4 new bloods that were taken, them being Josh, Mark, Simon, and Connie. But I wonder why specifically Ingmar and Ulf. My best guess is the rule of reciprocity that Civ mentioned. The definition of reciprocity is the mutual exchange between 2 or more participants. Since Ingmar brought Connie and Simon to be sacrificed, and Ulf was involved with the killings of Josh and Mark, I wonder if the rule of reciprocity dictates that they must then in turn give their lives for the ones taken. This interpretation suggests a dark cyclical justice at play within the community. They seem to believe that a delicate equilibrium must be maintained between life and death, and that the passing of individuals is not an end, but a transformation, a return to the earth that nourishes new life. In their eyes, the seemingly harsh realities of their practices are merely a necessary step in a continuous cycle, ensuring the perpetual renewal and vitality of their existence. Sten then shifts his focus to Pele, saying, quote, and to Pele who has brought new blood and our new May Queen, you will today be honored for your unclouded intuition. Pele stands with a happy smile. He's wearing a large headpiece made of ferns and greenery. I'll dive deeper into Pele later, but I wanted to point out that Pele is being recognized for his unclouded intuition, something that was attributed to Ruben, who is considered an oracle. So there seems to be a parallel between Pele and Ruben. While Ruben might outwardly appear to be the designated oracle or spiritual leader within the Harga commune, a deeper interpretation suggests that Pele holds the true, subtle influence of an oracle. Ruben, with his physical manifestations of prophecies and his revered, albeit nonverbal, status, acts as a symbolic figurehead, a vessel through which the Harga's spiritual beliefs are publicly channeled. His role is perhaps more about embodying the prophecies than actively divining them. Pele, on the other hand, subtly guides the new outsiders towards their predetermined roles within the commune's rituals. His gentle persuasion, seemingly innocent observations, and profound understanding of Harga traditions and the individual's vulnerabilities make him a far more effective, albeit concealed, conduit of fate. He doesn't just foretell, he orchestrates. Thus, Ruben is the visible prophecy, but Pele is the quiet architect of its fulfillment. There's a brief shot of Christian as he helplessly stares at Pele, someone who thought was his friend, yet has brought him here for sacrifice. Sten continues, quote, and so, for our 9th offering, it is traditional that our fair queen shall choose between a pre-selected new blood and a specifically ordained Harga. Elder Arn moved towards a contraption of sorts and begins to crank a handle. This seems to be some sort of bingo cage, except the balls inside are marked with different runes. After a period of shuffling, a ball falls out of the hole. The hole, adorned to mimic the sun, much like the sun gate and sun stage, reinforces the midsummer theme. The ball travels down spiraling metal rails, coming to a stop at the bottom. The wood ball seems to have runic marks on it. I see 2 runes, the Pithro and the Rido. But if the footage is slowed down, I see more runes. I see Manas and maybe the Ansas runes as well. Arn picks up the ball and reads it. He smiles before calling out Tubion. Sten then calls out, quote, "Honorable Tubion, please step forward." The man, Tubion, makes his way through the crowd as the other Harga raises their hands in silent applause. This detail suggests that the runes are not just phonetical. The runes on the ball do not appear to spell out his name. Instead, I suspect that each set of runes is designated to a specific Harga. This reinforces the idea that the runes are used symbolically rather than alphabetically, which is logical given that the Harga speak Swedish. It also shows that this specially ordained Harga is chosen by lottery, so chance is considered as ordained. This method of selection suggests that even seemingly random occurrences are viewed not as mere accidents, but as divinely guided or preordained events. In this context, the lottery transforms into a sacred ritual where the hand of chance is believed to be an extension of a higher power. Ulla then wheels Christian next to Tubion, so that Christian faces the stage. Sten announces, quote, "Christian Hughes, these are the candidates for the 9th and final offering. We patiently await your verdict." Dani sits motionless, her face etched with grief, still reeling from Christian's betrayal. She then looks directly at Christian, and they exchange long looks. Christian's a silent, desperate plea. Dani's a palpable longing bordering on tears, her pain and turmoil evident. The scene then cuts to a body being wheeled forward by Pele. The bloated body, adorned with a long garland of pine needles and pine cones resembling a necklace, appears to have dark wet hair and is dressed in a sacrificial tunic that matches those worn by Ingmar and Ulf. There's also a Polaroid picture attached to the body, though it's impossible to make out the picture. This strongly points to the identity of the deceased as Connie. Earlier in the movie, it was established that the Harga community's financial stability is bolstered by their ownership and operation of a water plant, a detail that inherently implies the proximity of a substantial body of water. This piece of information, when coupled with Mark's earlier, somewhat flippant observation of, quote, "I'm sure I saw her trying out for the sprinting Olympics earlier," paints a more complete picture. The quote-unquote sprinting he witnessed, combined with the harrowing, piercing scream that both he and Dani later heard, strongly suggests a desperate attempt by Connie to flee her captors. The implication is that her frantic dash for freedom ultimately failed, leading to her capture and, tragically, her drowning in the aforementioned water source that feeds the Harga's power plant. This sequence of events paints a grim picture, culminating in her demise within the very source that sustains the Harga. Nearby, 3 other figures are also being wheeled towards the Yellow Temple. One other figure is shown. This figure is stuffed with hay and wearing the same sacrificial tunic. But he also has a hat with bells. This hat looks very much like a jester's hat, implying this figure to be a fool. There are some runes on the tunic, but only one is identifiable. The other 2 are the mysterious occult runes. The identifiable rune is the upside-down manas, the same rune we saw on Josh's foot, so the meaning seems to be the same. This rune designates this person as disrespectful and selfish. This figure is, of course, Mark. As we've seen in a previous scene, he was skinned and worn by Ulf. The earlier foreshadowing of the children playing a game called Skin the Fool, the jester's hat, and the upside-down manas strongly implies that the Harga have specially designated Mark as a fool. Within the Yellow Temple, the bodies of Connie and Mark are brought in and positioned on haystacks. In a corner at the far end, Simon's body, with its yellow flower eyes, and Josh's body, with something stuffed in its mouth, are also present. The wood figures of Ylva and Dan are also wheeled in and positioned inside. The triangular motif extends beyond the building's facade and into its interior floor plan, evident in the positioning of Simon, Josh, Ylva, and Dan in the end corners. Ceilings feature large identical runes, depicted in bright yellow circles. The runes appear to be a combination of the Ingwas and Gebo. Ingwas is associated with the god Freyr, embodies fertility, potential, and inner growth, emphasizing the nurturing energy required for new life and inherent potential. The Gebo rune signifies gift, exchange, and partnership. It underscores the vital role of reciprocity and equilibrium between giving and receiving. So together the runes suggest reciprocity, offering sacrifice for the energy and new life for the Harga. In front of another wood building that has been marked with the Uncess rune, the Harga have gathered. Ingmar and Ulf are on one side, saying their goodbyes to the others. On the other side of the building, a tearful and distraught Inga is being comforted by Ulrika. The red horn has been removed from Inga's groin, and she's escorted towards Ingmar and Ulf, seemingly to say her goodbyes. The interior of the building is full of fascinating array of implements, strongly suggesting a functional, versatile workshop. Numerous tools for crop harvesting indicates a significant focus on agriculture production. Alongside these Argarian instruments, a diverse collection of textile tools are also present. Spinning wheels, looms, spindles, and various weaving shuttles point to the intricate process of creating fabrics from raw material. Deeper in the workshop, on a large table, lay the corpse of a large brown bear. The torso has been excised, revealing its internal organs. This was the bear that was kept in a cage in the earlier scene. Young Harga children gather around an elder who is instructing them on the butchering process. The elder has the children assist him as he carefully removes the internal organs, expertly extracting them into a large bucket. A paralyzed Christian sits in the wooden wheelchair, unable to flee. He is then lifted onto the table next to the hollowed-out bear. Then he is somehow placed and sewn inside the bear. Christian is then taken to the Yellow Temple, his eyes wide with fear, yet he cannot move or speak, only watch on in silent horror. A male elder, again presumably Arn, wearing his fringe headpiece, says to the terrified Christian, quote, "Mighty and dreadful beast, with you we purge our most unholy affects. We banish you now to the deepest recesses, where you may reflect on your wickedness." Ulf and Ingmar are also in the Yellow Temple. A male elder offers something to Ulf to eat and says in Swedish, quote, "Take from the yew tree, feel no pain." It looks like it might be the sap of a yew tree. Ulf looks to Ingmar, his eyes full of sadness and fear. Ingmar looks back at Ulf with fear and nervousness. The elders offer the same sap to Ingmar, saying again in Swedish, quote, "Take from the yew tree, feel no fear." Looking down as the elder departs, the combined Ingwas and Gebo rune, crafted from hay, is visible on the floor. Christian is positioned at its center, with the other sacrifices evenly spaced and facing each other in the corners. Soft melodic chanting is heard from outside, as three figures, adorned with identical fringe headpieces and holding torches, enter the Yellow Temple. They position themselves at each of its three corners. With a collective loud exhale, they ignite the hay. The men then turn to depart. Outside, Dani watches intently, her mouth set in a deep frown, but her eyes are wide with grim anticipation. The rest of the Harga continue their melodic vocalizations, facing forward with arms at their sides and palms ahead. Within the Yellow Temple, the bodies of Simon, Josh, and Mark are set ablaze. The flames then reach Christian, trapped inside the bear, who also begins to burn. Unable to move or scream, he is silently incinerated alive. The visual horror is starkly contrasted by a peaceful and uplifting soundtrack, creating a bizarre and dissonant mood. Ingmar and Ulf lock eyes, initially accepting their fate with a quiet dignity. However, as the flame engulfs them, searing their flesh, they begin to scream in agony. So the yew tree sap did not work, as the elder had said. Ingmar and Ulf died in agonizing pain. In fact, as I mentioned earlier, the yew tree is a symbol of life and death, as it is a very useful tree, but also very poisonous. Perhaps a rather fitting and disturbing end for Ulf and Ingmar, who were promised a peaceful and honorable death, yet given a horrific, painful end, like their victims. Outside, the Harga all begin to thrash and convulse, seemingly in the same agony. All are screaming and crying out, as if they too were being engulfed in the flames. We've seen a very similar scene at the Atestupa after Dan falls from the cliff and shatters his legs. Back inside the building, the wood figures of Dan and Ylva burn away, and the scene centers on Christian, completely engulfed in flames. Back outside, Dani wails and coughs, seemingly from the acrid smoke coming from the building. She struggles to breathe as she stumbles away, in her large floral cape and crown. She stops to look around. There is chaos everywhere, with the Harga all frantic and writhing. Dani looks towards the burning temple, her face stricken with shock, horror, and fear. But as the building begins to collapse, her face changes to a contented smirk, then into a big smile. Then the movie ends. So finally, the summary of the movie scene by scene is done, but let's do some digging into some of the topics that I found interesting in a lot more detail. The Harga societal structure is deeply rooted in the principles of conformity, harmony, and reciprocity, which are evident in every facet of their existence. Their very name, Harga, uniquely functions as both a singular and plural noun, a linguistic reflection of their collective identity. This grammatical nuance underscores a fundamental tenet of their belief. The individual is assumed within the greater whole. This collective ethos is not merely a philosophical ideal. It is a practical, living reality that shapes their daily routines, communal rituals, and even their understanding of life and death. Every action, every decision, and every contribution is viewed through the lens of how it benefits the entire group, reinforcing a sense of mutual dependency and shared purpose. The pursuit of personal gain is largely absent, replaced by a deep-seated commitment to the well-being and perpetuation of the Harga way of life. This unwavering focus on the collective ensures a highly integrated and cohesive society where the lines between individual and community are deliberately blurred, fostering an environment of profound solidarity and shared destiny. Among the Harga, jealousy and envy are absent. Everything is shared, including intimate experiences of pain and pleasure. This is done by a mysterious ability of telepathic mimicry. This ability is constantly practiced through group exercises and rituals. The Rubirada, their sacred text, has occult runes that seem to represent different affects. Some are deemed evil and are discouraged, while others are embraced, shared, and practiced. The system of morality differs significantly from typical external worldviews. Acts like killing, violence, and deception are not considered morally wrong by the Harga. However, traits such as unruliness, rudeness, greed, and selfishness are deemed evil and are punishable by death. Anything that goes against the collective good and well-being of the community is most likely considered evil and must be excised. The idea of what is considered good for the collective group seems to be determined by the oracle, via the Rubirada. But as I mentioned before, I believe the oracle is just a convenient figurehead that the elders use to enact their own methods of control. In reality, every facet of life is determined by the elders. Who gets to mate with who and when, who gets to leave the commune to go on pilgrimage, and ultimately who is selected for sacrifice. The meticulously planned and executed mating ritual of the Harga involves love runes, menstrual blood, pubic hair, and group sessions, leaving little room for choice or chance. This is evident in Maya's predetermined pairing with Christian, who was deemed an astrological match. Once selected, Maya employed various tactics to entice Christian, while other Harga members subtly influenced him towards the ritual through suggestions, hallucinogenics, and coercion. Once the copulation was complete, Maya lost interest in Christian and became focused on bearing a child within her. The meticulous practice of selective breeding extends demonstrably to Reuben, the revered oracle within the Harga community. His very existence is a testament to this deliberate manipulation of lineage, as he was not born of chance, but carefully engineered through generations of inbreeding. This intense focus on specific genetic traits was not arbitrary. It was a calculated endeavor to produce an individual uniquely suited to fulfill the critical role of figurehead. The pilgrimage is also carefully considered, planned, and executed. The pilgrimage occurs when a Harga is within the ages of 18 to 36. The Harga pilgrims are allowed to leave the commune and enter the outside world where they mingle with outsiders. This mainly serves two purposes, one of bringing back sacrifices, and another, recruitment of new blood into the community. The pilgrims must carefully select their victims and recruits based on specific parameters. Nothing is left to chance. Pele is especially adept at finding victims, but his most intuitive find was in Dani, the future May Queen. When the outsiders first arrive, they spend some time in the field before moving on to the commune. Here we see that there were other young Harga who went out on pilgrimage. Yet only Ingmar and Pele brought outsiders back. Ingmar and Pele brought just the perfect amount of people back to complete the 9 sacrifices needed along with one new member. This is not by chance, so the other pilgrims must have been in some communication or were told explicitly to not bring anyone back. The Harga community heavily relies on a sophisticated use of psychedelics to influence both their own members and any outsiders who participate in their rituals. These substances, often derived from various floral distillations, induce profound psychedelic experiences for those who ingest them. This manipulation is not random, it's a carefully orchestrated element of their societal control and spiritual practices. The altered states of consciousness fostered by these psychedelics likely serve multiple purposes. including fostering a sense of communal unity, dissolving individual resistance, enhancing susceptibility to suggestion, and facilitating what the Harga perceive as spiritual communion. The consistent and ritualized application of these potent compounds underscores their fundamental role in maintaining the Harga's unique social order and ensuring adherence to their traditions. The Harga also employs strong paralytics to capture their victims. A prime example is Christian's fate, where he's rendered helpless after inhaling a mysterious yet highly effective powder. This incident strongly suggests that the Harga possesses advanced knowledge of pharmacology or traditional herbalism, allowing them to incapacitate individuals without physical struggle, making their abductions remarkably effective and silent. The implications of this paralytic usage are truly horrific when considering other victims. This method, designed to incapacitate rather than to immediately terminate, speaks to a perverse desire for control and a prolonged experience of suffering. Conversely, the ineffectiveness of some Harga-made substances is evident in the agonizing deaths of Ingmar and Ulf. This further emphasizes the Harga's cruelty, as they withheld genuine sedatives for pain. Ingmar and Ulf were told they would feel no pain or fear when they ingested the sap from the yew tree. However, their anguished, panicked cries of agony proved otherwise. The Harga display a disturbing lack of empathy towards their outsider victims, often appearing to revel in their suffering or completely indifferent. Their mastery over emotions is unsettling. They possess an uncanny ability to toggle their feelings, choosing precisely when to experience empathy, sadness, or any other sentiment. This emotional control allows them to exhibit profound coldness and detachment whenever it serves their objectives, making them chillingly effective and ruthless in their practices. This extends toward their own members, as we see with Dan, Ylva, Ingmar, and Ulf. The chilling truth about the Harga, which underpins their seemingly utopian existence, is the complete eradication of individual identity in favor of a collective consciousness. At first glance, the community appears to be a beacon of tranquility and harmonious living. However, beneath this veneer of serenity lies a disturbing reality. The individual is systematically subsumed by the group, their unique thoughts, desires, and aspirations sacrificed at the altar of the collective good. This hive mentality is the ultimate source of their horror, transforming what might otherwise be perceived as a peaceful society into something deeply unsettling. The very essence of self is eroded, leaving behind only components of a larger, unified organism, each member functioning as a mere cog in a grand, unwavering mechanism. In this secluded commune, the rigid adherence to their customs and communal harmony is everything. Any deviation, a whisper of dissent, or an emerging opinion that challenges the established order is met with immediate and decisive action. Such perceived threats to their way of life are not merely suppressed, they are systematically and brutally eliminated. The enigmatic history of the Harga community remains largely shrouded in mystery, yet tantalizing clues offer a glimpse into their past. As previously noted, the intricate murals adorning the sleeping hall provide significant insight, particularly through their architectural depictions. These illustrate structures vastly different from the traditional dwellings found in the contemporary commune, strongly suggesting that the Harga were not indigenous to the area. The portrayed buildings are much larger and appear better suited to an urban environment, hinting that the Harga may have originated in one of the major Swedish cities. The usage of runes themselves also suggests a complicated and insidious history. I've been trying to decipher the runes to better understand their meaning, but it's difficult due to the Hargas mixing Elder Futhark, Younger Futhark, and their occult runes together. In fact, on the topic of Elder and Younger Futhark, the Harga may not even be using Younger Futhark at all. I found only the year rune from the Younger Futhark being used. As I mentioned before, the year rune may have just been the Augis upside down. If this is in fact correct, the Harga primarily uses the Elder Futhark and their occult runes. So while they seem to primarily use the Elder Futhark, they draw inspiration for the occult runes from both the Elder and Younger Futhark. Do you know who else did this? The Nazis did. During the 1930s and 1940s, the Nazis appropriated and misused ancient runic symbols. They drew many from the Elder Futhark. The Nazi regime's objective in adopting these runes was to construct a fabricated lineage and an illusion of a pure ancient Aryan culture, thereby justifying their racist ideologies and expansionist ambitions. They selectively reinterpreted the runes to serve their narrative of racial superiority and historical grandeur, divorcing them entirely from their true origins and traditional interpretations. Returning to the Algis rune, it's worth noting its adoption by the Nazis as their Lebensrune, symbolizing life. Conversely, the inverted Algis, or year rune from the Younger Futhark, was termed the Todesrune. I find it highly improbable that one of the only examples of the Harga's use for a Younger Futhark rune happens to be the rune that was also regularly used by the Nazis. Add this to the obsession with controlled breeding and the Harga being all white, this paints a disturbing picture of a community rooted in eugenics. This racial homogeneity, far from being a mere coincidental outcome of isolation, appears to be a foundational tenet of their societal structure, raising unsettling questions about the lengths to which they have gone and continue to go to maintain it. Again, sound familiar? Furthermore, the inclusion of the book The Secret Nazi Language of the Futhark suggests a deliberate and unsettling parallel between the isolated community of the Harga and the historical atrocities of the Nazi regime. While Sweden officially maintained a position of neutrality throughout World War II, the nation was not entirely untouched by the ideological currents sweeping across Europe. Sweden experienced a notable presence of Nazi parties and their sympathizers. These groups, often operating under various banners, actively gathered and propagated their views within Swedish society. Sweden's role during World War II, though officially neutral, was complex and controversial. The nation was scrutinized for two reasons: its role as a key supplier of iron ore to Hitler's military, and its financial transactions. It became a conduit for gold plundered from Holocaust victims, effectively laundering these ill-gotten gains through its banking system. Furthermore, Sweden's asylum policy was often criticized for its inadequacy, particularly regarding refugees, including the almost entirely annihilated Norwegian Jewish population. Despite some individual heroic efforts to aid those fleeing persecution, the official stance frequently prioritized national economic interests and perceived neutrality over humanitarian concerns. Adding to the moral ambiguity, a number of Swedish citizens voluntarily enlisted with the Waffen SS, participating directly in the atrocities committed by the Nazi regime. Putting this all together, my theory is that the Harga initially formed around the 1930s and were formed as a Swedish fascist or Nazi cult, most likely in Stockholm. It is also possible that the Harga were formed before the 1930s but began adopting Nazi ideology during this period. After the defeat of Nazi Germany, the obscure group, now known as the Harga, retreated from the cosmopolitan bustle of Stockholm, seeking refuge and anonymity in the remote forested reaches of Hull's England. This might explain why Pele refused to have the group stop in Stockholm when Marx suggested it. It could be that the Harga are trying to remain off of the radar, especially from other Swedes who would know about their shady past. After settling in a remote location further north, the Harga embarked on a profound and disturbing transformation. Drawing a dark parallel to the Nazi regime's manipulation of history and identity, the Harga began a systematic process of borrowing and appropriating elements from Old Norse culture. This was not a passive adoption, but an active and deliberate reinterpretation, designed to forge a new unique mythology. This may explain why the Harga never named any of the Aesir gods by name, instead naming Ymir, even though in Norse mythology, Ymir is not a god, but instead a primordial giant whose body was used to create the world. The Harga meticulously construct an idealized cultural identity, drawing heavily from a fabricated historical narrative that intertwines them with ancient Norse mythology. This echoes the Nazis' fabrication of a pure ancient Greek lineage. This historical revisionism legitimizes their violent and exclusionary practices and perceived superiority, primarily serving to uphold the idea of a pure Aryan society. Another element suggesting a link between the Harga and the Nazis is the inclusion of several references or Easter eggs to the renowned Swedish director Ingmar Bergman. Bergman was a Nazi sympathizer who, in his youth, expressed an early fascination with Hitler and Nazism. However, he later disavowed these sympathies after learning about the Holocaust, an event he described as a loss of innocence that profoundly altered his perspective. Subsequently, he explored his past in films that aimed to present a counter-narrative to fascism. Even so, the inclusion of Bergman references points towards Ari Aster's exploring the idea of hidden Nazi ideologies that may have survived and thrived in secret in Sweden. This subtle thematic undercurrent suggests a deeper critique of societal facades where outwardly idyllic communities might harbor dark historical truths. The significance of the number 9 within the Harga community extends beyond mere coincidence, deeply intertwining with their cyclical worldview. The ritualistic sacrifice of 9 individuals every 90 years during a 9-day feast underscores a profound reverence for this number, suggesting it acts as a foundational element for their spiritual and social fabric. This numerical emphasis is further evidenced in the Harga's meticulous categorization of the human life cycle, which is precisely divided into stages that are multiples of 9. This highlights the Harga's societal integration of the number 9 and their belief in life's predetermined progression, mirroring natural cycles. The Harga's reverence for the number 9 mirrors Odin's 9-day sacrifice on Yggdrasil, suggesting its transformative power is central to their identity. Yet Odin's exclusion implies that they appropriated the number without acknowledging its original mythological context. The gods or god the Harga are worshipping remains unclear, as the Harga never name names of any gods, only saying, quote, "On this day of our deity of reciprocity, we gather to give special thanks to our treasured son. As an offering to our father, we will today surrender 9 human lives." Odin is often called the All-Father because he is considered the father of the Aesir, the main group of Norse gods, and holds a position of supreme authority. Yet there are no overt symbols or references to Odin being mentioned. Only Ymir is named by Father Odd. And as previously mentioned, Ymir is not considered a god in Norse mythology. For the Harga, the most used motif is of the sun. The sun is deeply symbolic in both the real and fictional depictions of midsummer, representing life, growth, and peak of the summer season. The celebration of midsummer, both historically and in the film, emphasizes the importance of the sun and its connection to nature and fertility. It is noteworthy that in Norse mythology, Sol is the Norse sun goddess who rides across the sky daily in her sun chariot, pursued by the wolf Skuld. Skuld is fated to catch and devour Sol during Ragnarok. However, Sol will first give birth to a daughter who is destined to become the new sun goddess, taking her mother's place. This might explain the reverence for female figures, often depicted with halos or emanating light, and the apparent matriarchal structure of the Harga society. Yet again, Sol is never mentioned by name. To me, this vague mention or allusion to Norse mythology adds to the subtext of the Harga, borrowing and appropriating parts of Norse mythology to form their own religion and culture. The festivities we see in the film is a special one, only occurring every 90 years, for 9 days, and involves 9 sacrifices. Yet a closer examination of the film reveals that there has been more ceremonies and rituals that occur much more frequently. There's evidence of this in the Ate Stupa scene. The sheer quantity of large boulders accumulated on top of the cliff strongly implies that this act is not a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, but rather a frequent, perhaps annual event, or even multiple times a year as elders reach the age of 72. This regular renewal of life through sacrifice suggests a consistent thinning of the elder population. Further supporting the notion of regular rituals are the photographs of the May Queens in the sleeping hall. The magnitude of these photographs indicates that there have been numerous individuals who have held this esteemed position over time, far exceeding what would be possible if the May Queen ceremony only coincided with the rare 90-year midsummer celebration. This suggests an annual or at least a regular selection process for a new May Queen. Evidence strongly suggests that other, perhaps less elaborate, but equally vital rituals and celebrations unfold at a much greater frequency, likely on an annual basis, ensuring the continuous spiritual and social fabric for the Harga community. Now, I mentioned in my introduction that I believe Hereditary and Midsommar are not merely 2 distinct horror films, but rather deeply interconnected companion pieces. While seemingly disparate in their immediate settings, one a suffocating domestic tragedy, steeped in the shadows of a suburban home, the other a vibrant, sun-drenched folk horror set against the idyllic yet unsettling backdrop of a remote Swedish commune, they share a profound unsettling visual language and delve into remarkably similar psychological and thematic territories. Specifically, both films meticulously explore the insidious nature of cult manipulation and its devastating impacts on individuals and families. They illustrate with chilling precision how grief, vulnerability, and a desperate longing for belonging can be systematically exploited, leading characters down a path of increasing psychological fragmentation and eventual horrific absorption into a terrifying, all-encompassing belief system. The pervasive sense of inescapable dread, the gradual and deliberate erosion of personal agency, and the terrifying revelations of dark, occult rituals are threads that intricately weave through both narratives. While Hereditary meticulously crafts a narrative propelled by a malevolent supernatural force, Midsommar distinguishes itself by grounding its horror in the purely human. The terror in Midsommar doesn't stem from otherworldly powers or ancient curses that demand a supernatural explanation, but rather from the insidious manipulation, psychological coercion, and communal psychosis orchestrated by the Harga cult. Though extreme, their ritualistic actions stem from ingrained human belief systems, social structures, and raw human nature. This contrasts with Hereditary's cosmic dread from an external force, making Midsommar's fear more visceral, derived from humanity's potential for darkness and communal madness. While the Harga are a fictional entity, their methods for maintaining control over their members and attracting new ones are deeply rooted in real-world cult tactics. The film meticulously illustrates how genuine cults operate using psychological manipulation, isolation, and a carefully constructed belief system to exert influence. One of the most prominent techniques observed in the Harga is the love bombing phenomenon. From the moment Dani and her friends arrive, they are showered with warmth, acceptance, and a sense of belonging. Particularly Dani, who is vulnerable after personal tragedy. This initial overwhelming positive attention is a common cult recruitment strategy, designed to disarm individuals and create a powerful emotional bond before more sinister aspects are revealed. Dani's vulnerability makes her an ideal candidate for assimilation into the Harga community, particularly because the Harga appear to operate as a matriarchal society. This societal structure likely values traits such as emotional openness and a willingness to surrender to collective needs, qualities that Dani, in her current state, possesses in abundance. Her emotional fragility, a result of recent trauma, and just her personality, could be perceived not as weakness, but as an openness to new forms of connection and belonging within the cult. The Harga places a significant emphasis on the role of women, a foundational aspect that permeates their societal structure, leadership, and religious practices. At the apex of their communal organization is a female leader, underscoring a matriarchal or at least a highly egalitarian leadership model. Furthermore, the pivotal role of the May Queen, exclusively reserved for a woman, highlights the profound importance of femininity within their rituals and annual cycles. This position is not just an honorific, it often entails significant ritualistic responsibilities, embodying the spirit of the summer season. The May Queen serves as a living representation of renewal and abundance. Many of the Harga's most significant rituals and ceremonies also revolve around women and the concept of fertility, reflecting a deep-seated reverence for life-giving forces and the continuation of their community. Isolation and dependence are meticulously woven into the fabric of Harga society. The beautiful but remote rural setting serves as a primary mechanism for separating the visitors from everything familiar. The journey itself takes them deep into an unfamiliar landscape, cutting them off from urban comforts and the modern world. This physical detachment from the outside world is not merely an inconvenience, but a strategic move, eliminating any potential for outside intervention or a quick escape. Beyond the physical, a more insidious psychological isolation takes hold. The Harga members, with their seemingly benign smiles and welcoming demeanor, subtly work to undermine the existing relationships within the outsiders group. The Harga exploit existing vulnerabilities and insecurities, sowing seeds of doubt and resentment. They strategically isolate individuals, offering comfort and understanding to one, while subtly painting another in a negative light. This psychological manipulation creates a chasm between the outsiders, making them less likely to trust or rely on each other. As external connections weaken and internal bonds fray, the Harga slowly but surely become the sole source of validation, comfort, and belonging. With their familiar world stripped away and their interpersonal relationships destabilized, the outsiders become easy prey. While the others are eliminated, Dani alone remains. The Harga's communal rituals, shared meals, and unconditional acceptance cultivate a profound dependence. Dani becomes reliant on the Harga for basic needs, purpose, and emotional well-being. This dependence makes resistance difficult, trapping her forever within the community's unsettling embrace. The Harga ingeniously integrates the psychological principle of incrementalism to ensnare its unwitting victims, gradually immersing them in a world of increasingly unsettling rituals and beliefs. This cunning method starts discreetly, as the outsiders are first introduced to seemingly harmless customs that merely appear to be charming cultural quirks. Initial encounters such as communal meals or traditional songs and dance foster a misleading sense of security, establishing a foundation of normalcy within the community. As things progress, the rituals become progressively more unusual, pushing the boundaries of what the outsiders consider acceptable. The initial shock of witnessing the Atistupa, for instance, is quickly followed by the Harga's calm and seemingly rational explanations, which to the disoriented and grief-stricken visitors begin to sound almost plausible in context of their deeply ingrained traditions. Each new revelation, no matter how unsettling, is presented as an inherent and natural part of their ancient heritage, seamlessly woven into the fabric of their daily lives. This gradual escalation is crucial to the Harga's manipulative strategy. By incrementally desensitizing the outsiders, the community prevents immediate rejection, and instead fosters a slow, insidious process of normalization. What would, under any other circumstance, be considered abhorrent and indefensible behavior, such as human sacrifice or ritualistic murder, becomes, through this carefully orchestrated process, a normalized aspect of their unique cultural identity. The psychological impact of this incremental exposure is profound, eroding the outsider's moral compass and blurring the lines between the conventional and the truly shocking, ultimately allowing them to accept or at least tolerate the unthinkable. Furthermore, the Harga employ charismatic leadership in the form of the elders, most notably Elder Siv, who guides the community with a calm demeanor and an air of wisdom, even when endorsing horrific acts. This type of leadership is common in real cults, where a central figure commands unquestioning loyalty and provides a sense of purpose and direction. Though Siv is not as forward-facing as some real-world cult leaders, her influence is deeply embedded within the Harga community. Unlike charismatic leaders who exert overt control through public displays of power or fiery sermons, Siv operates with a quiet, almost maternal authority. Her role within the commune transcends simple leadership. She is a deeply entrenched keeper of traditions and a firm enforcer of the communal will. Her actions are not those of a single puppeteer, but rather a reflection of the collective consciousness and the inherent desire to maintain order and continuity. This dynamic strikingly parallels the sophisticated organization of a bee or ant colony, where a central female figure, the queen, serves as a unifying core. In such natural systems, the queen doesn't individually command each worker. Rather, her presence and pheromones guide the collective behavior, ensuring the survival and prosperity of the entire organism. The Harga's unity is their most striking characteristic, pervasive and almost preternatural, similar to how ants communicate through pheromones. They rarely engage in overt verbal communication, their intentions often deduced through subtle glances, knowing smiles, or synchronized movements. Yet despite this apparent lack of direct discourse, they consistently demonstrate an extraordinary capacity for collective action. Complex rituals are performed with seamless precision, intricate communal tasks are executed with unwavering efficiency, and even their most sinister plans unfold with an unnerving, almost telepathic coordination. This silent cohesion suggests a deep-seated understanding that transcends the need for spoken words, hinting at a shared consciousness or a profound ingrained cultural conditioning that binds them as a single indomitable entity. The Harga control members and outsiders using powerful substances to induce vulnerability and compliance. Cults often use drugs to manipulate, break down resistance, alter perception, and foster dependency. Psychoactive substances disorient individuals, making them susceptible to suggestion, enforcing loyalty and suppressing critical thinking. Altered states lead to acceptance of cult teachings and participation in activities members might otherwise resist. Dependency from withdrawal or the promise of continued drug access traps members. This chemical manipulation is the dark method cults use to maintain power. Although the film's rituals are undeniably unsettling, many are derived from authentic practices that are in reality considerably more fun, relaxed, and celebratory. The act of picking flowers, so central to both the film and actual midsummer celebrations, is not merely decorative. In traditional Swedish customs, and particularly for single women, there's a charming ritual of picking 7 different types of flowers and placing them under one's pillow on Midsummer's Eve. This act, often accompanied by walking backwards around certain natural formations, is believed to offer a dreamy glimpse of one's future spouse. This age-old custom, brimming with a sense of hopeful anticipation, stands in stark contrast to the film's usage of flowers as harbingers of dread and sacrifice. The communal feasting and dancing depicted in the movie also finds their echoes in authentic Swedish celebrations. Eating herring, a staple of many Nordic festivals, is indeed a common thread, symbolizing the bounty for the summer. The iconic maypole, a central visual in both the film and real life, is far from the symbol of cultic gatherings. Instead, these beautifully decorated poles are traditionally erected as focal points for community gatherings. The songs and dances that accompany these maypole celebrations, while appearing ritualistic in the film, are in reality often rooted in innocent children's themes and games, fostering a sense of lighthearted joy and communal bonding. However, the film's genius lies in its ability to selectively pluck elements from folklore and amplify their darker undertones. The legend of Harga Latin, for instance, serves as a chilling inspiration. In this genuine Swedish legend, the devil, disguised as a charismatic fiddler, enthralls the young locals of Harga into a dance so intoxicating and relentless that they dance themselves to death. In fact, this serves as the major inspiration for the film's Harga cult. The pervasive use of flowers for decoration throughout Midsommar directly mirrors the real-life Swedish embrace of floral beauty during summer. In recent years, flower crowns have become incredibly popular festival accessories, symbolizing a connection to nature and a festive spirit. In the film, this innocent beauty is warped into a symbol of possession and impending doom, where the individual's identity becomes subsumed by the floral embrace of the cult. The tradition of selecting a May Queen is genuinely observed primarily in Europe, where it is tied to May Day or May 1st. This ancient festival celebrates springtime and fertility, while Sweden widely celebrates Midsummer around June 21st, and the May Queen typically does not feature in these festivities. Traditionally, the May Queen is a young woman chosen by the community to symbolize the arrival of spring, fertility, and new life. She customarily wears a white gown and a crown of flowers, leading May Day parades and celebrations. Fortunately, unlike this film, she is not required to choose a human sacrifice. The recurring motif of blue and yellow throughout the film serves as dual purpose, acting as a profound symbol of mortality while simultaneously anchoring the narrative within its Swedish setting. As previously discussed in detail, the strategic deployment of these colors is consistently linked to themes of death and transformation. However, beyond their symbolic weight, the ubiquitous presence of blue and yellow unmistakably reinforces the film's Swedish setting. These colors are intrinsically tied to the nation's identity, prominently featured in its flag and traditional iconography. In essence, Midsommar acts as a dark mirror to Swedish midsummer. It takes the familiar, the beautiful, and the communal, and twists them into a grotesque reflection of social anxieties and primal fears, transforming joy into terror and innocent customs into macabre rituals. In Midsommar, clothing serves as a powerful visual metaphor, distinguishing outsiders from the insular Harga, and charting Dani's personal transformation. The film deliberately contrasts the bland, ubiquitous attire of the visitors, loose t-shirts and jeans, with the vibrant, intricate traditional garments of the Harga. The simplicity of the outsiders' clothing emphasizes their foreignness and highlights the almost otherworldly beauty of the Harga's communal dress, making it appear all the more striking and meaningful by comparison. Dani's emotional and psychological journey is particularly reflected in her clothing choices, which evolve significantly throughout the film. In the initial stages, grappling with the profound grief and trauma after losing her family, Dani is depicted wearing drab, ill-fitting, and loose clothing. This choice of attire is deeply symbolic, representing her internal emptiness, profound depression, and feeling of disconnection. Her clothes mirror her emotional state, appearing as heavy and uninspired as her spirit. As Dani gradually integrates herself into the Harga community, her wardrobe undergoes a dramatic transformation. The Harga provide her with their traditional garments, a pivotal moment that signifies her acceptance and burgeoning belonging within their society. This change in clothing is not merely a superficial alteration. It marks her assimilation and the shedding of her past identity, allowing her to embrace a new role with the collective. The vibrant organic patterns and flowing fabrics of the Harga clothes symbolize a rebirth, an immersion into a different way of life that paradoxically offers a sense of stability and acceptance she previously lacked. The culmination of Dani's transformation is powerfully illustrated when she is crowned the May Queen. The visual spectacle represents her complete metamorphosis from grieving outsider into a revered figure within the community. The May Queen attire is more than just a costume. It's a sacred vestment that solidifies her new identity amongst the Harga. The Harga's aesthetic, particularly their clothing, offers a fascinating visual representation of their cultural values. While it clearly draws inspiration from traditional Swedish costumes, there is a divergence which lies in the subdued palette. Instead of vibrant hues, the Harga primarily don themselves in uniform whites and creams. This deliberate choice of linen and muted tones appeared to be a powerful visual metaphor for the Harga's deeply ingrained culture of conformity and unity. The monochromatic scheme suggests a collective identity that transcends individual expression, emphasizing the group over the self. However, closer inspection reveals subtle nuances within the seemingly homogeneous aesthetic. Despite the overarching uniformity, each Harga displays distinct variations. These manifest as different accent colors, often delicately incorporated into embroidery or unique patterns. We know combination runes are used to represent each Harga, and many have unique rune combinations sewn into their clothing. It might also serve to delineate the rank and role of each member. Pelle at first seems to be a very gentle and empathetic person. His soft-spoken demeanor and soothing presence makes him a particularly strong recruiter. particularly evident in his interactions with Dani. He extends a warmth and kindness towards her that suggests a truly compassionate soul, drawing her in with seemingly genuine care. However, this facade crumbles to reveal a calculating Harga. The chilling reality of his character becomes undeniably clear when confronted with the deaths of his so-called friends. There is no discernible grief, no hint of sadness, merely an unnerving detachment. This absence of emotion is particularly horrifying given his intimate involvement in their demise. He cultivated these friendships not out of genuine connection, but with the cold, pragmatic intent of selecting them for sacrifice. The remarkable callousness with which he orchestrates their deaths and then observes their absence underscores a profound lack of empathy. Pele embodies the terrifying potential of the Harga, illustrating how a seemingly benevolent individual can harbor a deeply unsettling predatory nature. At least Pele's interest in Dani does seem somewhat genuine. He possesses a remarkable ability to discern her deepest vulnerabilities. This sensitivity allows him to connect with her on a level that others, even her long-term boyfriend Christian, failed to achieve. I believe Pele is able to do this because he can empathize with Dani. I suspect that Pele, like Dani, was a recruit, not originally born into the Harga community. He mentions that he lost his parents in a fire. I suspect that his parents were lured to the commune and sacrificed, and Pele was then assimilated by the Harga when he was young. Or he lost his parents when they sacrificed themselves, much as Ingmar and Ulf did. Within the Harga community, the conventional understanding of familial structures, defined by nuclear units of mother, father, son, and daughter, is notably absent. This communal ethos is clearly demonstrated in the interactions and perceptions of individuals like Pele, who genuinely regard other young Hargas as his siblings. Furthermore, his interactions with the elders are characterized by a deference and affection that mirrors parent-child relationships, even in the absence of biological ties. The Harga's approach to raising children further underscores this avowal of individualistic familial bonds. Following childbirth, mothers embark on pilgrimages, a practice that intentionally severs immediate exclusive attachments between mother and infant. Instead, newborns are often entrusted to the care of various community members, reinforcing the idea that the child belongs to the collective, rather than a singular set of parents. Pele's own early experience with loss likely facilitated his smooth assimilation into the Harga community after his parents' death. As he puts it, he gained a large quote-unquote family. The shared understanding of loss likely enabled Pele to empathize with Dani's grief and recognize her desire for the sense of belonging that the Harga offers its members. The outsiders, Mark, Josh, Connie, and Simon, were brought to the Harga under false pretenses, seemingly destined as sacrifices rather than potential recruits. This assertion is supported by the precise number of sacrifices required for the midsummer celebration, suggesting that Ingmar and Pele had predetermined their suitability for this role long before their arrival, regardless of any perceived offenses against the Harga community. A compelling argument can be made for a racial component in the Harga community's victim selection, with Josh, Connie, and Simon, all non-white, chosen as sacrifices, and Christian, Mark, and Dani, who are white, viewed as potential recruits and mating candidates. This suggests that race is a crucial factor in determining who is suitable for procreation and who is designated for ritualistic elimination. The lack of racial diversity within the Harga, despite the supposed openness to outsiders, reinforces this theory. As I previously mentioned, I believe that the Harga had roots or ties to Swedish Nazi groups, a theory subtly hinted at throughout the film. This disturbing, racially motivated ideology seems to underpin their social structure and ritualistic practices, a notion further supported by the recurring use of Uttila and Algis runes, which the Harga interpret in ways that overlap with this ideology. The fates of non-white characters, Josh, Connie, and Simon, differ significantly from those of the white characters, Christian and Mark. While Christian and Mark do perish, it is only after the mating ritual has been completed, or in Mark's case, abandoned due to his inappropriate behavior. Simon, Connie, and Josh, however, were never even considered for mating potential, most likely due to their race. Their sacrifices appear to be symbolic, aligning with natural elements and the Harga's belief in offerings to nature, as seen with the May Queen's blessing. Josh's burial in dirt could represent earth, Connie's drowning, water, and Simon's flaying and hanging in the chicken coop, air, or livestock. These acts may embody the concept of giving back to nature, but the racial undertone of the selection process remains evident. While I think Mark was always intended to be sacrificed, much like Christian, I do believe that he was at first considered a potential candidate for Inga to mate with, but his offense of urinating on the Rotvolta earned him the title of fool, and as such was no longer suitable. Stripped bare, not just of his clothing, but of his very humanity, he is subjected to the excruciating agony of being flayed, most likely alive, as we saw with Simon. This gruesome act is not merely a means of execution. It is a profound symbolic gesture designed to utterly dehumanize and disgrace the victim. The removal of his skin, the outermost layer that defines an individual, signifies a complete annihilation of his self. To further solidify this posthumous condemnation, his flayed remains are then marked indelibly and publicly as a fool. This final indignity ensures that even in death, his memory is tainted with scorn and derision. Christian is the last sacrifice, and he receives horrific special treatment. After mating with Maya, he is drugged by a paralytic and sewn into a brown bear, which must have been very difficult to do. I suspect parts of him may have been amputated so they can fit him inside the bear, but that's just my speculation. He's also kept alive so that he can be killed in the fire. The bear has been foreshadowed many times throughout the movie. We even see the bear alive at the beginning of the festival. So what is the significance of the bear and Christian? Before the burning, Arn says to Christian, quote, "Mighty and dreadful beast, with you we purge our most unholy affects. We banish you now to the deepest recesses where you may reflect on your wickedness." This means that the Harga viewed the bear not merely as a dangerous animal, but as a potent symbol for unholy affects, a concept intimately tied to emotions and impulses as previously observed with the Ruby Rather. This connection is significant given the Harga's meticulous dedication on maintaining emotional and behavioral control through their elaborate rituals and pursuit of collective harmony. The bear's inherent bestial nature, its wildness and unpredictability, stands in stark opposition to the Harga's values of conformity and emotional regulation. Furthermore, the Harga's collective spirit, a defining characteristic of their community, stands in stark contrast to the solitary nature of bears. This inherent opposition makes it understandable why the Harga would perceive bears as an adversarial force, something to be expelled from their domain. My earlier comparison of the Harga's communal mindset to that of a beehive further eliminates this animosity. Brown bears, notorious for their attraction to beehives, represent a direct threat to such a communal structure. Given the Harga's deep connection to the natural world, it is a straightforward, almost intuitive symbolic leap for them to cast the bear as an embodiment of evil. Their naturalistic association reinforces their worldview and provides a clear justification for their antagonistic stance towards these formidable independent creatures. The more intriguing question then is why Christian, a human character, is linked to this powerful symbol of the bear. I believe this association stems from his profoundly selfish nature. Christian consistently demonstrates a self-serving attitude, prioritizing his own desires and comfort over the needs and feelings of those around him. This self-centeredness in the context of the Harga's communal and harmonious society can be seen as a form of unholy affect, a disruptive force that threatens the delicate balance they strive to maintain. Christian's inability to genuinely empathize or consider the consequences of his actions for those around him aligns with the bear's perceived lack of social cohesion and its focus on primal instincts. Thus, Christian embodies the opposite of Harga ideals, aligning him as an adversary, hence the brown bear. So Christian's wickedness has to be excised from the Hargas, and he serves as the final centerpiece of their ritual. Christian's name might also be a symbolic metaphor, which echoes the violent historical clash between Christianity and Scandinavian paganism. The Harga, representing paganism, exact poetic justice through Christian's ritualistic sacrifice. His agonizing immolation honors their gods and avenges centuries of persecution. The striking yellow triangle temple serves as the cinematic and final major set piece in the film, culminating in its fiery destruction. Pyramids and triangles across diverse cultures and historical periods are imbued with a rich tapestry of symbolic interpretations. They frequently represent fundamental concepts such as stability, due to their broad base and converging apex, and strength, reflecting their enduring architectural presence. The ancient Egyptian pyramids are a renowned example, serving as elaborate tombs for pharaohs and their consorts. Their purpose was to protect the remains and treasures intended for the pharaoh's journey into the afterlife. These monuments were not merely practical burial sites, they carried profound religious and symbolic significance, embodying the pharaoh's passage to the afterlife and their divine ties. The Harga's Yellow Temple and the ancient Egyptian pyramids share parallels as structures housing the deceased. Both also serve as a link to the gods and the afterlife, with the key difference being that the Harga destroyed the entire structure at the conclusion of their ritual. The symbolic connection to the sun is also evident in the pyramid's shape, where its sloping sides were thought to symbolize the sun's rays. This design facilitated the pharaoh's journey to the heavens and their union with the gods, especially Ra, the sun god. Similarly, the Harga's temple with its vibrant yellow hue appeared to evoke the same symbolic link to the sun, particularly through its association with the sun gate, sun stage, and its ultimate immolation during the midsummer celebration. Adding to this is also the extra layer of yellow's symbolic meaning in the film. Throughout the movie, a recurring motif of yellow and blue color schemes has been meticulously established as a harbinger of death and transition. The visual language primes the audience to associate the yellow pyramid with an impending demise. The fact that the sacrifices are immolated within the very building further amplifies its significance. Finally, let's delve into the journey of our protagonist, Dani Ardor. As the opening mural suggests, this is Dani's fairy tale, charting her path to belonging with the Harga community. The mural itself is rich with symbolism. In the first and left scene, a towering skeleton, shrouded in winter, cold and death, blows snow over the figures below while blackbirds descend. This imagery encapsulates Dani's initial state. The four figures beneath represent Dani and her family, with Dani positioned centrally. Her parents and sister Terri are depicted alongside a long hose connected to a skeleton, again symbolizing death. This hose, a direct reference to the one used in the carbon monoxide deaths of Dani's family, is paradoxically shown being severed by death, signifying Dani's survival. In the second scene, Christian attempts to comfort a grieving Dani, who turns away, concealing her pain. Pele observes Dani from high in a tree, recognizing her suffering as he writes in his journal, all against the backdrop of a sprawling city. Next, we see Dani and her companions being led deep into the wilderness by Pele, who is now shown playing a flute. This imagery immediately brings to mind the ominous legend of the Piper of Hamelin. In this chilling European folktale, the town of Hamelin in Germany is overrun by a devastating rat infestation. A mysterious, colorfully dressed piper appears, promising to rid the town of its vermin for a fee. He accomplishes this feat with his magical pipe, leading the rats away, seemingly to their doom. However, upon his return, the town council reneges on their promise of payment. In a vengeful act, the piper then uses his enchanting melody to lure Hamelin's children away, never to be seen again. The parallel between Pele and the piper is striking and serves as a powerful symbol within the narrative. Just as the piper masterfully manipulated the rats and then the children of Hamelin with his music, Pele, through his seemingly benign demeanor and the allure of an idyllic getaway, is subtly leading Dani and her companions away, for them to never return. Mark's also seen wearing the jester's hat, Josh with his scholars books, and Christian is wearing a heavy brown tunic, most likely a reference to his fate in the brown bear. Next, there's a scene depicting the group's arrival to the Harga. The Harga offer drinks and skulls, obviously the hallucinogenic drinks and death. The bear and bull are also present, representing the sacrifices. Two figures at the top are falling off a cliff. This is of course Dan and Ilva. There's a large throne hovering above. This is most likely the floral throne Dani will sit on when she becomes May Queen. Finally, there's the last scene. Dani is hand in hand with the other Harga women and skeletons as they dance around the maypole. I think this is meant to symbolize Dani coming to terms with the death and loss of her family. She's now in harmony with life and death. This, of course, also depicts her dancing around the maypole, resulting in her ascension to May Queen. The other Harga sit below in a feast, while her companions are notably absent as they have been sacrificed. Above, the large sun casts an eerie, unsettling smile. This unsettling smile is mirrored on Dani's face during the film's climactic final scene. The smile represents a profound shift or transformation, perhaps indicating a surrender to the disturbing new reality Dani finds herself in. The smile can also symbolize the sinister, manipulative power exerted by the cult, subtly influencing and consuming its adherents. Dani is no longer the woman she once was. She's now Dani of the Harga. The elaborate artwork, with its distinctive storybook aesthetic, strongly suggests that the unfolding narrative is, in essence, a modern fairy tale, specifically crafted for Dani. This interpretation gains further traction when juxtaposed with the subtle yet pervasive allusions to Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland throughout the film. Both protagonists find themselves thrust into bewildering new environments, populated by unconventional characters, and governed by logic that defies their prior understanding. Unlike Alice, however, Dani is slowly, meticulously drawn into the commune's bizarre rituals and beliefs. Her grief becomes a conduit for their influence, a vulnerability they exploit with a subtle, almost sympathetic manipulation. The seemingly idyllic, pastoral setting, initially a stark contrast to her urban anxieties, slowly reveals its sinister underbelly. Her isolation, amplified by her strained relationship with Christian, makes her increasingly susceptible to the community's embrace, an embrace that is both comforting and suffocating, ultimately leading her to find a twisted form of belonging. Also, unlike Alice, Dani does not wake at the end of the story. Instead, she remains trapped in wonderland of sorts with the Harga. Viewed from a certain perspective, this is Dani's fairy tale story of finding her happily ever after with the family she longed for. She defeats the evil beastly Christian, who represents the toxic remnants of her past, and is crowned the May Queen. In this new role, she is loved and revered by her new family, a community that embraces her grief and offers a sense of belonging that she never experienced. Yet the unsettling undercurrents of this happily ever after, the ritualistic sacrifices, the communal hallucinations, and the complete severance from her former life, casts a dark shadow on this idyllic facade, prompting a re-evaluation of what true happiness and family entail. The film ends with the camera lingering on Dani's face, an almost childlike innocent smile that betrays the profound and irreparable fracturing of her psyche. This is not Dani Ardor, who arrived burdened by grief and trauma. That woman has been meticulously dismantled, her identity stripped away piece by agonizing piece. In her place stands Dani of the Harga, a newly minted May Queen, whose radiant smile is not a genuine expression of joy, but a chilling testament to her complete assimilation. She's no longer an individual, but a vessel, her personal tragedy subsumed by the collective euphoria of the cult. So that finally concludes my video. I think it's safe to say that it was much longer than I first anticipated, but there are just so many topics and details I wanted to dig into. And once I started, I just couldn't stop. So I hope you enjoyed it. Please leave your thoughts and comments in the section down below, and I will catch you in my next video. Until then, remember, if you get invited to a remote Swedish commune for a cultural experience, just say no. Stay safe, and I'll see you next time.